Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is a podcast many have been waiting for. We are tackling the Zodiac Killer, one of the most infamous serial killers and perplexing true crime mysteries of our time. Perhaps, other than Jack the Ripper, the most infamous serial killer that has yet to be definitively identified and the case solved. Although many claim they have solved the case, we will be looking into the veracity of different claims and theories in typical mind-shock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, not illogically dismissing theories, not falling for logical fallacies in attempts to solve this case. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the channel, help us get more mind-shocking content out there with logic and reason as the guide, with true objectivity as the goal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Or you could just go to youtube.com/MindShock. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire. You can also share this podcast on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, code podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, so let's jump right in. We will do the overview first, and then we will do an exhaustive, comprehensive analysis of just about every theory and suspect out there in typical mind-shock fashion that logical listeners have come to expect. Which I am assuming is why you're tuning in, because you're sick and tired of the same biased content or theories and dismissing others without truly examining all available information and objectively analyzing it. So we will start right off with the rundown from Wikipedia. The Zodiac Killer, or simply Zodiac, or the Zodiac, is the pseudonym of a serial killer who operated in Northern California in the late 60s. The Zodiac originated the name himself in a series of taunting letters and cards that he mailed to regional newspapers, threatening killing sprees and bombings if they were not printed. Some of these letters included cryptograms or ciphers in which the killer claimed that he was collecting his victims as slaves for the afterlife. Of the 4 ciphers he produced, the latter 2 remain unsolved to this day. The first was cracked in 1969, the second in 2020, and we will be examining all of these claims. Some believe that the Zodiac, some of these letters were hoaxes, possibly even all of them. I mean, there's all sorts of theories, and we do have to look at all of them without falling for faith, fallacies, and assumptions that many people just simply take on blind faith. Whatever information is perpetrated in the mainstream, they just take it on blind faith as gospel. But this is MindShock, where we don't do that. We examine all claims for veracity with logic and reason. So, we will be examining the evidence for and against the letters even being written by this particular killer. We will even examine victims who may or may not have been killed by the Zodiac Killer. And this is similar to Jack the Ripper, where if you take as gospel that certain victims are victims, certain victims are not, that's problematic. So again, in the interest of true objectivity and the honest pursuit of truth, we have to at least consider the possibility that some of the victims were not his, or possibly even more victims were his, and we'll be getting into that next. Continuing on the breakdown here, the Zodiac murdered 5 known victims, and again, we will be examining what known means, in the San Francisco Bay Area between December 1968 and October 1969, alternating among rural, urban, and suburban settings. In chronological order, the known attacks took place in Benicia, Vallejo, unincorporated Napa County, and the city of San Fran proper. He targeted young couples, with two of the men surviving attempted murder. He also killed a lone male cab driver. The Zodiac himself once claimed to have murdered 37 victims, and he has been linked to several other cold cases, some in Southern California or outside the state. The SFPD marked the case inactive in April 2004, but reopened it some point prior to March 2007. So it did not remain inactive for long. That's curious as well. The case also remains open in the city of Vallejo, as well as Napa County and Solano County. The California Department of Justice has maintained an open case file on the Zodiac murders since 1969. So, murders and correspondence. Confirmed murders, and again, we will be re-examining that claim on what was or wasn't confirmed. And just a quick teaser, we also will be going into theories where if the Zodiac killer is more than one individual, how that would play out in analyzing all of this information and evidence. Confirmed murders. Although the Zodiac claimed to have committed 37 murders in letters to the newspapers, investigators agree only on 7 confirmed victims, 2 of whom survived. They are David Arthur Faraday, 17, and Betty Lou Jensen, 16, shot and killed on December 20th, 1968 on Lake Herman Road within the city limits of Benicia. Michael Renault Magot, 19, and Darlene Elizabeth Farron, 22, shot on July 4th, 1969 in the parking lot of Blue Rock Springs Park in Vallejo. While Magot survived the attack, Farron was pronounced dead on arrival at Kaiser Foundation Hospital. Brian Calvin Hartnell, 20, and Cecilia Ann Shepard, 22, stabbed on September 27, 1969 at Lake Berryessa in Napa County. Hartnell survived 8 stab wounds to the back, but Shepard died as a result of her injuries on September 29, 1969. Paul Lee Stein, shot and killed October 11, 1969 in the Presidio Heights neighborhood in San Francisco. So, the Lake Herman murders. The first murders widely attributed to the Zodiac were the shootings of high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Arthur Faraday on December 20th, 1968 on Lake Herman Road just inside Benicia city limits. The couple were on their first date and planned to attend a Christmas concert at Hogan High School about 3 blocks from Jensen's home. They instead visited a friend before stopping at a local restaurant and then driving out on Lake Herman Road. At about 10:15 p.m., Faraday parked his mother's Rambler in a gravel turnout, which was a well-known lover's lane. Shortly after 11 p.m., their bodies were found by Stella Borges, who lived nearby. The Solano County Sheriff's Department investigated the crime, but no leads developed. Utilizing available forensics data, Robert Graysmith postulated that another car pulled into the turnout just prior to 11 p.m. and parked beside the couple. The killer may have then exited the second car and walked toward the Rambler, possibly ordering the couple out of it. It appeared that Jensen had exited the car first, but when Faraday was halfway out, the killer shot him in the head. The killer then shot Jensen 5 times in the back as she fled. Her body was found 28 feet from the car. The killer then drove off. The Blue Rock Springs murder. Just before midnight, July 4th, 1969, Darlene Farron and Michael McGow drove into the Blue Rock Springs Park in Vallejo, 4 miles from Lake Herman Road murder site, and parked. While the couple sat in Farron's car, a second car drove into the lot and parked alongside them, but almost immediately drove away. Returning 10 minutes later, the second car parked behind them. The driver of the second car then exited the vehicle approaching the passenger side door of Farron's car, carrying a flashlight and a 9mm Luger. The killer directed the flashlight into McGow's and Farron's eyes before shooting at them, firing 5 times. Both victims were hit, and several bullets had passed through McGow and into Farron. The killer walked away from the car, but upon hearing McGow's moaning, returned and shot each victim twice more before driving off. On July 5th, 1969, 12:40 a.m., a man phoned the Vallejo Police Department to report and claim responsibility for the attack. The caller also took credit for the murders of Jensen and Faraday 6.5 months earlier. Police traced the call to a phone booth at a gas station at Springs Road and Tulumne, located about 3/10 of a mile from Farron's home and only a few blocks from the Vallejo Police Department. Farron was pronounced dead at the hospital. McGow survived the attack despite being shot in the face, neck, and chest. McGow described his attacker as a 26 to 30-year-old, 195 to 200 pounds, or possibly even more, 5'8", white male, short, light brown, curly hair. And, I mean, what is that? How would the Zodiac feel about that? So he walked away, he heard them moaning, so he came back, shot him again, and then walked off and still didn't kill this guy. First letters from the Zodiac. August 1st, 1969. 3 letters prepared by the killer, or allegedly prepared by the killer, were received at the Vallejo Times-Herald, the San Francisco Chronicle, and the San Francisco Examiner. The nearly identical letters, subsequently described by a psychiatrist to have been written by, quote, someone you would expect to be brooding and isolated, end quote, took credit for the shootings at Lake Herman Road and Blue Rock Springs. Each letter also included 1/3 of a 408-symbol cryptogram, which the killer claimed contained his identity. The killer demanded they be printed on each paper's front page, or he would, quote, cruise around all weekend, killing lone people in the night, and then move on to kill again until I end up with a dozen people over the weekend, end quote. And cruise is spelled Cruse. Curious. And then, of course, I mean, I'll get into this later as well. So he's claiming that this 408-symbol cryptogram contained his identity, but even if it contains an identity, why would it be his? So again, I don't know why people expect these criminals to be honest. I mean, again, maybe they are. It's very possible it does contain his real identity. Or it could be somebody he's looking to frame. Or it could be a made-up identity. Or the cryptogram could possibly be just some kind of a nonsense game. And we'll be getting into that as well. The Chronicle published its 3rd of the cryptogram on page 4 of the next day's edition. An article printed alongside the code quoted Vallejo Police Chief Jack E. Stitz as saying, quote, we're not satisfied that the letter was written by the murderer, end quote, and requested the writer send a second letter with more facts to prove his identity. The threatened murders did not happen, and all 3 parts were eventually published. On August 7th, 1969, another letter was received at the San Francisco Examiner with the salutation, Dear Editor, this is the Zodiac speaking. This was the first time the killer had used this name for identification. The letter was a response to Chief Stiltz's request for more details that would prove he had killed Faraday, Jensen, and Farron. In it, the Zodiac included details about the murders that had not yet been released to the public, as well as a message to the police that when they cracked his code, quote, they will have me, end quote. So here's another issue that I haven't seen discussed, and that's the possibility that the Zodiac either had an accomplice or multiple accomplices, or simply somebody knew him and what he was doing, and this other individual is writing these letters. It doesn't necessarily mean the Zodiac is writing the letters. Obviously, how much wiggle room there is in knowing the details of the crimes. Another example is someone involved in the police department could have been writing the letters. And then there's another theory that it was a police officer who's the killer. But let's not go down that rabbit hole for the moment. Let's assume it's not a police officer who's the killer. But if the writer and the killer are not the same individual, if the writer of the letters is not associated with the killer in any way, it could be a police officer, or not even a police officer, but a police officer who spoke to someone who had these details, and they just wanted to screw around, and they wrote these letters. Again, this is pre-internet, so, hoaxes and all this stuff, this is how some people got their kicks. Some people were out there faking Bigfoot tracks. Other people were doing stuff like this. On August 8th, 1969, Donald and Betty Hardin of Salinas, California, cracked the 408-symbol cryptogram. It contained a misspelled message in which the killer seemed to reference the most dangerous game. And the most dangerous game is, of course, a short story by Richard Connell, aka The Hounds of Zaroff. The story features a big game hunter from New York City who falls off a yacht and swims to what seems to be an abandoned and isolated island in the Caribbean where he is hunted by a Russian aristocrat. The story is inspired by the big game hunting safaris in Africa and South America that were particularly fashionable among wealthy Americans in the 1920s. Another fun fact here, in 1976, Hayes Noel, Bob Guernsey, and Charles Gaines discussed Gaines' recent trip to Africa and his experiences hunting African buffalo. Inspired in part by Gaines' memories and in part by The Most Dangerous Game, they created paintball in 1981. So back to the Zodiac breakdown here. The author also said that he was collecting slaves for his afterlife. No name appears in the decoded text, and the killer said that he would not give away his identity because it would slow down or stop his slave collection. So, again, we'll get into that a little deeper later, but apparently he's saying that his name is in the cryptogram, and then decoding the cryptogram, in the alleged decoding, the killer stating he wouldn't give away his identity. So, again, this is the kind of individual you're dealing with here. Even if this is not the killer, this might not be the killer. It's someone, it could just be someone screwing around. So, again, not that there's not important information that could be contained in solving these cryptograms, but a lot of people put all this religious reverence into solving these ciphers as if they really would solve the case. Now, maybe they would, but maybe they wouldn't. So the solution here, which was allegedly solved August 1969, and this is the cryptogram, the 408-symbol cipher that was solved. Quote, "I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is so much more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal, A-N-A-M-A-L, of all. To kill something gives me the most thrilling experience. It is even better than getting your rocks off with a girl. The best part of it is they, T-H-A-E, maybe that's supposed to be that. When I die, I will be reborn in paradise, with a C, and all the I have killed will become my slaves. I will not give you my name because you will try to slow, S-L-O-I, down or atop, I guess that's supposed to be stop, my collectiog of slaves for my afterlife ebriotempete. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. E-B-E-O-R-I-E-T-E-M-E-T-H-H-P-I-T-I. So that's supposedly the solution to the 408-symbol cipher. So let's continue on here. The Lake Berryessa murder. On September 27, 1969, Pacific Union college students Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard were picnicking at Lake Berryessa on a small island connected by a sand pit to Twin Oak Ridge. A white man about 5'11", weighing more than 170 pounds, approached them wearing a black executioner's type hood with clip-on sunglasses over the eye holes and a bib-like device on his chest that had a white 3x3-inch cross circle symbol on it. He approached them with a gun, which Hartnell believed to be a .45. The hooded man claimed to be an escaped convict from a jail with a two-word name in either Colorado or Montana. A police officer later inferred that the man had been referencing to a jail in Deer Lodge, Montana, where he had killed a guard and subsequently stolen a car, explaining that he now needed their car and money to travel to Mexico because the vehicle that he had been driving was too hot. The killer had brought pre-cut lengths of plastic clothesline and told Shepard to tie up Hartnell before he tied her up. The killer checked and tightened Hartnell's bonds after discovering that Shepard had bound Hartnell's hands loosely. Hartnell initially believed this event to be a bizarre robbery, but the man drew a knife and stabbed them both repeatedly. Hartnell suffering 6 and Shepard 10 wounds in the process. The killer then hiked 500 yards back up to Knoxville Road, drew the cross-circle symbol on Hartnell's car door with a black felt-tip pen, and wrote beneath it Vallejo 12/20/68, 7/4/69, September 27/69, 6:30, by knife. At 7:40 p.m., the killer called the Napa County Sheriff's Office from a pay telephone to report this latest crime. The caller first stated to the operator that he wished to report a murder. No, a double murder, before stating that he had been the perpetrator of the crime. The phone was found still off the hook minutes later at the Napa Car Wash on Main Street in Napa by KVON radio reporter Pat Stanley, only a few blocks from the sheriff's office, yet 27 miles from the crime scene. Detectives were able to lift a still wet palm print from the telephone, but were never able to match it to any suspect. After hearing the victims scream for help, a man and his son who were fishing in a nearby cove discovered the victims and summoned help by contacting park rangers. Napa County Sheriff's deputies Dave Collins and Ray Land were the first law enforcement officers to arrive at the crime scene. Shepard was conscious when Collins arrived, providing him with a detailed description of the attacker. Hartnell and Shepard were taken to Queen of the Valley Hospital in Napa by ambulance. Shepard lapsed into a coma during transport and never regained consciousness. She died 2 days later, but Hartnell survived to recount his tale to the press. Napa County Detective Ken Narlow, who was assigned to the case from the outset, worked on solving the crime until his retirement from the department in 1987. So there's some curiosities here. Zodiac, if this is the same individual in all these crimes, he's failed to kill 2 victims now. And the victim's companion died 2 days later after their wounds. And of course, this is a departure in MO. And again, is there definitive proof that there was only one individual here? We'll be getting into that later as well. Moving on to the Presidio Heights murder, 2 weeks later, October 11th, 1969, a white male passenger entered the cab driven by Paul Stein at the intersection of Mason and Geary Streets, 1 block west from Union Square in San Fran, requesting to be driven to Washington and Maple Streets in Presidio Heights. For reasons unknown, Stein drove 1 block past Maple to Cherry. The passenger then shot Stein once in the head with a 9mm handgun, took Stein's wallet and car keys, and tore away a section of Stein's blood-stained shirt tail. The perpetrator was observed by 3 teenagers across the street at 9:55 p.m., and they phoned the police while the crime was in progress. They observed a man wiping the cab down before walking away toward the Presidio, 1 block to the north. 2 blocks from the crime scene, patrol officers Don Fook and Eric Zelms Fauke And Eric Zelms, responding to the call, observed a white man walking along the sidewalk east on Jackson Street and stepping onto a stairway leading up to the front yard of one of the homes on the north side of the street. The encounter lasted only 5 to 10 seconds. Falk estimated the white male pedestrian to be 35 to 45 years old. 5'10", with a crew cut similar to but slightly older than the description provided by the teenagers who observed the killer in and out of Stein's cab. The teenagers described the suspect to be 25 to 30 years old, with a crew cut and standing approximately 5'8" to 5'9". However, the police radio dispatcher had alerted officers to look out for a black suspect, so Falk and Zelms drove past the perpetrator without stopping. The mix-up in descriptions remains unexplained. A search ensued, but no suspects were found. This was the last officially confirmed murder by the Zodiac killer. The Stein murder was initially believed to be a routine robbery that had escalated into homicidal violence. However, on October 13th, the San Francisco Chronicle received a new letter from Zodiac that claimed credit for the killing and contained a torn section of Stein's bloody shirt to prove this fact. The 3 teen witnesses worked with the police artists to prepare a composite sketch of Stein's killer. A few days later, the police artists returned, working with witnesses to prepare a second composite sketch. Detectives Bill Armstrong and Dave Toshi were assigned to the case. The San Francisco Police Department investigated an estimated 2,500 suspects over a period of years. So yeah, obviously there's a lot of suspects here. I mean, this is more suspects than even Jack the Ripper, of course. So, a couple notes here. Normally, teenagers would say someone looks older than they really do because they're so young. So that's an interesting discrepancy there, that the officers are estimating 35 to 45, whereas the teenagers are stating 25 to 30, and they're saying 5'8" to 5'9". Falk is saying 5'10", so 1 to 2 inches, that's still within the realm, I guess, of error, where it could possibly be the same guy. But then the police radio dispatcher is saying to look out for a black suspect. So again, does that mean there's 2 individuals here? Or did something get mixed up from another crime somewhere else, and wires got crossed in some regard? Either way, that's an interesting note there, that the teenagers are saying 25 to 30, and Falk is saying 35 to 45. I mean, that's curious, and teenagers, of course, have parents, so it's not like they haven't seen parents, teachers, whoever. It's not like they haven't seen individuals who are 25 years old, older brothers, sisters, whatever, versus 30 years old, versus 45 years old. I mean, this is weird. This is definitely weird. Also, depending on the heights of the teenagers themselves, they were saying 5'8" to 5'9". So does that mean some of them said 5'8" and some of them said 5'9"? I mean, 5'8" could possibly be noticeably different than 5'10". Obviously, 5'9", not so much, but curious. Curious indeed. The 1969 mailings and the 2020 breakthrough. On October 14th, 1969, the Chronicle received another letter from the Zodiac, this time containing a swatch of Paul Stein's shirt tail as proof he was the killer. It also included a threat about killing school children on a school bus. To do this, Zodiac wrote, quote, "Just shoot out the front tire and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out," end quote. Wow, that's really weird and messed up at the same time. At 2 p.m. on October 20th, 1969, someone claiming to be the Zodiac called the Oakland Police Department, demanding that one of 2 prominent lawyers, F. Lee Bailey or Melvin Belly, appear on AM San Francisco, a talk show on KGO-TV hosted by Jim Dunbar. Bailey was not available, but Belly did appear on the show. Dunbar appealed to the viewers to keep their lines open. Someone claiming to be the Zodiac called several times, and Belly asked the caller for a less ominous name, and the caller picked Sam. The caller said he would not reveal his true identity as he was afraid of being sent to the gas chamber, then California's capital punishment method. Belly arranged a rendezvous to meet the caller outside a shop on Mission Street in Daly City, but no one arrived. What a shocker. The call was later traced back to a patient in a mental institution, and investigators concluded that the man was not the Zodiac. On November 8th, 1969, the Zodiac mailed a card with another cryptogram consisting of 340 characters. This cipher, subbed Z340, remained unsolved for over 51 years. On December 5th, 2020, it was deciphered by an international team of private citizens, including American software engineer David Oranchak, Australian mathematician Sam Blake, and Belgian programmer Jarl van Eyck. In the encrypted message, the Zodiac denied being the Sam who spoke on AM San Francisco, explaining that he was not afraid of the gas chamber, quote, because it will send me to paradise with a C, all the sooner, end quote. The team submitted their findings to the FBI, which verified the discovery. The FBI stated that the decoded message gave no further clues to the identity of the Zodiac. On November 9th, 1969, the Zodiac mailed a 7-page letter stating that 2 policemen stopped and actually spoke with him 3 minutes after he shot Stein. Excerpts from the letter were published in the Chronicle on November 12th, including the Zodiac's claim. That same day, Officer Don Falk wrote a memo explaining what had happened on the night of Stein's murder. On December 20th, 1969, exactly 1 year after the murders of David Faraday and Betelgeuse Jensen, the Zodiac mailed a letter to Belly that included another swatch of Stein's shirt. The Zodiac said that he wanted Belly to help him. Alright, so this is the 340 symbol cipher, solved in December 2020. Quote, I hope you are having lots of fan, F-A-N, in trying to catch me. That wasn't me on the TV show, which bringo up a point about me. I am not afraid of the gas chamber because with 2 A's and no U, it will send me to paradise, all the sooher, S-O-O-H-E-R, because E now have enough slaves to werve for me, where everyone else has nothing when they reach paradise, so they are afraid of death. I am not afraid because now that my new life, I guess that's supposed to be no, that my new life is life, will be an easy one in paradise death. Curious. Public speculation and Zodiac claims. Various authors speculated at the time of the killings that other murders and attacks may have been the work of the Zodiac, but none have been confirmed. Robert George Domingos, 18, and Linda Faye Edwards, 17, shot and killed June 4th, 1963, on a beach near Gaviota. There are some specific similarities between their attack and the Zodiac's attack at Lake Berryessa 5 years later. So Gaviota is down by Santa Barbara, and Lake Berryessa is, of course, north of Oakland. I mean, we're looking at about 360 miles. Gaviota is 360 miles south of Lake Berryessa. So it's not that close. It's not that close, but it is the same state. So let's go to ZodiacKiller.com for the Robert Domingos and Linda Edwards breakdown. So, of course, this was June 4th, 1963. The time of the attack unknown, estimated late afternoon. And this was on a remote beach south of Gaviota in Santa Barbara County. Method of attack, Robert Domingos, age 18, was shot 11 times. His fiancée, Linda Edwards, age 17, was shot 9 times. The weapon was a .22 cal semi-auto, probably a rifle. The ammunition was Winchester Western Super X copper-coated long rifle. There was no indication of robbery or sexual molestation. There were no witnesses. Due to the remote location of the crime scene, the bodies weren't found until the following evening. Details: the victims were students at nearby Lompoc High School and were participating in Senior Ditch Day, a local tradition among students close to graduation. Instead of celebrating with classmates at another location, however, Domingos and Edwards chose to be alone at an isolated stretch of beach. Apparently, the killer approached while they were sunbathing. As Edwards was forced to bind Domingos at gunpoint with lengths of narrow rope, probably pre-cut, both victims attempted to flee and were shot numerous times. The circumstances of the shooting suggested the killer had some level of expertise with firearms. The bodies were dragged approximately 30 feet to an empty shack, occasionally occupied by transients. Edwards was placed face up on top of Domingos, and the top of her bathing suit was cut open with a sharp instrument, probably a knife, exposing her breasts. The killer then attempted to set fire to the shack with wooden matches to no avail. So he was not able to set the shack on fire. Zodiac victims, ? The similarities between this attack and Zodiac's Lake Berryessa attack of 1969 are striking. Additionally, the ammunition used to kill Domingos and Edwards was the same kind the Zodiac used at the Lake Herman Road attack in '68. In '72, the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department issued a press release in an attempt to conclusively link Zodiac to the Domingos-Edwards killings. The potential involvement of the Zodiac received extensive coverage in the news media. Conclusion: the Domingos-Edwards tragedy has Zodiac's fingerprints all over it. The knife, gun, pre-cut rope, and the motiveless assault on vulnerable teenagers at a remote location. It is very unlikely this attack and Zodiac's Lake Berryessa attack were the work of separate individuals. This is the findings of ZodiacKiller.com. So, okay. That is curious, but this is 5 years prior, though. And that's what makes it possibly unlinked. Obviously, if it was closer to the time of the crime, it would be a little bit more possible, but not that it's not possible, again, unless people were there and they know who the Zodiac is. It's really impossible to determine definitively. Let's go to the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit here. This was posted 7 years ago by Ooh Babe. Who is the murderer known as Sandy, who killed an engaged teenage couple and an elderly quarry worker in Santa Barbara County in 1963? Was Sandy the Zodiac? This is one of the lesser-known murders with a possible connection to the Zodiac case, as well as one of the oldest unsolved serial murders in Santa Barbara County. Santa Barbara was very sparsely populated at the time, and the murders attributed to Sandy took place in a close-knit rural area consisting mostly of farmland. On June 4th, 1963, Robert George Domingos and Linda Faye Edwards decided to go to a secluded local beach near Gaviota State Park, rather than going to their school's official Senior Ditch Day party. Domingos, 18, Edwards, 17, were engaged and were to be married that November. They were bound with rope and shot a total of 20 times at some point in the evening. The prior day, around 20 miles away in Lompoc, Vern C. Smith was murdered by a suspect known as Sandy, who has never been identified. And that's a curious detail. So the day before, 20 miles away, this other guy got killed. So the individual known as Sandy met James L. Coleman, 16 years old, and J.C. Reed Jr., 17 years old, at the beach boardwalk area in Santa Cruz. Sandy also met other people at the beach, including Stephen Straub, a Santa Cruz resident who later would draw a sketch of Sandy. Coleman, Reed, and Sandy began a crime spree together, which included robbing a woman of $20 at her apartment in Santa Cruz. The three teenagers stole a car and drove to Lompoc. And then, of course, if we're going down every rabbit hole, if this Sandy individual is the Zodiac, and he has one or two other friends who he commits crimes with, Is this really a lone serial killer? And if it's not, does that explain a lot of the issues with this case? Coleman, Reed, and Sandy drove around the Lompoc and Santa Maria area during the day. In the evening, they met Vern C. Smith, a quarry worker in Lompoc, and decided to rob him. Vern C. Smith was 63 years old, born February 22nd, 1900, in Kansas. Sometime around 11 p.m., Sandy told Smith they'd run out of gas and asked for help near his camper truck in which he lived in San Miguelito Canyon. According to Reed and Coleman, Sandy murdered Vern C. Smith, who died on Monday, June 3rd, 1963. The next day, Robert George Domingos and Linda Faye Edwards were killed by an unknown perpetrator. Sandy was immediately considered to be the prime suspect by the investigators, and a statewide search was launched, but Sandy was never apprehended. Years later, in 1972, the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department announced that there was considerable evidence that the Zodiac may have been the killer of Domingos and Edwards. Was the individual who was known as Sandy in 1963 the same person who later became known as the Zodiac? Okay, meanwhile, in the evening, while looking with others for Domingos and Edwards, George Domingos, the father of Robert George Domingos, saw his son's car parked in some bushes near the beach at about 10 p.m. Highway Patrolman Paul Schultz found the bodies of Domingos and Edwards in a driftwood shack, which had been partially burned. Domingos had been shot 11 times, and Edwards had been shot 9 times by a .22 cal. There were bruises on the face of Domingos. The body of Edwards facing up had been placed on top of the body of Domingos facing down. The bathing suit had been cut from her body, but surfer shorts were still on the body of Domingos. When the autopsy was completed, Dr. John P. Blanchard did not find any evidence that Edwards had been sexually molested. The investigators thoroughly searched the beach and found rope which could have been used during the crime and matches which could have been used to burn the shack. The investigators found ejected .22 cal shell casings in a creek bed near the beach, and there were also tracks in the creek bed. So the investigators theorized that the bodies were shot in the creek bed and then dragged to the shack. In the shack, the investigators found 3 ammunition boxes, which each had some .22 cal bullets. There was also 1 empty ammunition box. More details regarding the murder of Vern C. Smith. While he was bent over refilling the tank with a portable gasoline tank, Sandy pulled out a knife and stabbed the old man in the back. That's just dirty. The blade went right into his heart. Coleman and Reed were shocked, supposedly, but not enough to not rifle the body and take $360 from Smith. That's kind of a lot of money to have on you in the 60s. The trio fled. Coleman and Reed were unnerved by Sandy's presence now, sitting behind them in the stolen Sunbeam. At Arroyo Grande, a town north of Santa Maria, they gave him $20 to rent a room at the Royal Motel. There they ditched him. The clothes he had left with them they had tossed on the roadside to Santa Cruz. So his companions basically got spooked by him. Interesting. Reed and Coleman had testified that when they asked him why he stabbed the man, he had replied, "I don't know." The police went and fetched the clothes, finding them exactly where the 2 boys had declared they had thrown them from the car. In the clothes, there was a sewn name tag with the name Bob Kaufman thereon. Investigation proved that Sandy did tenuously exist. At the motel in Arroyo Grande, where he had been ditched, he had registered under the name of William Carr, giving a fake address in Bakersfield. The police searched high and low, but never found Sandy. And the Steven Straub sketch of Sandy with the glasses, that sort of could be Zodiac. It's close enough. Obviously, it's not a dead match. But again, if somebody has slightly longer hair versus a crew cut, if he later got a crew cut, it could be the same guy. It looks more similar than countless other random sketches of random suspects, which, again, is curious. Continuing the post here on Unresolved Mysteries, there are many similarities between the Santa Barbara beach murders of Domingos and Edwards in June '63 and the Zodiac killer attack at Lake Berryessa in September '69. In both murders, we have victims, male-female couple, on a blanket by the water. In both, the attacker has a gun, knife, and pre-cut rope. In both, the attacker orders the female to tie the male, then binds them both. And like the Zodiac killer attack on December 20th, 1968 at Lake Herman Road, a victim is shot in the back while running away. Also, the exact same type of ammo was used at Santa Barbara 63 and Zodiac attack Lake Herman Road 68. A .22 Winchester Western Super X, 6 right-hand twists and grooves indicating the same model of gun was used, and perhaps even the exact same weapon. So I guess they're not able to match whether or not the weapon is exact. There was an attempt to start an arson fire at Santa Barbara. Improbable Zodiac victim Kathleen Johns, her car was burned, and there are several other arsons close in time and space to suspected Zodiac crimes. Some counterpoints here. To me, there is a better link between the Santa Barbara murders and Zodiac than between Sandy and the Santa Barbara murders. The MOs and victims are nothing alike in the cases, and it seems like the only link is they happened in relatively close proximity, time and place. Also, Sandy's sketch looks pretty young, and they refer to him as a teenager, while Zodiac was clearly described to be in his late 30s in '69. Although, again, I mean, people really age quickly between early 30s and late 30s. People in their early 30s can still pass for possibly even 20-ish, whereas people in their late 30s can. So, who knows? Some more interesting posts here. He claimed responsibility for a lot of murders that he may not have done. Was this one mentioned in any communication from him? Ooh, Babe, the original poster here, responds with this. Consider the Halloween card, generally accepted to have been sent by the Zodiac. The back of the card contains the inscription, by fire, by knife, by gun, by rope, which fits the Domingos Edwards murders. There was an attempt to burn down the shack containing the bodies. A sharp implement, presumably a knife, was used to cut open Edwards' bathing suit. Multiple gunshot wounds were the cause of death, and rope was used to bind the victims. The Zodiac never claimed credit directly for any of the SB murders, but in the March 13, 1971 letter, in which he indirectly, some would say dubiously, claims credit for the Bates murder, he says, I do have to give them credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity, but they are only finding the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there. By down there, he probably meant Southern California as a whole, and in my opinion, the phrasing implies that the murders did not necessarily take place recently. Zodiac researchers are split 50-50 when it comes to the connection to the 66 murder of Sherry Jo Bates, but my personal belief is that the Zodiac almost certainly was involved. Bates's car was tampered with, and we know from the Johns incident that this fits the Zodiac MO. The most damning evidence for Zodiac involvement in the Bates murder is the typed confession letter containing knowledge only the killer would have known. There are multiple similarities between this confession letter, such as a particular sentence that contains the words squirm and twitch. The Zodiac letter from July 26, 1970 also contains both words in the same sentence and also contains the same misspelling. What is the significance of establishing a connection with the Zodiac in the Sherry Jo Bates case, you might ask? It is important with respect to the Santa Barbara murders because such a connection establishes that the Zodiac was active in Southern California in the mid-60s. The nature of the Bates murder makes it likely, in my opinion, that the murderer was deliberate and calculated enough to have killed before. As with all things Zodiac, however, nothing is completely definitive. The next possible victim of the Zodiac is Sherry Jo Bates, 18, stabbed to death, nearly decapitated, October 30th, 1966, at Riverside City College in Riverside. Bates' possible connection to the Zodiac only appeared 4 years after her murder when San Francisco Chronicle reporter Paul Avery received a tip regarding similarities between the Zodiac killings and the circumstances surrounding Bates' death. Let's look at the murder of Sherry Joe Bates, Wikipedia. The murder of Bates is an unsolved murder that occurred in Riverside, California, October 30th, 1966. Bates, 18-year-old college freshman, was stabbed and slashed to death on the grounds of Riverside City College. The night before Halloween also makes this difficult to pin down. Of course, Halloween, a popular time for crimes of all kinds. Police determined the assailant had disabled the ignition coil wire and distributor of Bates's Volkswagen Beetle as a method to lure her from her car as she studied in the college library. I mean, this is, cliches are built on this in horror movies. The murder itself remains one of Riverside's most infamous cold cases and has been described by some locals as a murder which stripped Riverside of its innocence. Bates's murder became highly publicized due to both the graphic nature of her death and the fact she is considered by some investigators to have been the first murder victim of the Zodiac, although this theory has never been definitively confirmed. And of course, if you believe the Gaviota murders from 1963 are Zodiac, that would have been the first, because Bates is 1966. Early life. Cherie Josephine Bates was born in Omaha, Nebraska, February 4th, 1948. She was the younger of two children born to Joseph and Irene Bates. The Bates family relocated to California in 1957, where her father found employment as a machinist at the Corona Naval Ordnance Laboratory. Wonder if that's still around. Bates was a graduate of Ramona High School, where she had been a varsity cheerleader, active upon the student government, and an honor student. Described as a sweet, outgoing girl by acquaintances, she held aspirations to become a flight attendant. Following her graduation from Ramona High School, Bates enrolled at the Riverside City College and found part-time employment at the Riverside National Bank. Her savings plus wages from this part-time employment helped pay for a 1960 lime green Volkswagen Beetle, a vehicle she was proud to own. I wonder if Maxwell has one of those vehicles as well. Bates lived alone with her father at 4195 Via San Jose, her parents having divorced in 1965. Bates' mother also lived in Riverside, and her brother, Michael Bates, served in the U.S. Navy. Murder on the morning of October 30th, 1966, Bates and her father attended Mass at the St. Catherine of Alexandria Catholic Church before the two shared breakfast at a local restaurant. In the early afternoon, Bates opted to visit the college library to both study and to work on a research paper. She is known to have twice phoned a close friend of hers named Stephanie at 3 and 3:45 p.m., asking whether she would like to accompany her to the college library to study and retrieve books, although on the occasion of the second phone call, her friend refused. Bates is believed to have left her house to visit the college library sometime between 4 and 5 p.m., 4:30 and 5 p.m. Her father had returned home in the evening to find a note taped to the family refrigerator reading, "Dad, went to RCC library." Shortly before Bates left her home, she phoned a co-worker at the Riverside National Bank, inquiring as to whether she had seen a term paper bibliography she, Bates, had misplaced. When her co-worker replied she had not, Bates replied, "Now I'll have to start all over on my note cards." A subsequent eyewitness report given to Riverside investigators indicates Bates drove her Beetle in the direction of RCC at approximately 6:10 p.m. This eyewitness also claimed her vehicle was closely followed by a bronze 65 or 66 model Oldsmobile. According to many eyewitnesses, Bates studied in the library until the standard closing time of 9 p.m. A subsequent witness statement obtained from a female RCC student given to investigators would claim that a young man, whose age she estimated to be either 19 or 20 and approximately 5'11 in height, had been lurking in the shadows across the street from Bates's vehicle and had been staring in the direction of her car around the standard closing time at the library. Although this witness did not know the individual lurking within the shaded areas aside the street, as she had passed him, the two exchanged brief pleasantries. Bates's father waited the entire night for his daughter to return home before filing a missing persons report with Riverside Police at 5:43 a.m. He filed this report after phoning Bates's close friend Stephanie in the early morning hours, only to be informed that she, Bates, was not at her residence and had intended to study at the library the previous evening, having held no plans to spend the evening away from home. At approximately 6:28 a.m. on the morning of October 31st, a groundskeeper named Cleophas Martin discovered Bates's body on the grounds of RCC. And I mean, this is really the stuff of nightmares. And the other thing to keep in mind, I mean, this is the 1960s. Obviously, in today's world, unfortunately, people are so desensitized. But I mean, this is scary stuff. Investigation: Bates was found sprawled face down on a gravel path between two unoccupied houses on Terracina Drive, close to the library parking lot where she had parked her Beetle the previous evening. She was still dressed in a long-sleeve pale yellow print blouse and faded red capri pants, and her woven straw bag, containing both her ID and 56 cents, lay alongside her body. Her clothing was undisturbed but was saturated in blood. She had been repeatedly stabbed in the chest and left shoulder and suffered several deep slash wounds to her face and neck. 10 feet from Bates's body, investigators discovered a cheap, paint-splattered Timex brand wristwatch with a 7-inch circumference, along with a footprint of a shoe produced by Leavenworth prisoners, sold solely in military outlets. A shoe sold solely in military outlets. Was the sole of the shoe sold solely in military outlets? The shoe size is between 8 and 10 inches. Although only 5'3" in height, Bates had been an athletic girl. Both an examination of the crime scene and Bates' subsequent autopsy revealed ample evidence of a ferocious physical struggle between Bates and her murderer, she having evidently scratched her assailant's arms, face, and head and torn off his wristwatch. Bates's Beetle was parked just 75 yards east of the location where her body was discovered. The ignition wiring of the vehicle had been deliberately pulled loose, but the ignition key was in place and both the driver's side and passenger window were rolled partly down. 3 library books on the subject of U.S. government were lying on the front seat, and several smeared, greasy palm prints and fingerprints were found upon the vehicle. Investigators would determine that these prints did not belong to Bates or any of her friends or relatives, and believe they may have belonged to her murderer. So this guy did not wear gloves, possibly. An autopsy revealed Bates had been repeatedly kicked in the head, in addition to having received 2 stab wounds to her chest, inflicted by a knife estimated to be 1.5 inches wide and 3.5 inches in length. Her left cheek, upper lip, hands, and arms had also been cut, with 3 slash wounds to her throat and having severed her jugular and larynx and almost decapitating her. Bates had evidently laid upon the ground when she had received the knife wounds to her left shoulder blade and neck. Furthermore, she had not been subjected to any form of sexual assault or robbery within this attack. Numerous fragments of skin and brown hair were also recovered from beneath the fingernails of her right hand. This evidence having evidently been collected beneath her nails as she clawed at her assailant in a desperate effort to defend herself. The ground surrounding her body was described in her official autopsy report as, quote, looking like a freshly plowed field, end quote. I mean, is that 60s language? I guess you don't really hear things described that way today. November 4th, 1966, Bates was laid to rest at Crestlawn Memorial Park in Riverside. Her parents, older brother, several hundred other mourners were present at this service. Murder scenario. Within 24 hours of Bates's murder, investigators had interviewed 75 individuals, including numerous RCC students, and had begun interviewing military personnel stationed at the nearby March Air Force Base. By November 6th, all but 2 of the individuals known to have been on the RCC campus had been traced and eliminated from the inquiry. Investigators also received testimony from 2 separate individuals who had heard brief female screams emanating from the direction of Terracina Drive on the evening of the murder. From this, plus the conclusion of the coroner, investigators determined Bates had most likely been murdered at approximately 10:15 p.m. Wait a second, though. The library closes at 9. Huh. Investigators into her background could also deduce no obvious motive and revealed nothing which could classify her as an obvious or typical target for any form of revenge or random non-sexual violence. Investigators theorized Bates' murderer had likely disabled her vehicle before waiting for her to return from her studying within the college library on the night of her murder. They also believed the perpetrator likely surprised Bates after she had repeatedly attempted to start her car before offering her assistance as an initial ruse to lure her from her vehicle before proceeding to attack her within a dimly lit section of Terracina Drive, partly shielded from the view of potential witnesses by domestic shrubbery. I mean, isn't that still kind of risky, right, between two houses? At the time of discovery, both windows of Bates's Beetle were rolled down and the keys of her vehicle were still in the ignition, thus meaning she had likely been forced from her vehicle to the scene of the murder where she stood aside or sat inside her vehicle. At the initiative of Detective Sergeant David Bonine, a staged reenactment of Bates's final hours studying within the RCC library was conducted 9 days after her funeral in the hope of producing vital eyewitnesses. Present at this reenactment were 62 students, 2 librarians, and 1 custodian who had actually been in the library on the evening of October 30th, all of whom sat or stood where they had actually been on the evening in question. All participants who owned a vehicle were asked to park their car in precisely the same spot it had been on the evening of the murder, and all participants wore the same clothing they had on the evening in question. The initiative did bring forward numerous eyewitnesses, although no fruitful leads were gained. Nonetheless, several individuals stated that they had seen a tan gray Studebaker vehicle in the close vicinity of the RCC campus on the evening of October 30th. Despite extensive appeals by both investigators and the local press, the owner of this vehicle was never traced. Interesting. I mean, they really did. It seems like they did a relatively thorough investigation at the time. I mean, major reenactment. I mean, that's a lot of people, over 60 people. Correspondence. 1 month after Bates's murder, 2 identical typewritten letters arrived at Riverside Police Headquarters and the editorial offices of The Press Enterprise. The author of these letters described in detail a likely scenario as to how Bates had been lured from her vehicle and subsequently murdered. This author described in detail how he had first disabled Bates's car before allegedly watching her repeatedly attempt to switch on the ignition until the vehicle battery had drained of power. He had then offered her assistance, claiming his own vehicle was further down the street, thus luring her away from her vehicle. According to the author of this letter, after the 2 had walked a short distance from her car, he had stated to her, "It's about time," Bates had replied. "About time for what?" To which he had simply replied, "About time for you to die." According to the author, he had then clasped his hand over her mouth and pressed a knife against her neck before forcing her to walk to a dimly lit alley, where he had proceeded to beat and kick Bates in their initial struggle before stabbing and slashing her to death. The author of these letters claimed to have known his victim, proclaiming, quote, "Only one thing was on my mind, making her pay for the brush-offs that she had given me during the years prior," end quote. Due to the fact the letter included details of the murder which had not been released to the press, including the fact that the ignition coil and middle wire of the distributor of Bates's vehicle had been disabled, investigators initially believed that the author of the letter may have been the actual murderer. Although later advances in forensic technology, such as the DNA retrieved from this letter, not matching the actual DNA retrieved from beneath Bates's fingernails, make an unlikely possibility the author of the letter could have been the actual perpetrator of the crime. Unless, of course, there were 2 perpetrators. And if this is the Zodiac, if he had a partner, is it possible the 2 of them did this crime? And that's how they know these details, similar to other letters of the Zodiac. On April 30th, 1967, the Press Enterprise printed a further update on Bates's murder. The following day, both the police and Bates's father received handwritten letters from an unknown individual who had scrawled the message, "Bates had to die. There will be more," on a single sheet of paper. This letter was also considered by police to have been a distasteful hoax, although at the bottom of each letter was an indecipherable number or letter, which was either a 2 or a Z. And that's curious. Again, this is approximately 2 years before the first so-called definitively verified Zodiac murders, which was December 20th, 1968, Lake Herman Road. Potential link to Zodiac Killer. It has been hypothesized that Bates may have been an early victim, perhaps the first victim, of an unidentified serial killer active in Northern California from the late 60s to the early 70s, known as the Zodiac Killer, and that this unidentified individual may have originated from Riverside and later moved to the San Francisco Bay Area. One of the potential clues supporting this theory was the discovery of a set of lower initials, RH, inscribed below a macabre poem scratched into a desk at RCC. This poem was discovered by a custodian 6 months after Bates's murder and contains graphic references to repeated assaults upon young women with a bladed weapon. The desk in question was in the college storage area at the time the poem was discovered, although the custodian informed police the desk had been on the library floor at the time of Bates's murder. Police photographed the inscription and added this piece of circumstantial evidence to the file. So this is the inscription here. Sick of living / unwilling to die. Cut, clean, if ready, clean, blood spurting, dripping, spilling, all over her new dress. Oh well, it was red. Anyway, life draining into an uncertain death. She won't die this time. Someone will find her. Just wait till next time. R.H. Wow. So again, not definitive per se, but supposedly on the library floor that night. Furthermore, the fact that the perpetrator subsequently sent correspondence to the police and press, including details of the murder withheld from the public, is reminiscent of the Zodiac Killer. In addition, Riverside police have also noted similarities between Bates's slang and the general modus operandi of a fatal attack upon a young couple committed at Lake Berryessa in September 1969, an attack conclusively ascribed to the Zodiac Killer. San Francisco Chronicle journalist Paul Avery followed the series of murders committed by the Zodiac Killer from the date of the perpetrator's first definite murders. In November 1970, Avery received a letter from an anonymous source informing him of the similarities between the murders committed by the Zodiac Killer and the murder of Bates 4 years previously. The letter urged Avery to investigate the similarities in greater detail. Although Riverside police remained unconvinced of his conclusions, both Avery and a handwriting expert named Sherwood Morrill stated on November 16th that the handwriting scratched on the desk at RCC and the letters sent to the Press Enterprise and Bates's father in 1967 were unquestionably written by the same individual who had later written the Zodiac letters. By this date, the Zodiac Killer claimed to have killed 14 victims, although only 5 murders and 2 attempts committed between November and 2 attempted murders committed between December 68 and October 69 have ever been conclusively attributed to this individual. I mean, everybody keeps stating individual again. How do they know it's only one guy? In a letter dated March 13, 1971, the Zodiac Killer penned a letter to the LA Times in which he claimed to be responsible for the murder of Bates, stating, quote, "I do have to give the police credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity, but they are only finding the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there," end quote. And of course, down there, some believe, belongs to Southern California as a whole, which possibly includes the Gaviota slayings, Domingos and Edwards, in '63. So this is a evaluation of the mindset of the murder of Bates, written by chief psychologist of Patton State Hospital, July 1967. Quote, he is obsessed and pathologically preoccupied with intense hatred against female figures, all the more so if he sees the young woman as attractive. Because of his own unconscious feelings of inadequacy, he is not likely to act out his feelings sexually, but in fantasy as a rule. The fantasy can take on aggressive aspects. I would like to emphasize that there is a real possibility that he can become homicidal again, end quote. Detective Jim Simmons, current investigator assigned to the unsolved murder of Bates, November 2013, stated this, quote, I have personally spoken to the previous detectives assigned to the case, and they genuinely believe that the Sherry Joe Bates case is not related to the Zodiac murders. They believe it was an acquaintance of hers or a scorned love interest. Alternate theories. Former LA police investigator Steve Hodel, in his book Most Evil, has claimed that his father, George Hodel, was responsible for the murder of Bates. This claim has been viewed with little credibility, not least because, among other cases, Hodel has also claimed his father was the Zodiac killer, lipstick killer, and the perpetrator of the 1947 murder of the Black Dahlia. Later developments. In August 2021, Riverside Police Department's Homicide Cold Case Unit published an update regarding the handwritten correspondence stating that the author of the letters claiming responsibility for Bates's murder had been identified via DNA analysis in 2020 and has admitted writing the correspondence. According to the update, the author of the correspondence had initially and anonymously contacted investigators in 2016, explaining the correspondence had been a distasteful hoax. The individual has expressed remorse and apologized for the hoax, explaining that he had been a troubled teenager at the time and that he had written and mailed the letters as a means of seeking attention. And I'm assuming that they ruled him out just based on other evidence. I mean, the palm print. Is there still DNA evidence from her fingernails? Aftermath. Officially, Bates's murder remains an unsolved case, and the theory that she was a victim of the Zodiac killer, which has been strongly disputed by the Riverside police, has never been proven. Despite several suspects having been investigated and eliminated from the inquiry since 1966, the current investigator assigned to the case, Detective Jim Simmons, has stated one individual still remains of interest to the investigation. Although, because tests conducted upon the mitochondrial DNA of the hair and blood samples found at the crime scene did not match those of the suspect, insufficient physical evidence exists to link the individual to the crime. Investigators who conducted DNA profiling, however, were able to determine that her murderer was a Caucasian male. So again, does not exclude Zodiac. Alright, so let's look a little deeper at the Bates murder. This is from ZodiacCiphers.com. Bates, born in Omaha, Nebraska, February 4th, 1948, was murdered Sunday, October 30th, 66, in an alleyway beside the Riverside City College Library, brutally attacked and killed as a result of a severed right carotid artery due to laceration of neck due to probable knife, measuring minimum 3.5 inches long, 1/2 inch wide. The killer had sabotaged her Volkswagen Beetle by tampering with the middle wire of the distributor with the intention of luring the young girl to her death. Sherry Jo Bates was a gregarious, outgoing woman who easily made friends, and apparent by her desire to become an air stewardess, where personality and social skills are key ingredients. This makes it even more strange that such a vivacious young woman, who by all accounts was in amiable, humorous, and sociable mood all day, could enter the Riverside College Library shortly after opening time, 6 p.m., it only opens at 6? It's only open from 6 to 9? Curious. Check out 3 books from stocks and go unnoticed by virtually everybody in the cramped library annex, including her close friends who were present between 6:30 and 9 p.m. that evening. No testimony of the library attendees that night corroborate the widespread claims that she left the library at its 9 p.m. closing time. All right, so we're really going into MINDSHOCK land now, because as we begin to explore this case, regardless of whether it's a Zodiac murder or not, I mean, this is weird. This does not add up. So she's very popular. A lot of people know her. The library has a fair amount of people in it, and not a single witness can corroborate that she was there or that she left at 9 p.m., including her friends. And wouldn't she say hi to her friend? I mean, again, if you're... I don't know. What's the normal protocol? This is what we need controls. I'm sure the interviews should have asked. They should have asked. I mean, normally when they see her at the library, is there an exchange? Is there some kind of greeting? And just how large is this library? This does not seem to be a gigantic library where you wouldn't run into somebody just from apparent photographs here. In fact, a reconstruction performed by police 2 weeks later, the majority of the 60-plus people assembled do not remember ever seeing Bates. The only two recollections, so there were two, I mean, still not a lot, but were that of a Mexican-American student who noticed Cherie Jo Bates close to opening time, and shortly thereafter, who stated, quote, he knew Cherie Jo Bates and had noticed her in the library the night in question. He said he saw the girl writing something with a ballpoint pen in her blue spiral school notebook. The boy told us he was outside about 5:30 p.m. waiting for the library to open at 6, and it was then that he saw the girl. Wait a second. So he saw her before opening? He noticed her in the library. He noticed her outside. A male librarian at the college said he thought he saw Bates in the library that Sunday evening. What makes this crime even more unusual is that nobody set eyes on the young woman from around the time the library opened at 6 p.m. that evening until her body was discovered 12 hours later laying in a dirt alleyway. So apparently, we only have one student who noticed her. He knew her, and he noticed her as he was waiting for the library to open. Curious. And then a librarian is unsure. The male librarian said he thought he saw her. So not a definitive ID. So we have one ID from somebody who specifically knew her and noticed her. You know what's really insane? I mean, I'm sure these people were investigated, but if she was harmed elsewhere and this was some kind of setup, now this makes it least likely because we're talking the 60s here. I mean, how elaborate is this going to be? It's just, it is kind of bizarre that nobody saw her. And then the writing on the desk, that creepy poem matching the Zodiac's handwriting. I mean, it's weird. Let's continue here. Walter Siebert of 3667 Glorine Court, who attended the library that evening, stated that, quote, he and a few friends were in the library from 7:15 until 9, but did not see Miss Bates, whom they all knew. They said they saw 4 men dressed in work clothes sitting on a fence across the spot where Miss Bates's car was found, but they did not know them. These 4 men were interrogated by police and said, quote, they had seen Cherie Jo near her car the previous night, end quote. The 4 men who viewed the young graduate that evening on Terracina Drive at approximately 6 p.m. when Cherie Jo Bates parked up were again spotted in the same location at 7:15 p.m. by Walter Siebert and friends. It doesn't matter if the 4 men spotted her at 6 p.m. or when she returned to her vehicle at any later time, because the interrogated men did not recall or relay to police any information pertaining to Cherie Jo Bates being approached or accompanied by an unknown male, noticing her car being tampered with and disabled, any other car parked behind her, or being abducted from the vicinity of her vehicle. In fact, they didn't relay any suspicious activity whatsoever, and may likely have been in this location between 6 and 7:15 p.m., corroborated by themselves and Walter Siebert. The idea that she entered the library, her Volkswagen Beetle was then disabled, and upon her return failed to start the engine before being aided by the Good Samaritan is patently false. The four men also never mentioned to police hearing any screams or cries for help that night, despite the alleyway where Sherry Joe was found murdered being only 225 feet, 75 yards from their location. Using the above eyewitness testimony, Sherry Joe Bates likely entered the library sometime between 6 and 6:30. I mean, wouldn't it have to be closer to 6 if we're trusting the testimony of the student who was there at 5:30 waiting to get in? And so if he's getting in at 6, if that's accurate, because he was waiting, it said that he was there 5:30 waiting for it to open at 6, and it was then he saw the girl, so shortly before 6 possibly? So, using the above eyewitness testimony, Sherry Joe Bates likely entered the library sometime between 6 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. before her close friends arrived, and while the library was relatively empty of students. Okay, so it wasn't that crowded between 6 and 6:30. So if it got more crowded later, that would make slightly more sense that nobody saw her. But how did her close friends, it says here, her close friends, so if this is accurate, we're not even talking about acquaintances or general friends here. This article here on ZodiacCyphers.com is stating that there were close friends of hers present in the library, and apparently they didn't see her. Now, wow, there is so much to dissect here. I mean, there's a lot here. So, police early on, we're going to go into a couple different theories. Now the police are stating that they believe it was someone known to her, either former friend or some kind of jaded love interest of some kind, possibly not reciprocated. And if this individual who did something to her is an acquaintance with the friends, and if there was some kind of massive falling out where they did see her but they didn't want to say they saw her, and they didn't want to cast suspicion upon themselves, and they didn't want to lie and say they greeted her, if they simply ignored her because there was something going on there. Again, I'm just speculating here. How many explanations are there for those friends to state they never saw her if the library is not crowded when they said they arrived close to opening time, and it doesn't become crowded till later? How can that be explained? The other issue, of course, is the four workmen. So they're just hanging out, doing nothing, on a Sunday night by the school library, and they just happen to leave by about 7:15, right before all of this goes down. And they just happen to not see anybody tampering with the vehicle. So, yeah, I mean, if whoever wanted to harm her was in the library, and they did write on that desk, of course, there's no proof that they wrote that morbid poem at that moment on that night. The desk, supposedly the janitor said the desk was on the floor. That doesn't mean it had the writing in it at that exact moment was being written by someone there. But if somebody was in the library, if someone happened to be in the library at the time they saw her, and then they left before it closed to tamper with her car shortly before, but if it's that crowded, would they do that? Or is it more likely that these four workmen, where one or two of them could be lookouts in various areas, and one of them could tamper with the vehicle? And we'll be getting into them further. So, okay, let's continue here. Halloween morning, groundskeeper Cleophas Martin, 48, was traveling along Terracina Drive at 6:30 a.m., slightly west of the Riverside Library Annex, when he discovered the lifeless body of Sherry Joe Bates lying face down in the dirt alleyway. Her body was discovered on the west side of the alleyway between two vacant properties. Sherry Joe Bates had been brutally attacked with a knife. There were signs of a violent struggle with her murderer, the skin and hair present in the young woman's fingernails and hand that in later years would reveal a mitochondrial DNA fingerprint. Another point here, supposedly she was kicked in the head and stabbed. Is that more consistent with more than one attacker? Because if she's struggling, one attacker is kicking her in the head, the other stabbing her, does that make more sense than one individual needing to kick her in the head a bunch of times and stab her. I don't know. A Timex watch with a broken strap was discovered only 10 feet from her body, likely wrenched off during the vicious attack. The Timex watch, which bore specks of household paint, presumed to be the offender's, was found just 10 feet away from her body with the wristband broken, although it failed to provide any clues to the killer's identity. Another curiosity, would workmen in work clothes have specks of household paint on their watch? Screams were heard in the campus area from nearby residents at approximately 10:15 to 10:45 p.m. And see, here's another curiosity. The library closes at 9. The screams were heard between 10:15 and 10:45. So the nearby residents, they couldn't give an exact minute. Now, what that means, I'm assuming that one resident said it was closer to 10:15 and another resident said it was closer to 10:45. Or were they both adamant that one heard screams at 10:15, one heard at 10:45, or did they give a range? Did they both give a range between 10:15 and 10:45? So let's cut it down the middle. So approximately 10:30, there are screams. What was she doing for over an hour after leaving the library? If it's that crowded and there are that many cars there was nobody there that could help her? Now, nobody saw her leave the library. Now, this is another problem. I mean, this case is really, really mysterious in this way, where we have anomalies here that can't be explained. Even if this is not connected to the Zodiac, I mean, this is one strange case. Nobody spotted her leaving? So she could have theoretically left even earlier. And we only have one person claiming definitively to have seen her. The male librarian said he thought he might have saw her. Not quite definitive. Although maybe he did. This other student, if this other student is not covering for somebody, and I'm not saying they are not, because theoretically maybe she never even went in the library, but supposedly there's library books in her car, so it seems that she would have had to have been at the library at some point. So if we match all this up, is it possible she was actually at the library? Yes, we have one definitive ID if that individual's not lying, and we have one generic possible ID, which, again, why would the librarian would have, I don't think, I mean, unless there's some kind of vast conspiracy, that the librarian would have no reason to lie. But nobody saw her leaving. So could she have left much earlier? Could she have taken a ride with somebody and then they take her back while somebody else had tampered with the vehicle? If this was some kind of plot. Or was she just jumped by the workman? But if these screams, because I guess it's possible the screams could have been somebody else, right? I mean, 365 nights a year, regardless of what neighborhood you live in, there's probably a couple nights a year that there are screams. Now, is it beyond the realm of possibility that these screams were not Cherie Jo Bates? It's possible. I mean, how can we say it's not possible? It's possible. Or they got their times wrong, which is also possible. We have to look at all these variables here. So, back to this breakdown here on ZodiacCyphers.com. If Cherie Jo Bates had entered the library between 6 and 6:30 p.m. and left immediately after checking out her library books, then she could not have simply been led away from her vehicle on the pretext of help and murder in the alleyway. The screams were heard approximately 4 hours later. And in addition, the numerous people entering and exiting the library from 6 to 9 that evening would surely have noticed the stricken Miss Bates. Remember, Cherie Jo Bates was spotted in the area of the library shortly before and after 6 p.m. by several eyewitnesses. They're saying several, but apparently it was only 2 from the breakdown here. It was the one student and then the one male librarian. So they're putting her in the library shortly before, shortly after, within minutes. So that opens up the time span of her possibly going elsewhere. Is it possible she actually drove elsewhere? If somebody asked her for a ride there, theoretically she could have driven. But then but see, here's the wrench. The workmen. The workmen are stating they didn't see her. Is it possible the workmen are criminals? They did see her, and they just don't want to be involved in any way. They had nothing to do with what happened to her, but they did see her leave, possibly with somebody, and they don't want to be involved in any way, and they're afraid it's going to be pinned on them, so they just don't say anything at all. And they say they didn't see her. and they agree to say that amongst each other because they're involved in other illegal activities and they don't want to be looked at any closer. Although, I don't know, they should have still been looked at very closely, but it seems like it's very difficult to make these variables fit, because no matter how we look at it, it doesn't make any sense with the amount of people in the library. See, if the library was basically empty, like a horror movie, that would make a little bit more sense, because nobody saw nothing because nobody was there. But we have so many people there, especially closer to closed. I mean, it's weird. If Cherie Jo Bates had entered the library shortly after it opened and had left at 9 p.m. upon its closing, it is inconceivable she could have spent upwards of 2.5 hours inside the cramped library annex and remained invisible for the entire duration to everybody inside it, including her close friends. Even had this been possible, we are left with literally 75 to 90 minutes from her leaving the library to the sound of the screams in the alleyway, and once again, I suppose it's theoretically possible those screams were not her. We have to keep that in mind, or the timing could be off by a lot. It certainly didn't take that long to walk from the library to her Volkswagen Beetle parked just 30 yards away, receive the assistance from her attacker, and then travel back to the alleyway where she was ultimately found murdered. Neither scenario makes any sense, so there has to be an alternative sequence of events. The location of Cherie Jo Bates shortly after 6 p.m. and 10:15 to 10:45 p.m. therefore has to lie somewhere. One has to speculate. The two vacant buildings either side of where Cherie Jo Bates was found having recently been purchased by the college. Okay, so both buildings are vacant. So if somebody knows both houses are vacant, so the college is the one that purchased them. So now we really have to look. And who discovered the body? The janitor. Huh. So, and the janitor would know, presumably. A college janitor might know. Obviously not necessarily, but it's possible. Especially if he was asked to clean or take care of the buildings in any way. So, wow, so this is shaping up here to be really mysterious here. Would someone known to Cherie Jo Bates and other students, or someone familiar with the campus grounds, have been aware that these buildings were unoccupied, and at approximately 10:30 p.m. at night, the risk of detection at this location was limited? Something a stranger would be unaware of. Would a stranger or persons known to the area have begun an attack between two buildings and inflicted numerous injuries on a screaming woman, not knowing if they were occupied? I mean, these are great questions. Of course, if this is a psycho killer and they don't care, I mean, we have to keep that in mind as well. But I suppose this was a question for the Zodiac killer at Presidio Heights. The college was undergoing renovation and the Timex watch had paint splashes on it. So was it a crime of opportunity from somebody connected with the college? I'm still curious about those workmen. Where were they working? And why were they randomly hanging out there? Were they working nearby, or were they working in those buildings? A magazine publication dated January 1969 described the crime. At the murder scene, drops of dried blood leading from the body to Terracina Drive were discovered, indicating the detective that the murderer had walked to the street following the slaying. The crime has many unanswered questions, in fact, 4 hours worth. Couple more details now on the watch here. This is a photograph of the watch after being taken into evidence. It now reads 12:23. Huh, that is also curious. Because was it banged up and it stopped at 12:23, or did it never work in the first place, or it stopped working earlier? Actually, it says here the watch did not stop functioning in the aftermath of the attack. This is a widespread misconception. Timex watches were extremely common in the 1960s, and the origin of this watch has yet to be fully determined. The idea it was purchased in England cannot be substantiated, so it doesn't have a serial number. The wristband was measured at 7 inches and had broken away from the upper face of the watch, most likely during the attack on Cherie Jo Bates. Small flecks of white paint were discovered on the watch, leading some observers to believe the assailant may have been involved in the renovation of the Riverside campus just prior to the brutal murder. Now, here's another point, too, because if this is somebody, again, random crimes are quite rare. A murdered female or a harmed female usually is harmed at the hands of someone known to her, or at the very least, someone who knows her, even if she doesn't know them. So if it was somebody who was watching her that was renovating for whatever days, weeks, possibly months, and then they just took an opportunity to harm her, and if it was more than one individual, I still can't get around these 4 workmen. There needs to be, I mean, is there no more detail regarding these 4 workmen? Also, 4 workmen, if they all want to be involved in the crime, it's weird, though, because supposedly she was not sexually assaulted. There's another statement here. On the Wikipedia, it says there's a witness statement from a female RCC student that claimed a young man whose age she estimated to be either 19 or 20 years old, approximately 5'11", in height, had been lurking in the shadows across from the street from Bates's vehicles and had been staring in the direction of her car at around the standard closing time of the library. Although the witness did not know the individual lurking within the shaded area aside the street, as she passed him, the two had exchanged brief pleasantries. And that's curious, because if this is an authentic statement here, or if a female harmed her, or a female, or possibly a group of male and female friends, if they harmed her, did she make that statement up to throw suspicion away? Because apparently she's the only one who saw this man. Or if she's not lying, then again, this would have to be a prime suspect, but this is around 9 p.m., so nobody sees her leave. Nobody sees her go to the car, but this female student sees a guy staring at her vehicle from the shadows. I mean, does that seem like a legitimate statement, or does that seem like a conjured up statement? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird. We have to keep in mind it's the 60s, too. Not that people didn't lie in the 60s, but it seems like if this happened now, I would have a lot more skepticism towards this supposed witness. Not that I don't have skepticism now, of course, but it's just I have less skepticism just because it was the 60s. I don't know. Maybe that makes me a little bit naive, but it just seems like there would be less people making up stories in the 60s. Not that they weren't doing that. Continuing on here from ZodiacCiphers.com. 1 month later, November 29th, 1966, a typed confession letter would arrive claiming responsibility for the murder of Cherie Jo Bates and bragging about the crime. Exactly 6 months after the murder, April 30th, 1967, 3 letters were sent to Joseph Bates, Cherie's father. Riverside Press Enterprises and Riverside Police. They were very short in nature. 2 contained the words, "Bates had to die, there will be more." But the letter to Joseph Bates stated, "She had to die, there will be more." Furthermore, a morbid poem was discovered written in blue ballpoint pen on the underside of a plywood folding desktop at the Riverside City College, discovered by a janitor in December 66. So they actually did not know this. So that was discovered later. Curious. Questioned documents examiner Cheryl Morrill, who analyzed many of the Zodiac letters, would link the Riverside correspondence to the Zodiac killer. However, not everybody is convinced that Cherie Jo Bates' murder is connected to the attacks in the Bay Area. Okay, let's look. They have an in-depth timeline here. So, of course, this is October 30th, 1966. The Mexican-American student, 6 p.m., he stated he knew Cherie Jo Bates, noticed her in the library the night in question, saw the girl writing something with a ballpoint pen in her blue spiral school notebook. The boy told us he was outside at 5:30 waiting for the library to open at 6, and it was then he saw the girl, so roughly at 6. And then a male librarian thought he saw her in the library that Sunday evening. Also, because this Mexican-American student stated he saw her blue spiral notebook, of course this could be verified whether she had a blue spiral notebook or not. Although, that's a pretty safe guess, because I'm assuming a lot of people have blue. I mean, how many possible colors? I mean, nowadays there's a lot more and designs, but back then, I mean, there's just basic colors, so. 6:10 p.m. Detective Sergeant David Bonine stated that a close friend of Bates saw her drive past in her lime green Volkswagen Beetle approximately 6:10 p.m. heading toward the Riverside City College on Magnolia Avenue. The friend waved at her, but apparently she failed to notice and did not reciprocate the gesture. A second report from about the same time period was relayed to police from an Air Force man who lived close to Riverside City College Library. He was passed by a lime green Volkswagen Beetle driven by a blonde female up an alley parallel to Magnolia, east of the Shelley Lynn apartments. Her vehicle was being followed by a 65 or 66 bronze Oldsmobile. This must have been slightly after 6:10 p.m., indicating that Sherry Jo Bates was heading to the library to park up. Okay, so this Mexican-American student stated he saw her. If he's waiting outside the library at 5:30 p.m., the library opens at 6, would he just continue to, if he's there that early to get in the library, would he continue hanging out for so many minutes afterwards? Because by the earlier accounts here, that first half hour, it's not crowded. So there's no line to get in or anything. So, and if she didn't get there till after 6:10, possibly 6:15, this guy's just hanging out, or... Because he said it was at 6. It was then he saw the girl, when the library's opening at 6. Huh. Now, if he was only off by 5 minutes, but if he's off by over 15 minutes, we have to really... I mean, I don't know. What does that mean? Her vehicle was ultimately found on Terracina Drive, right next to Magnolia. If we assume she discharged her own 3 library books, then she must have entered the library at approximately 6:15 p.m. The above 2 eyewitnesses' times are approximated. So if the Mexican-American student saw Sherry Jo Bates in the library the night in question shortly after it opened, it was likely closer to 6:15 p.m. Shortly after 6:10 p.m., 4 young men under police interrogation stated that they had seen Sherry Jo near her car the previous night. They didn't recall any suspicious activity around the Volkswagen Beetle that evening, so the claim that she was abducted as she arrived or had returned to a disabled vehicle could not have happened during the time they were sitting the fence opposite to her vehicle. Again, unless they are involved or unless they don't want to be involved and lied in some way. They were later spotted by other eyewitnesses in the exact same location. The time the 4 young men spotted Sherry Jo Bates has been approximated at 6:13 p.m., likely when she had exited her vehicle to take the short walk to the library. It couldn't have been on her return because if somebody had tampered with her vehicle during her absence and she had failed to start the Beetle, this would have been relayed to police by the 4 young men, which they apparently did not. And again, we really don't know their motivations or any of that. So if we're taking everything they said at face value, then yes. Sherry Jo Bates entered the Riverside City College Library, took out 3 books. The Mexican-American student noticed her in the library. The male librarian thought he saw her in the library. Okay, so basically, he's saying he saw her in the library, not outside the library, but shortly after it opened. The thing that's a little curious to me, I guess he could just be bad with time. Because it was the fact that he's waiting a half an hour for it to open. How off could he be? But I don't know. Extract from the November 29th, 1966 confession letter. I first cut the middle wire from the distributor, then I waited for her in the library, and then followed her out after about 2 minutes. The battery must have been dead by then. I then offered to help. She was then very willing to talk to me. I told her that my car was down the street and that I would give her a lift home. When we were away from the library walking, I said it was about time. She asked me about time for what, and I said it was about time for her to die. The 4 young men sitting opposite Sherry Jo Bates' Beetle never saw anybody tamper with the engine. The 4 young men were still sitting on this fence at 7:15 p.m., 1 hour after seeing Sherry Jo Bates park up. Therefore, the only way that the author of the confession letter may be proved correct is if the 4 young men left that location shortly after spotting Bates leave her vehicle, only to return to the same spot sometime later. The 4 men notice the young woman leave her vehicle. They walk away from the near vicinity, at which point the assailant disables the Volkswagen, tracks Bates, offers her assistance, then murders her in the alleyway, likely before 6:30 p.m. The four young men then returned to the original location after 6:30 p.m. and before 7:15 p.m. Hence, see or hear nothing untoward. However, this is not possible because a later eyewitness present in the alleyway at 9:30 p.m. saw no signs of murder. So, was she in one of those buildings at 9:30 p.m.? Okay, other students who were acquainted with Sherry Joe said they were in the library between 6:30 and 6:40 and did not see the girl during that time. Okay, so if this is her close friends and they didn't get there on open, they got there at 6:30, is it possible they just missed her? This suggests that Sherry Joe Bates had entered the library at approximately 6:15 p.m., then had discharged her reading material and exited the vicinity of the library annex by 6:29 p.m. at the latest. Had she traveled back to her Volkswagen Beetle at this point, it is likely her friends would have spotted her by the stricken vehicle. Had she left the library slightly earlier at 6:20, finding her car unresponsive, it is likely she would have returned to the library for assistance or to make a phone call. She could not have immediately been lured away and murdered in the alleyway, as her body was apparently not lying in the alleyway up to 9:30 p.m. and corroborated by a female eyewitness. Walter Siebert stated that he and a few friends were in the library from 7:15 until 9, but did not see Miss Bates, whom they all knew. They said they saw four men dressed in work clothes sitting on a fence across from the spot where Miss Bates's car was found, but they did not know them. So not just four workmen nearby, they were actually sitting right across from Miss Bates's car. A fence across from the spot. It doesn't say the exact distance, but I'm assuming here it's relatively close. This indicated that four young men were present from 6:15 through 7:15, opposite Sherry Joe Bates's Beetle, or had left and returned by 7:15. Walter Siebert and friends recall the four men, but not Bates. Further indicated that the four men must have spotted her at approximately 6:13 p.m. when she arrived at Terracina Drive to enter the library. The vehicle had still yet to be disabled at this point. I mean, I don't want to get real crazy with how the vehicle could have been disabled, but is it theoretically possible, if this was a mechanic or somebody with experience with vehicles, is it possible they could have jiggled the cable in some kind of a manner? I mean, it says it was completely disabled, but I don't know. Is it possible it could have been messed with earlier and they knew at some point it would stop working? Or was it some kind of battery sabotage where they knew it would only last X amount and it was done prior to where she stopped at the library? Just thinking outside the box. I'm not saying that's likely in any way. I'm just trying to cover every single possible scenario here. Okay, 9 p.m., the library shuts and the remaining patrons leave the building. There is still no sign of Bates. Zodiac Unmasked by Robert Graysmith states this: Sherry Joe checked out 3 books from the local college library, though her friends were at the small, cramped library, so not only is it not big, supposedly it's very small. Between 7:15 and 8:57 p.m., none recalled seeing her there. At 9 p.m., when the archives closed, she returned to her car to discover the engine would not catch, and here she had been working part-time at the Riverside National Bank. Parked behind her car was a Tucker torpedo that was not there before. So the analysis of this Robert Graysmith comment here, some of this is clearly not true, because if nobody saw her, how could she have been seen returning to her vehicle at 9 p.m.? The mention of the Tucker torpedo is interesting, since only 51 vehicles were ever made before the company folded in 1949. The eyewitnesses may have been mistaken to the make of the vehicle, but if not, the screams heard later in the alleyway, closely followed by the sound of an old vehicle pulling away, may have a bearing. The Daily Enterprise, Riverside, 1966. Detectives investigating the murder of Sherry Bates are looking for a car almost identical to this one. Police say a 1947 to 1952 model Studebaker with light-colored oxidized paint was parked on Riverside Avenue just south of Terracina Drive about 7 p.m. on the night that the Riverside City College freshman was stabbed to death. Detectives said a recent reenactment of the murder at the college campus provided this information. They ask anyone who knows of a car similar to this one used by police to stage this photograph to contact a police department. Since the Tucker torpedo was supposedly spotted behind Sherry Jo Bates' Volkswagen Beetle when people were leaving the library, with both vehicles facing the library, it could be argued that the witness to the Tucker torpedo only saw its front end. Both the Tucker torpedo and the Studebaker have similar aeroplane front end characteristics. Could these vehicles have been mistaken as one? And again, we have to also keep in mind this was at night, so it seems like at night they're not identical, but they're also not completely different types of vehicle. In the dark, in the shadows, maybe, who knows. At approximately 9:30 p.m., a female student purportedly noticed a man standing in the fateful alleyway smoking a cigarette and exchanged brief greetings with him. She later failed to identify anybody from a photographic lineup, including Bob Barnett, the prime suspect in the Riverside Police Department investigation. He would later be excluded using mitochondrial DNA retrieved from blood-clotted hair found at the base of Sherry Jo Bates' right thumb. And also, I don't know why people are so convinced it was one perpetrator. Because if it was more than one guy, I mean, that could explain a few things. And, I mean, not just in this case, but in other cases, if it's more than one guy, and obviously serial killers and such, they usually work alone. But, again, the usual cases are solved when the evidence is there. I mean, obviously a lot are not. Obviously a lot of the unsolved cases are also done by single perpetrators. But I'm just saying there's certain cases where if there is more than one person involved and the police are convinced, but then the DNA clears them, that still doesn't really clear them, does it? They could have still been involved. That just means someone else was also involved. The female student eyewitness was certainly credible enough to police because they later retrieved a cigarette butt from the alleyway close to where the man was last seen standing. It was listed in the Riverside DNA Evidence Analysis Report. The cigarette butt had a DNA concentration of 0.003 nanograms per microliter. The question is, could the cigarette DNA be ruled out from the DNA recovered from the base of Sherry Jo Bates' thumb? Was this man waiting in the alleyway for Sherry Jo Bates to return to her vehicle? Or was he expecting her to have been in the library? But when she didn't exit the library at 9 p.m., he hung around the shadows of the alleyway with one eye on her vehicle. Another curiosity is what or who else was in the library or the vicinity where Bates may have possibly interacted with a friend or someone else, and that's why she was gone so long and not actually in the main library area where she would have been seen. Screams were heard coming from the vicinity of the alleyway sometime between 10:15 and 10:45. Zodiac by Robert Graysmith states, a neighbor heard an awful scream, okay, so not a regular scream, between 10:15 and 10:45, and then about 2 minutes of silence, and finally the sound of an old car starting up. A man returning to the area at 10:30 told us he heard 2 screams then. What the? Okay, so one guy said that's like the one scenario I didn't think of. I said they both either said 10:15, between 10:15 and 10:45. One said 10:15, one said 10:45, or both said 10:30. Apparently one said between 10:15 and 10:45, the other said 10:30. If the details are accurate, and then the killer was returning to his old 1948 Tucker torpedo parked just behind Bates's Beetle, this would have been approximately 250 feet, if Robert Graysmith is to be believed. So why the 2 minutes of silence? Was he frantically searching in the darkness for the Timex watch yanked from his wrist? That's a pretty good theory. And then he couldn't find it, and he decided it was too risky if he heard other cars, so he got out of there. Magazine dated January 69. At the murder scene, drops of dried blood leading from the body to Terracina Drive were discovered, indicated to the detective that the murderer had walked to the street following the slaying. This would certainly be the right direction to his vehicle had he parked it behind the Beetle. A female ear witness described an awful scream between 10:15 and 10:45, and then about 2 minutes of silence, and finally the sound of an old car starting up. If the author of the confession letter really was the killer of Cherie Joe Bates? Can we estimate the location of his vehicle, assuming the ear witness was hearing the actual murder take place? By combining the direction of the blood trail to one side of Terracino Drive with the 2-minute interval from the scream to vehicle starting up, we can use the details in the confession letter to pinpoint fairly accurately the location of his vehicle. The confession letter stated, "She let out a scream once, and I kicked her in the head to shut her up. I plunged the knife into her and it broke. I then finished the job out, cutting her throat." If this is when he finished the job out before leaving the scene, then he had 2 minutes to kick her in the head, plunge the knife into her, cut her throat, and walk to his waiting vehicle, assuming he isn't searching for the watch. Allotting about 45 seconds at the murder scene, he has approximately 75 cents to negotiate the 100 feet to Terracino Drive and the rest to reach his vehicle. Traveling at an average walking speed of 1.4 meters per second, the 100 feet 30.48 meter journey could take about 22 seconds, leaving 53 seconds walking time on Terracino Drive. That would mean a vehicle parked 243 feet, or 74 meters, or 81 yards from the alleyway. Bates's Volkswagen was parked 75 yards, 68 meters, east of the alleyway, just beyond the library annex. This rough estimate would place the killer's vehicle only 18 feet behind her vehicle, had he exited the alleyway east, the ideal spot to offer her assistance when her vehicle failed to start, and the near exact location of the Tucker torpedo or Studebaker described in Graysmith's book. So, rounding out this write-up here, October 31st, 1966, Halloween morning, groundskeeper, City College groundskeeper Cleophas Martin was traveling along Terracina Drive 6:30 a.m. slightly west of the Riverside City College Library Annex when he discovered the lifeless body of Bates lying face down in a gravel alleyway. Okay, so another question I have is whether Mr. Martin here, did he know the 4 workmen? That would be a good question. So, regarding the autopsy findings, they calculated her body temperature, so her time of death was approximately 7:31 p.m. Now, of course, there's a margin for error here, but according to the calculations, they're going by liver temperature, was 26 Celsius and 28 Celsius at 9:31 a.m. So at 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit per hour, there was a fall from, and factoring in the daily temperature, which was a max of 97, wow, it's hot that day, falling to 52 degrees at the lowest, so they approximated an ambient temperature, and it supposedly, so by the time it cooled 18 degrees at autopsy, which would take 12 hours. And so they're roughly at 8. So at that time, they have 2 numbers here. So from one of the liver measurements, it'd be 8:31 p.m. or slightly earlier. From the other one, the bottom liver measurement, there is a drop of 20 degrees, just over 14 hours. So the murder would be 7:31 p.m. So we have a time between 7:31 and 8:31. If this is accurate, that would put her murder before closing time. But can that be? So that can't be possible if we trust the witness that nobody was in the alley, unless she was killed in one of the buildings and moved to the alley later, after 9:30, after close, after that witness. So the screams supposedly are heard between 10:15 and 10:45. Now, obviously those screams could be her being attacked if she didn't die instantly, though. So her body would remain temperature even if she was unconscious, of course. So there's a lot of variables here, but according to this math, which of course could be wrong, they're generally giving an estimate here that she would have been killed between 6:30 and 8:30, just with the max amount of error for the autopsy temperatures. So between 6:30, so no later than 8:30. So then those screams would not have been hers. if these numbers are accurate. Another interesting thing regarding the autopsy, pathologist F. Renee Modglin stated the gastric contents suggested she had eaten a supper-type meal, probably not more than 2 to 4 hours before death. In addition, the stomach contents contained at least 100 milliliters of thick fluid with particulate food particles in which they are easily recognizable as large pieces of beef, along with vegetable particulates and or celery and onion, and what appears to be milk or cottage cheese. Sherry Jo Bates consumed this meal prior to 5 p.m. before Joseph Bates arrived home. Food takes approximately 2 to 5 hours to leave the stomach, depending on its constitution. The pathologist stated she had eaten not more than 2 to 4 hours before her death. This means that if she ate at approximately 4:30 p.m., she would have been killed sometime between 6:30 and 8:30, tying in with the findings of body temperatures above and indication of an earlier murder. This is all quite curious. This is all very, very curious, because all of these estimates would basically say that she couldn't have been killed by 8:30, even if we add another half hour, by about 9, so she still would have been killed before the library closed. Huh. So this would match the confession letter on November 29th, 1966, if Sherry Jo Bates arrived at the library at 6:15, checked out her books immediately, and was followed to her vehicle before being killed at 6:30. The author states, Miss Bates was stupid. She went to the slaughter like a lamb. She did not put up a struggle, but I did. It was a ball. I first cut the middle wire from the distributor, then I waited for her in the library and followed her out after about 2 minutes. The battery must have been about dead by then. I then offered to help. She was then very willing to talk to me. I told her that my car was down the street and that I would give her a lift home. When we were away from the library walking, I said it was about time. She asked me about time for what? I said it was about time for her to die. However, this throws up an unlikely scenario that 65 people entering and leaving the library that night between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. would fail to spot the stricken Miss Bates lying in the driveway for at least 2.5 hours. Even if the murder occurred at 7:30 or 8:30, we still have a problem, particularly in light of screams being heard at 10:30 at night by local residents. Additionally, we have the female eyewitness who allegedly spotted a man smoking in the alleyway at 9:30 p.m., and Sherry Jo Bates' body not being viewed, but a 10:30 murder leaves us back where we started. 4 long hours to explain, and seemingly contradictory to the body temp and stomach analysis described above. I mean, it's curious that the body temp and stomach contents, like, that could be off by that much. I mean, obviously we can add a couple dozen minutes here and there, but is it going to be that off? Huh. Also, the letter said she didn't put up a struggle. She clearly did. So that pokes a hole in the letter as well. Now, other police documents, so ZodiacKiller.com/Bates has this in the file, that she was killed between 9:23 p.m. and 12:23 a.m., October 31st. So this is putting her murder way later. Up to after midnight. That's really, really weird. I mean, that one witness who said that there was nobody in the alley, there was no body there, I mean, could they have been mistaken? I mean, I don't know. Huh. Also, on ZodiacKiller.com, they're stating that a military-style heel print was also found at the scene, indicating an 8 to 10 shoe size. And it's stating here that the origin of the watch was traced to a military post, possibly in England. The shoes could have been sold at nearby March Air Force Base. Also, the autopsy, from here, they're stating that Bates died very quickly, so she was not alive long after the attack. Now, I mean, that's all very curious as well, but I mean, how much could those temperatures have been off, though? That doesn't, and trying to match everything up with the witnesses, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, the final mind shock with Miss Bates here is that in November 1970, so So this is approximately 4 years after her death. She was definitively determined to be a Zodiac victim. Obviously, they walked this back. But in November 1970, this is what was announced. And of course, that is highly disputed now. But it's curious as to what made them make that definitive. So, according to ZodiacKiller.com, Zodiac was first considered a suspect in the Bates murder in October '69, when the Riverside Police Department noted similarities between the Bates case and the Napa County Zodiac killing of September 27th, 1969. By November 1970, the news media had gotten wind of the possible Zodiac-Bates connection, and both the San Francisco Chronicle and LA Times published lengthy stories. Zodiac detectives from the San Francisco Bay Area met with investigators handling the Bates case, and the conclusion was made that the Zodiac was Bates's killer. Eventually, the Zodiac sent a letter to the LA Times postmarked March 13th, 1971, accepting responsibility for the Bates crime. As in the subsequent Zodiac attacks, the Bates case saw police taunting letters written to the newspapers. A confession letter was mailed anonymously from Riverside, November 29th, 1966, to both Riverside Police Department and the Press Enterprise newspaper, and included details of the murder that had never been revealed by police. In December '66, a desk with a morbid poem scratched in the surface was discovered in the college library. The writing was eventually attributed to the Zodiac killer. It would be curious if the janitor was the one who discovered that as well, because then he'd be discovering the body, and did he know those 4 workmen? Additionally, 3 other letters sent anonymously from Riverside on April 30th, '67 to the above recipients, as well as to the victim's father, Joseph, had been attributed to the Zodiac. So the conclusion here is that the original investigation concluded the Zodiac was the murderer of Sherry Jo Bates. And let's go to Reddit for some more opinions from independent researchers here. Who believes the Zodiac killed Bates? Who doesn't? What are the arguments? Sandy posted this. On Zodiac Killer subreddit, I don't believe she's a Z victim. Bates's murder motive is sexual repression rage attack, if we are to believe the letter. The killer would be younger than Z. It's directed against women, while Z has a completely different motive and no interest in a particular victim, no matter how Graysmith wants us to think otherwise. Zodiac doesn't like getting too involved with his victims. This attack involved a lot of manipulation and involvement. The style of writing is very different. Unless he has multiple personalities, it's not a match. Wow. That's actually a curiosity, because if he does have multiple personalities, wow, that would explain a few things. Or if it's more than one guy, or if he was a criminal who had killed before, and then something happens when he wants, like, massive attention, and he just ups the ante. So some of the earlier, again, he's a human being, right? I mean, depending on how someone he's a monster. Some people wouldn't define him as human. But in terms of a person who goes through various changes in life, when he was younger, he may have had personal victims, right? If he's a psycho killer, somebody offends him or somebody wrongs him in some way, or at least in his own mind, even if it didn't happen for real, it could be personal. And then later on, now he's just after random kills later in life, so they're random kills. So, yeah, I wouldn't fall into the trap of saying that a particular killer has to 100% kill in every single way. Where that makes more sense are later, when he's in the middle of like a string of killings that all have the same MO. That makes more sense there. But killings years earlier, such as these that are possible victims of his, it's possible he was in a different state of mind years prior. Another poster here, rockin' good news. I don't think there's any compelling evidence suggesting Zodiac was responsible for Bates. The reasons people link the case are: 1, both killers wrote letters claiming credit for the crimes. The letters in the 2 cases share the use of some uncommon words and misspell the word twitch in the same way. 2, the Bates killer disabled her car. A possible Zodiac attack, Kathleen Johns, allegedly involved disabling the victim's car, albeit in a completely different manner. 3, Zodiac accepted credit for the Bates murder after the media linked the cases. And I'm going to interject here. Of course, it's possible the Zodiac is not... The person writing the letters could be a single individual who is not the Zodiac, who possibly has ties to law enforcement, which is why he has details nobody else has. Or it is the Zodiac who wrote the later letters and then he took credit for it by having information nobody else had, if he has a law enforcement connection. What are the dissimilarities in the cases? 1, the Bates attack involved a lone female. Zodiac's attacks involved mixed couples and a lone man. Although if a lone female would balance out a lone man, would it not? 2, the Zodiac attacks were conducted in the Bay Area, primarily the North Bay. Bates was killed 500 miles away in Riverside. 3, the Bates murder was a frenzied attack with a small pocket-style knife, overkill, and a coup de grace. Zodiac's attacks were, with one exception, done with a handgun. The one attack in which Zodiac used a knife, it was a long bayonet-style knife. He was careful to bind the victims before stabbing them in the back. He did not conduct a coup de grace. One of the 2 victims survived. 4, while there are some superficial similarities in the letters, the Bates letters claim a personal motive based on sexual rejection, eroticize the killing, and describe it in sensual detail. The Zodiac letters, by contrast, reveal no personal motives for the attacks, and instead give an occult reason, collection of slaves for the afterlife. Zodiac describes his attacks in detached mechanical terms. He expresses no sexual motive or any sexuality whatsoever, although, counterpoint here, a much younger Zodiac, before he did research into slaves for the afterlife, might have still killed people, and then he read a bunch of literature and decided it would be fun to work in the occult angle. So again, if somebody's a psycho killer, it's possible that they were a different type of psycho killer earlier in life before they fully developed their personality or whatever they wanted to, their seeking fame and fortune type manners. Reasons to doubt Bates was a Zodiac crime. 1, as outlined above, the dissimilarities overwhelm the supposed similarities. The crimes were different in terms of MO and victimology. While rare, there have been many other cases in which killers communicate with the media police after the act. The similar misspelling of Twitch as Twitch without the T, without the second T, is common. I don't know how common, though. 2, the Riverside Police Department believes they know who killed Bates, and their suspect could not have committed the Zodiac crimes, although their suspect also doesn't match DNA. 3, Zodiac's claim of responsibility cannot be trusted. He is known to have taken credit for other crimes he did not commit. Example, the Snoozy Furlong murders. 4, indeed, attribution of the Kathleen Johns attack to Zodiac is itself suspect, notwithstanding that Zodiac claimed credit. The only evidence linking him to that crime is Johns' claim that the perpetrator looked like the Presidio Heights sketch of Zodiac. The crime is otherwise completely dissimilar from the other Zodiac crimes in terms of MO and victimology. It occurred hours away from the Zodiac crimes. There are also good reasons to think the Johns attack didn't actually happen at all, and we'll be getting into that as well. In any case, Zodiac only claimed credit after the attack was linked to him in the media, and he did not provide any details other than those already published in news reports. Put it all together, and I lean towards Zodiac not having killed Bates. I wouldn't bet my life on it. If some new evidence were to emerge, I wouldn't be shocked to learn the cases were linked. But based on what we know, I'm not convinced. And that's relatively reasonable there. You know what else is kind of curious? So the Bates' letters were typed, but the poem handwriting on the desk in the library was, of course, written by hand. Is it possible that that was Zodiac who wrote it, but who was not responsible for the Bates murder or the typewritten letters? He just happened to be in that library, and that's one of his morbid poems from his earlier years. That'd be curious. So there's also an interesting comment here comparing the letters by Wolf4968. Linguistically, how are the letters similar? In tone, sentence structure, rhythm, vocabulary choices, where are they similar? Adult writers do not drastically change their literary patterns, especially over a short interval between the Bates letter and the Zodiac letters. Handwriting, although, again, depending on the age there, if he was already established adult, whatever, or of course if he does have that split personality. Handwriting is irrelevant since we have a typed letter. How adults speak and write in their personal correspondence in pattern and preference is fixed, and that's where similarities and differences will be most obvious and detectable. Anecdotally, I teach composition classes to high school seniors and professional adults. Once I've seen 2 of your assignment submissions, I'll have very little trouble picking you out of a crowd of future submissions unless you go to extreme length to disguise your writing patterns, which, again, who knows, a Zodiac might. Even then, there will be tells. I read the Bates letter. I get nothing, nada, that makes me think I'm reading the same writer as the Zodiac letters, except for subject matter. But then again, Raymond Chandler wrote about murder too, and I know that it wasn't him writing the Bates letter. Although, counterpoint here, going back to the theory, if there's more than one Zodiac killer, or if they're two friends, one of them does all the killing, one of them writes the letters, and that's why they know so much. In which case, this could have possibly been the friend writing this particular one, but they're still in cahoots, and if they're both the Zodiac killer, so to speak, or accessory, whatever, this could be them involved in this crime as well. I know this individual wasn't considering that possibility, but this is MINDSHOCK, so I had to throw that in there. Continuing on here from Wolf4968, the composition teacher. The letter is all about targeting. The first 122 words are all about zeroing in on particular targets. The next 233 words are all graphic descriptions of the crime and the reasons for hitting that target. The final 67 words are braggadocio and scare tactic. That portion, I'll grant, might contain some seeds of what we get later in Zodiac. Do this or else. Publish this letter. I made that call. So maybe there in the sign-off is the first appearance of the Bay Area personality that emerges in 1969. Maybe the first 355 words of the Bates letter are so personal and graphic because Bates was a known commodity to him and not some random couple on a country road, and after he got Bates out of his system, but not the lust or blood or infamy, he went another route. And that's a very fair point, very astute observation, because that's a very real possibility. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Good for the sleuth who figures this all out and discovers that Bates was a Zodiac killer. I remain intrigued, and I'm relieved we're discussing, not name-calling. Thanks for that. Okay. Here's an interesting response, though, by I Keep Forgetting. Interesting. My niece and her husband were doing a course together. My niece was a much better writer and able to consolidate thoughts. Her husband was very charming. My niece did all their written coursework. The teacher always gave her husband higher marks for the essays. This was the response to this composition teacher. Curious. So their written coursework was done together, but the husband got higher marks because the husband was charming. That's weird. Okay. A response here. I'm doubtful Zodiac committed the murder. He could be behind the Bates had to die letters, and quite likely was. Opposed by morbid imagination. I think there's some compelling reasons to think she was a Zodiac victim, but unless there's some DNA to use, I doubt we'll prove it either way. And there's DNA, but obviously there's been nothing conclusive done with it. Very curious post here by Mio Nemo. The Magic Zodiac number 3. Bates had to die letters. Barely said anything, and the only signature was an odd Z, and that the Zodiac-like text impressions hidden on the paper. The desktop poem is what was linked to Z by a handwriting expert, Sherwood M. Many say female. Makes me wonder about the man-woman team angle. Something about this attack seems very juvenile. The bit about two people seen with flashlights always interests me. What was he looking for? The broken knife. Okay, curious here. So if Zodiac was a male-female team, how does that impact everything? Because again, as I've been postulating this entire podcast, if Zodiac did not act alone, either having a friend, acquaintance, accomplice of some kind that knew the information of the killings, even if they weren't present at the killings, but maybe they were present at the killings, maybe they were a lookout or whatever, although, again, because he was spotted by these witnesses, he didn't finish some of them off. Is it more likely that his accomplice, if he had one, wasn't actually present at the killings or wasn't in the immediate vicinity? Either way, they talked after and they knew all the details, so they could send those letters. Curious. The response here, I don't think you could even take a bet on whether or not two people would be seen with flashlights looking around the spot someone's already been murdered. No way, them two had something to do with it. I always thought the boot print was from a woman. A man and woman, the only two missing from the reenactment. I thought it might have been Chester and his girlfriend and or Lauren, but Chester was black and that threw everything I had out the window, unless Terry Phelps was the brains and she had some other guy help her out. If Cherie went missing for hours, I'd say she could have went away with a strange girl over guy any day, especially in daylight. I'd bet just because of how people thought that they saw two guys with a flashlight, because why would a guy and a girl be out that late up to mischief? I dunno. So I don't actually remember going through the flashlight information, so let's do that. Let's do that now. HeatherMonroe.medium.com actually had a write-up on the unsolved murder of Cherie Jo Bates, and she mentioned this here. Wait, what? Actually, there's a lot here. I'm going to have to read this entire article here because there's information here that has not been gone over on any of the sources we went over. I mean, this is very, very troubling. So this is Heather Monroe. She wrote this February 1st, 2020. The unsolved murder of Cherie Jo Bates, brutally killed in a dark alley on her college campus in 1966, claimed by an infamous serial killer who remains unidentified. In the 1960s, the city of Riverside, California, was a peaceful community full of families who enjoyed relatively crime-free lives. Unlike Los Angeles, 60 miles west, Riverside was a safe place to raise children. Their illusions of relative safety crumbled Halloween morning 1966 when a pretty wholesome co-ed was found brutally slain on her college campus. Cherie Josephine Bates was a freshman at Riverside Community College that fall. She was born in Omaha, Nebraska, February 4th, 1948, to Joseph C. Bates and Irene Karolowitz. When Cherie Jo was very young, the family moved her and her brother Michael to Riverside, where she spent her girlhood. Cherie Jo graduated from Ramona High School summer of 1966. She was a varsity cheerleader, homecoming princess, and active in many extracurricular activities. Students and friends describe Cherie Jo as an outgoing girl who was popular but not cliquish. She had no enemies that anyone knew about and was the apple of her father's eye. Cherie Jo, the quintessential girl next door, had recently become engaged to Dennis Highland, her boyfriend of 2 years. Cherie Jo was a part-time employee at Riverside National Bank. She saved up her earnings and bought a lime green 1960 Volkswagen Beetle. Michael was in the Navy that year, and her mom lived out of the home. So Cherie Jo lived alone with her father at 4165 Via San Jose. On October 30th, 1966, Cherie Jo and her father went to a morning mass at St. Catherine of Alexandria Church. Next, they had breakfast at Sandy's restaurant around 10 a.m., and Joseph and Cherie Jo parted company. Joseph was going to the beach that day, and Cherie Jo stayed back to do some studying. That afternoon, Cherie Jo called her friend and asked if she would accompany her to the Riverside City College library. She declined twice before Cherie Jo decided to go alone. She left her home shortly after 5, wrote a note for her dad that read, "Dad, went to RCC library." Gone. Joseph wasn't too concerned by the note since he knew she was staying home to study. The library closed at 9 p.m. and Cherie Jo never returned. Joseph looked out the window for most of the night, hoping he'd see Cherie Jo trotting up the driveway. Instead, Joseph reported her missing at 5:30 a.m. on Monday, October 31st. Less than half hour later, on that Halloween morning, groundskeeper Cleophas Martin found Cherie Jo's body in a secluded campus alleyway between two vacant houses. She was face down in the dirt and covered in blood. It's actually kind of gruesome because even though it's not like a close-up shot, the newspaper at the time, the Press Enterprise, October 31st, 1966, actually ran a photograph with her body in the photograph. Quite gruesome. Investigation witnesses saw Cherie Jo enter the library around 6 p.m. A young man who knew Cherie Jo noticed her at a desk writing in a blue spiral notebook with a ballpoint pen. Contrastly, Detective David Bonine interviewed a friend of Cherie Jo's who reported seeing her driving toward the college 10 minutes later. Either way, she parked on Terracina Drive in front of the library building, and I already addressed that inconsistency. Officer Don Walters was the first law enforcement official to arrive at the scene. He quickly examined Cherie Jo's body and immediately called headquarters to report a homicide. Riverside Chief of Police Lambert Curley Kinkhead and Captain Irvin Cross led the investigation. They called Detective Sergeant Gren, who put up 6 additional detectives on the case after Cross advised, "You will drop everything else you are engaged in and work full-time on this case." Officers secured the area and attempted to conceal the grisly scene from the view of small children walking to a nearby elementary school. Not far from Sherry Joe's body, detectives found a broken Timex watch. The watch had flecks of house paint and fit a 7-inch wrist, which is on the smaller side of average as far as wrists go. So if it was a female-male team, either this was a smaller male or possibly a female. Sherry, in a fight for her life, ripped it from the killer's wrist. Detectives located a boot print in the alleyway. They learned the size 8 to 10 men's boots were military issue. So here's the thing, though. A lot of people, I want to say this here because there's a lot of cases like this where, I mean, obviously females don't normally wear men's boots, but if we're talking vagrants, homeless people, some kind of criminals of whatever sort, if that's all available, if that's whatever they have available, or if there was some kind of rush and they just pulled on boots that might not have been theirs. Again, there's no law of the universe that states that females cannot wear men's boots. And for whatever reason, a lot of so-called true crime aficionados, they always cling to gospel as if the boot size, or if these were men's boots, it must have been a man wearing them. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Along with slender wrists, Sherry Joe's assailant had somewhat small feet comparatively. Even so, the depth of the boot suggests the killer was heavyset. And again, I'm not sure how they can definitively prove that, because if it was only one boot, and that boot print was from an impression where there was a lot of force, so if it was in the middle of a struggle, and whatever the struggle was, if part of Sherry Joe's weight was on the assailant in the middle of their struggle, and the assailant was on one leg, really digging into the street to make that boot print. If there's only one boot print, how do they know if there's no other boot prints to compare to? So, yeah, again, taking that on face value is problematic because the conditions under which that boot print was made are unknown. The killer sabotaged Sherry Joe's car by ripping out the middle distributor coil. When she tried to start it, he likely offered help. The driver's side door remained open, and the window rolled halfway down. Books Sherry Joe checked out of the library sat neatly on the passenger seat. The keys were in the ignition. Greasy foreign finger and palm prints were covered the door and window. Officers put in over 133 man-hours, interrogated 75 individuals by November 1st. Still, they came up empty-handed. That's a decent response in one day. Dr. Renee Modglin conducted Sherry Joe's autopsy at 9 a.m. on the morning of the discovery. She suffered 42 stab wounds to her face, breast, back, and her throat was slashed. Another point I'm going to jump in here. Men are more likely to be serial killers, but female killers are often more vicious than male killers. So for those that have studied the differences between male and female killers can be more vicious and inflict many more wounds than a male serial killer would. And again, every case is different. Every killer is different. So that's not a hasty generalization, logical fallacy there. I'm just bringing that general information just to keep it in mind, not to assert any particular argument in this particular case because we don't know. The fatal slash severed her jugular vein. Aside from these injuries, the perpetrator also kicked her in the head. And as I've stated before, if there was more than one perpetrator, would it be more likely that there would be kicking to the head as well as stabbing? Autopsy placed Sherry Joe's time of death between 9 p.m. and midnight. 5 to 110 pounds, Sherry Joe put up a brave fight. She had skin under her fingernails and hair clenched in her right fist. From that evidence, the doctor concluded her killer was a Caucasian male. And of course, we do need to review that evidence again. I'm assuming it had to have been. I mean, this is a relatively famous case, so if the initial DNA result was to a Caucasian male, I would assume that would have been verified at least once, twice, if not 3 more times, just to make sure that was 100% definitive. And if that was all verified multiple times, then yes, it most likely, I mean, all those tests being wrong seems unlikely because this is if there's a lot of hair there, we're not talking about a very, very small sample. If it said hair, not one small hair. So if she had clumps of hair, that should be enough to really have a definitive DNA test to see if it really was a Caucasian male. And if, like I said, if that was all double checked, that means if there was only one assailant, Caucasian male, or there could have been more than one, in which case one of them would have been a Caucasian male. November 4th, 1966, Sherry Joe's funeral was held at Crestlawn Memorial Park. Her father collapsed in grief. November 20th, 1966, the Press Enterprise newspaper and the homicide unit of the Riverside Police received carbon copies of a disturbing letter. And just another quick note here, the reason that killers or whoever taunting the police usually send carbon copies instead of the original typed letter is because you can actually trace which typewritten letters came from. So, just another small fact there. The letter was a typed confession, wrought with misspellings. It included information the police had not released. It appeared to be authored by the killer. 6 months after the confession letter, additional correspondence came to Sherry Joe's father that read, "She had to die. There will be more." The Press Enterprise and the police received a similar letter seen below. The author scribbled a tiny character or symbol at the bottom. Some believe this small symbol is the letter Z. Yeah, it's not a conventional Z. There's an extra curl there, so what that means, who knows. December 19th, 1966, RCC library employees stumbled across a ghoulish poem carved into a study desk. The author was no Longfellow, but was he the killer? And we already went over that before. Suspects. After the discovery of the desktop poem, Sherry Joe's case went silent. No further clues came for 4 years. The investigating team believed they identified the killer but couldn't convict him based on the evidence in their possession. Riverside police never gave the suspect's actual name, just the alias, Bob Barnett. And what an alias that is. An anonymous source explained the reason suspicious fell on Bob Barnett to author Tom Voigt, who posted it on his website. Police believed Sherry Joe had a relationship with Bob. During the weeks before the murder, she became engaged and had to break the news to Bob. Bob was livid. Sure, and it would be curious if they matched Bob's handwriting to the desk. Shortly before her death, Sherry and Bob reportedly had a very public, heated argument during which Bob slapped Sherry. The evening of her death, Bob was playing basketball with friends. Sherry Joe called out to him, and Bob left the game saying, "That expletive is going to the library." Wait, Sherry Joe called out to him? What? So she encountered him that evening? What is that? We'll be going into ZodiacKiller.com. They actually have more information on the case against Bob Barnett. I'll go into that in a moment, but let's finish up here. After Sherry Joe's murder, before her body was discovered, witnesses recall 2 men in the vicinity of the crime searching the ground with flashlights. Since police suspected Bob, they assumed one of the men with the flashlight was him and the other was his best friend. Bob's best friend agreed to take a polygraph and failed. Bob took one, but also clammed up when the examiner put the screws to him. The examiner threw him out. Okay, wow. This is becoming more and more of an unusual case as we go along here. Because the examiner performing the polygraph threw him out of the room because he was refusing to answer questions? Huh. There was not enough evidence to make charges stick, and then, of course, his friend failed the test. But the police weren't going to give up on Bob Barnett. In the early 1990s, Bob's friend came forward and admitted that he ran into Bob at 2:30 a.m. on the day of the murder at a restaurant called The Green Turtle. Bob asked him for a ride to the library to look for some lost item. Wow, this is some smoking gun stuff now. This is getting crazy. How is this not mentioned on any of the other websites? A second friend told police that Bob was sobbing that morning and stated that he, quote, snuffed Sherry, end quote. Both of these men passed polygraph tests, but no one could test Bob because he left the country. Okay, wow. So Bob had left the country by the 90s. So this is the 90s. So this is 30 years later, approximately. 20 to 30 years later. The friend who failed the polygraph now randomly admitted this. He came forward. It says he came forward. So what does that mean? He reached out to police or whoever? Wow. And then a second friend admitted that Bob was sobbing that morning and stated that he snuffed Cherie, and then they both passed their polygraph tests. So the first friend failed his in the 60s, in 66, but now he's passing it in the early 90s, and his friend is also passing it, the second friend. Okay, December 98, investigators learned that Bob was returning for Christmas. They quickly obtained a warrant for Bob's DNA. Bob wasn't surprised and didn't resist. So did someone tip him off? Because they thought he was a suspect in the 60s. 30 years go by, and now they randomly show up for DNA, and he's not surprised in the least? I mean, I don't know. What does that mean? They compared DNA from the crime scene evidence directly to Bob's skin, hair, saliva, and blood samples. Okay, so this seems like a really good DNA test, because they compared the hair sample to the hair sample. I mean, that's good. And then the skin, the blood, whatever, they're all completed independently and matched up against each other. The results were conclusive. Bob Barnett was conclusively not the man who killed Sherry Joe. And I actually have a problem with this determination, because if there were two killers and Sherry Joe was grabbing the second one and he was the one that stabbed her, I mean, what does that mean? So again, I think there's a lot of true crime cases out there out of the unsolved where there possibly could be more than one killer, which is causing a problem because the second killer is not the DNA that they have. They only have DNA from one. Investigators suspected the killer. And how did that second friend pass the polygraph? So did Bob... Okay. Wow. I mean, the plot's going to thicken here, because how do we explain that? Is it possible that Bob knew that somebody else was going to kill her or wanted someone else to kill her? And Bob and another individual, but maybe Bob... let's say there were 3 individuals involved. Let's say Bob employed these 4 workmen or whatever to snatch her. However, I mean, who knows? It doesn't state here what Bob's financial status was. Did he have enough money or did he have known associates who were vagrants or that he thought might commit this deed? Maybe the original plan was to beat her up and not to kill her. And then she just fought back so hard, they killed her. If he was present and he was the mastermind behind the plot, that could theoretically cause him to say that he snuffed her, even if he didn't physically put the knife into her. Because if he was responsible in some way, he could have said that. That would account for the second friend passing the polygraph, would it not? And then why did the first friend fail the original polygraph but then pass the second? I mean, come on. This is wacko stuff. Okay, continuing on here from the Heather Monroe write-up. Investigators suspected the killer was local since he appeared to know which dimly lit alleyway he could use to get away with murdering her. The assailant also knew that the 2 houses on either side of the alley were vacant, unless, of course, he was like a real psycho and he didn't care if they were vacant or not. I'm not saying that's more likely, just pointing out that's a theoretical possibility that there are mentally deranged individuals out there that might kill without really caring who or what is around him. And they thought they didn't know it was vacant, but they could see that there was nobody there at that moment. And so they felt safe doing it, whatever the case may be. And Sherry Joe was a smart girl with a fiancé. She wouldn't walk into the darkness with some strange man. For those reasons, detectives surmised the killer was someone she knew. Another point here, too. The witness that said she saw the young man smoking in the shadows or whatever, lurking in the shadows, I'm assuming she must have been shown a photo of Bob Barnett so that she could say whether it was him or not, and his friend. I wonder if that was done. Library staff at RCC certainly had their suspect. Ross Sullivan worked at the Riverside City College Library at the time Sherry Joe died. He was an imposing figure, 6'3", 300 pounds. Employees noticed that Ross always wore the same clothes, fatigues, and wing walker shoes. Ross lived at the YMCA part-time and mentioned how he needed to keep writing to prevent himself from harming anyone. He bragged about being an inmate at Patton State Hospital in the nearby town of San Bernardino. Ross enjoyed taking English courses as well as cryptography classes, though he was a notoriously bad speller. None of the library employees wanted to be alone with Ross. Aside from being a creepy person, he had terrible hygiene. Wait, how does this institutionalized individual... He was an inmate at Patton State Hospital? So how does this institutional individual work at a college library? After Sherry Jo died, Ross stayed away for 6 days. When he returned, he looked like a new man. He finally changed into fresh clothing and tidied up. Ross relocated just after Joseph Bates, the press enterprise, and the police received the final taunting letters from the killer. He moved to Northern California. Well, that's a lot of coincidences, because if you want to write off one of them, like, for example, if he didn't stay away for 6 days and he simply moved after the letters, I mean, that's theoretically possible. Now we have two. Right after her murder, he disappears 6 days, comes back completely different, and then as soon as the last letters are received, he moves permanently. I mean, I don't know. What are we going to make of that? That's weird. That's definitely weird. In 1968, Ross was arrested in Santa Cruz, California for indecent exposure. It was learned that he was mentally ill and physically unwell. He passed away in 1977 due to heart failure caused by extreme obesity at the age of 36. If he's that obese, too, I mean, What's the size of his wrist, though? Unless we're going to say that watch... I suppose it's theoretically possible that the watch was there from somebody else, but then why were there people looking for it? If the ripped-off watch was there and it had nothing to do with Bates's murder, I mean, is that a possibility? This guy, he's going to have such a small wrist? I mean, I don't know. He's 6'3", and he would wear only an 8 to 10 shoe. I mean, I guess there are some people who can meet those parameters. I don't know. I'm assuming this was all considered. Was his DNA tested? It doesn't say here. Library staff shared their concerns with police, who swore Ross had an alibi. Police never shared that alibi publicly. They couldn't let go of their desire to convict Bob Barnett, especially an officer named Granville Douglas Kelly, better known as Bud. Bud Kelly was a patrolman. That's a very 60s name. Bud Kelly was a patrolman when Sherry Jo was murdered and even helped on the crime scene. In 66, Bud, who was 10 years Sherry Jo's senior, lived across the street from her high school and less than a mile from her home. After Bud advanced to a detective, he inherited her case. Bud insisted Bob Barnett murdered the girl and failed to compare Ross Sullivan's handprints to the ones on Sherry Jo's car. How is he the only one involved in the case, though? You would think there'd be multiple detectives involved. So he didn't even check. If he didn't check the fingerprints, there's no way, or the palm prints, there's no way he checked the blood. Bud had custody of the case for 15 years before he retired in 1990. During that time, he secretly took Sherry Jo's diary home. He claimed she mentioned Bob Barnett frequently. After Bud retired, he went on to start a law enforcement ministry and sat on the board for a Christian school. In 2013, 74-year-old Granville Bud Kelly was arrested and convicted of molesting two 7-year-old girls. He was 74 years old at the time of his arrest. He was convicted and sentenced to 24 years in prison. Bud didn't become a sexual predator the first time he got caught. No one knows how many girls and women Bud left in his wake. To be clear, child molesting and murder are two different crimes, but surely the man needs to be considered. That is curious, though, because if he was involved in her death, and he's the detective on the case, he can make sure it doesn't get solved. Partly due to Bud Kelly's efforts, Bob Barnett was the prime suspect as far as Riverside was concerned. Bud and the rest of Riverside Police Department clung to their suspect so tightly, they refused to entertain any other suspects. Even when presented with evidence that Sherry Joe's death might be part of an infamous string of murders. For this reason, Ross Sullivan has never been ruled out or in. I mean, come on, don't they have his DNA though? And I mean, he's been arrested before. He's an inmate at a mental hospital. They must have his DNA. Why would they not have run his DNA? Zodiac. Paul Avery was a writer for the San Francisco Chronicle while the Zodiac killer was active during the 60s. In November of 1970, he received an anonymous tip addressing similarities between those crimes and the murder of Sherry Joe Bates. Paul agreed the crimes were similar. As with Sherry Joe's killer, Zodiac wrote letters to the police in various newspapers. Zodiac killed college-aged people, usually couples, in secluded areas. The confession letter states, "She squirmed and shook as I choked her," spelled Choaked, and her lips twitched, Twiched. The author of a Zodiac letter from January 26, 1970 wrote, "Some I shall tie over anthills and watch them scream and twitch," Twich, and squirm. Both writers have the unorthodox habit of beginning their sentences with conjunctions, such as but and or. Zodiac and Sherry Joe's killer also used double postage. Both letters reference their murder as the game. I mean, that's interesting, huh? In both cases, the killer warned that there would be more victims. Paul Avery was so convinced that Sherry Joe's killer and the Zodiac killer was the same person, he hand-delivered all of the Bates letters, including the desktop poem, to handwriting expert Sherwood Morrow. Sherwood worked in the Question Documents Department of the Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation and possessed intimate knowledge of the Zodiac letters. In his expert opinion, all of the Bates letters, the desktop poem, and the Zodiac letters were unquestionably authored by the same individual. If Sherry Joe was a very early Zodiac victim, he likely made mistakes during this crime. Solve Sherry Joe's murder, solve the Zodiac crimes. March 13th, 1970, Zodiac sent a letter to the LA Times, seemingly to take responsibility for Sherry Joe's death. "I do have to give them credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity, but they are only finding the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there." The History Channel recently produced a documentary, The Hunt for the Zodiac Killer, making a solid case against Ross Sullivan as the murderer of Sherry Joe Bates and also as Zodiac. Steve Shumway, the current detective tasked with Sherry Joe's matter, related this statement to Zodiac aficionado Tom Voigt. There are two things for sure you can share with your many readers. There was a murderer who called himself the Zodiac, and there was the murderer who killed Sherry. They are two different people. It's weird, though, because this is the detective for the Sherry Joe case, and how much does he really know about Zodiac if he's specifically focused on only that case? You would need an objective third-party investigation to truly examine all this. It remains unknown if Sherry Joe's killer is also the Zodiac. Perhaps DNA testing will someday answer this question. We wait. Aftermath. Immediately after Sherry Joe's death, the school cleared the alleyway of brush and debris. They also installed lights to make the area safer for students and staff and less of a draw for perpetrators. You know what else is interesting? The 4 workmen are not mentioned in this article by Heather Monroe, and yet the stuff she mentioned is not mentioned in the other articles. It's weird. So there doesn't seem to be a definitive overview, but now I guess the MINDSHOCK podcast will have to fill that gap. Countless Zodiac enthusiasts still discuss the Sherry Joe Bates murder at length. Was she or wasn't she the first Zodiac victim is often the topic at hand. If she was, this is a very early Zodiac crime. It would be the crime he most likely would have fumbled. Of all the Zodiac murders, this would be the most solvable, especially with the DNA evidence. If Sherry Joe was a victim of Zodiac, cracking her case would solve many more. For reasons known to the family, her body was exhumed from Crestlawn Cemetery and cremated in 1982. Her ashes scattered at sea. So I'm assuming from that phrases the family has not stated why they exhumed her in 1982. Joseph Bates created a Sherry Joe Bates Memorial endowed scholarship for music students to honor his little girl's life and love of the piano. Sadly, this is not why Sherry Joe is best known. Sherry Joe's father, Joseph, mother, Irene, have both passed away without learning who killed Sherry Joe. With advancements in forensic technology such as genetic genealogy, her living family members and many friends may someday know the truth, and Sherry Joe's death will not have been in vain. And the people with flashlights, that's the initial reason I read that article. That's curious. So we have a witness who said that there was no body. We have another witness who said that there were people with flashlights there, but somehow didn't notice that there was no body. I mean, there's a lot of problems here. There's so many inconsistencies with this case. I mean, it's a baffling case. Let's go to ZodiacKiller.com for the case against Bob Barnett. This information concerning the prime suspect in the Sherry Joe Bates murder was revealed to me in confidence. September 10th, 1999, my source wished to remain anonymous. So, possibly somebody within the police department. Sherry Joe Bates was murdered the night of October 30th, 1966, multiple stab wounds. The attack occurred on campus of RCC. Bob Barnett, not his real name, was routinely considered a suspect because of his close relationship with Sherry. Initially cleared of suspicion, Barnett became a prime suspect about 1968 when the Riverside Police Department heard testimony of an informant who claimed Barnett had bragged about being responsible for the killing. This informant was in jail when he came forward with incriminating information about Barnett, but he passed a polygraph test. His story has remained consistent. So, another point here. Is it possible that Barnett did brag about something he didn't do, because that's the kind of person he is, just theoretical? So the people that overheard him, if they believed him, they would pass the polygraph. And of course, we're not going to go down the rabbit hole of polygraphs not being that reliable. But like Sherry, Barnett was a student at RCC during fall 1966. In fact, he and Sherry dated in the weeks before her death. Barnett also attended school with Sherry prior to RCC. Wow, okay, so they were both in the same high school as well. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't say specifically high school. It says attended school with. I'm assuming that means high school. Barnett was mentioned several times in Sherry's diary. The diary is still in police custody. The relationship between Barnett and Sherry soured after Sherry returned from San Francisco, where she had visited her steady boyfriend. Sherry informed Barnett that she had accepted this boyfriend's wedding proposal and that she and Barnett could no longer date. This conversation with Barnett occurred less than a week before her murder. So several days prior, she breaks up with this guy. And wow, I mean, this is a relatively damning case, I guess, against him. The problem is, of course, the DNA. Barnett and Sherry engaged in a very public argument on the RCC campus just days before her murder. During the argument, Barnett allegedly slapped Sherry. A passerby heard Barnett say, "Have you changed your mind yet?" Wow, that's messed up. That's messed up. The evening Sherry was killed, Barnett was playing basketball with his buddies. Sherry called him for reasons unknown, and Barnett immediately left the game saying, quote, "That expletive is going to the library," end quote. She called him for reasons unknown. See, it doesn't... Did she call out to him physically at the game? Or was he at a game, she called on the phone, this before cell phone, so he had to go answer physically the phone and then left the game? I mean, this isn't a clear... It's still not clear to me exactly how... It says called him, not called out to him. I mean, I don't know. But he immediately left the game. It also doesn't say where the game was. If it's an outdoor game on a public court somewhere at a park, how does she call him? She had to have physically been there. Huh. I mean, I would want more information on that. I can't really find any more information other than that. 9:30, night of the murder, a female student passed a man standing in the alley where Sherry would be attacked just minutes later. Although they didn't know each other, the female student and the unknown male said hi to each other. The stranger was standing in the shadows. It was later determined that from his vantage point, he could have easily watched Sherry's Volkswagen Bug while she was at the library. Several years later, RPD showed the female student a photo lineup which contained Barnett's picture. Although she could not identify anyone in the lineup, She initially had described clothing on the unknown male that matched what Barnett was wearing the night of the murder. Huh. That's interesting. So she said she couldn't tell his face, so they were close enough to each other that they said hi, but she couldn't make out his face, but she could make out his clothes. Now, in the 60s, obviously there was less variation in clothing. It doesn't state what it was: jeans, whatever, shirt. But obviously today it'd be I mean, the amount of different types of clothing you wear today versus 1966. I mean, yeah, in 1966, a lot of people were very similarly dressed, but this is curious. And it also doesn't state whether he was wearing something that really could be differentiated from others. Or was it plain? Was it a color? I mean, it's. It would also be curious. So, and this was years later, which is not good. I mean, this is years later. This should have been done, within days. It says several years later. There's no date here. RPD showed this student a photo lineup with Barnett's picture. And it says she could not identify anyone in the lineup, but she said that the unknown male, so they didn't tell her, obviously they couldn't tell her this is Bob Barnett, was it him? So they just included him in the lineup. And I guess they included him with what he was wearing, and she said that's what he was wearing. I mean, again, unclear. At about 1:30 a.m., on October 31st, only hours after Cherie was murdered, neighbors witnessed two men in the area of the crime scene with flashlights. It says neighbors. Is that plural? More than one neighbor? The men appeared to be searching for something. After about 15 minutes, they left. This info led police to believe Barnett had an accomplice. Barnett's best friend failed the polygraph test. Barnett later took a polygraph test on the advice of his lawyer. He cooperated at first, but when the tough questions were asked, he simply refused to answer. The polygraph examiner finally said, quote, "Get him the expletive out of here," end quote. Wow, that polygraph examiner was really pissed off at this guy. In spite of promising circumstances, the case against Bob Barnett was at an impasse. In the early 90s, Barnett's former best friend admitted that he had seen Barnett on the morning of the 31st. He had, quote, accidentally, end quote, run into Barnett. He had accidentally run into Barnett at about 2:30 a.m. at a restaurant called the Green Turtle. Barnett had asked him for a ride to RCC in order to look for something he had misplaced. So this is at 2:30 a.m. However, the witnesses said at 1:30 a.m. were the people with flashlights. Wow, this is quickly becoming a case where nothing adds up. I mean, it's so weird. It's just so weird. Like, literally none of the pieces fit. To police, Barnett's friend would not admit that he had any knowledge that a crime had occurred. He eventually took a polygraph test which indicated he was truthful, except regarding questions that might implicate himself in Cherie's murder. Another friend of Barnett's came forward and admitted that a sobbing Barnett had claimed early on the morning of the 31st that he had snuffed Cherie. This friend also passed a polygraph. Although Barnett had no military affiliation, his sister worked at Norton Air Force Base at the time of the Bates murder. That could explain the origin of the military shoe prints and Timex watch found at the scene. While the watch was determined to have been initially sold at a military installation, exactly which installation remains a mystery. Barnett's sister is not suspected of being an accomplice. The assumption is that she might have given the shoes and watch to Barnett as a gift. Barnett's family members did admit he had a watch similar to the one recovered at the crime scene, and that they never saw it again after Bates was killed. Uh-oh. Okay, now this might be the most damning piece of information yet. Why does the DNA not match? Is it possible he got into a fight with her? If all these witnesses saw him slap her before, then that's precedent. So he's not above hitting her. Is it possible they had some kind of fight at the or outside the library, and then he left, and then other people killed her? I mean, it'd have to be a really rough fight for the watch to come off. But then how would he, I mean, what's the likelihood that somebody else would have killed her after this fight? When Cherie's body was found, 2 to 3 strands of hair, okay, that's not a lot, but that's more than a tiny little piece, were recovered from a clot of blood and tissue in the palm of her hand. Wow, they have a lot. So they have the hair, the blood, and the tissue. I mean, that's really good. I mean, I talk about in a lot of cases that just the DNA evidence is not good. So to extrapolate from really an imperfect sample, you would not necessarily get an accurate result. Here, you have 3 independent pieces of DNA here. You have hair, blood, and then tissue, skin, whatever. And you can test those separately, see if they match, and then everything. You should be able to make a relatively accurate test here. At the time, technology would only show that the hair, blood, and tissue were that of a white male with sandy blonde hair. Barnett is a white male and at the time had sandy blonde hair. Tissue was also recovered from under Cherie's fingernails, but was too decomposed to gather DNA from it by the time it was attempted in the early 90s. So if they still have it, they could still test it. In December 98, information was developed that Barnett was returning to the Riverside area for Christmas. RPD managed to get a warrant and met Barnett upon his arrival at Ontario Airport. RPD took skin, saliva, hair, and other samples from Barnett, which were sent for DNA analysis to the FBI laboratory in Quantico. So this is not a cheap test at their local station. Barnett was described as having displayed a passive, what took you so long type of attitude with detectives, sending their suspicions of his guilt soaring even higher. Update: the DNA results were a conclusive non-match. So a couple things here. So the clump that she grabbed in her hand doesn't necessarily belong to the same individual where there's DNA from under her fingernails, which was too decomposed. So as DNA technology improves, perhaps it could, if there was more than one killer, perhaps that could be proved. This is just really bizarre, though. I mean, I really don't know what to make. I mean, none of the pieces add up from the witness statements, the neighbors. It's like nothing adds up. Her liver temperature in relation to time of death. I mean, the time of death, it just, nothing really adds up here. Another post from the Zodiac Killer subreddit here by Regis Phillies. The Zodiac didn't kill Bates. What many people overlook is the Bates murder. The following investigation and the confession letter were featured in the January 1969 issue of Inside Detective magazine. It is common belief among Z-sleuths that he was an avid reader of pulp crime mags and true crime stories. I think it is very likely Zodiac borrowed some stylistic elements of the Bates confession letter. Misspellings is one example. Depending on circulation dates, it's possible this magazine was on the newsstands before the Lake Herman Road attack. As others have mentioned, the Bates murder was an extremely personal overkill style attack. Bates either knew her attacker or they were stalking her for a period of time. This is, to me, part of what makes the Zodiac killing so intriguing. People who kill in violent, emotionally, or sexually charged fits of rage tend to carry that MO with them. There was no hint of personal or sexual motivation for any of the canonical Zodiac murders. They were purely for public relation, just like the letters, and confessing to heinous crimes he didn't commit. Zodiac was a serial killer LARPer, a Leopold and Loeb type who did it just because he could. Okay, that's a very interesting post here, because if there was if the January 1969 issue of Inside Detective did not feature this information, then it definitely would be more likely that Zodiac could be responsible here. But because it did, and Zodiac, it's a very real possibility Zodiac could have been a reader of this magazine. I mean, that really muddies the water. And then, of course, even if he was responsible, and he could have been responsible for the Bates murder as well, and also been a reader of Inside Detective magazine, so either way, that doesn't really prove anything one way or another, but it's curious. Another post here, the poem scrawled into the desk looks a lot like the Zodiac's handwriting. That's the only thing that makes me think Bates' killer could have been the Zodiac. If I'm not mistaken, other letters were sent to family members and law enforcement, but the handwriting in those is different. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's there's a lot of curious aspects here, and seemingly there's a lot of evidence in this case. I mean, would you really think a case where there's DNA evidence, there's witnesses, there's some kind of timeline, there's other neighbors reporting the screams, the flashlight evidence, there's a witness who walked past a guy lurking in the shadows. See, the thing that makes what would make this not solvable, if it was the ex. Is it possible he could have had one or two female friends assist him in this that didn't like her? And that's why, and they made up these things. Because there's the other witness, was it 9:30, there was nothing in the alleyway? And then 1:30, there's flashlight. I mean, and yet no body. I mean, there's a lot of things that don't make sense here. Was the body initially moved and then returned? I mean, it's just, there's so many problems here. Just so many problems. So let's address, of course, the author of the 67 letters, Bates Had to Die, There Will Be More, who has been identified via DNA and is not the Zodiac. So I mentioned that earlier. Let's go back to that. Unresolved Mysteries has a write-up here by Will Manhunter, just 2 months ago. From the update published by Riverside Police Department's Cold Case Unit, October 31st, 1966, 545 hours, Joseph Bates called Riverside Police to report his daughter, Sherry Jo Bates, missing. She left a note saying she'd be at the RCC library. October 31st, 1966, 632 hours, a civilian reported that he had found a body in the alleyway of Terracina near Fairfax on the RCC College campus. Officers responded and determined the death to be a homicide. The female was identified as 18-year-old Sherry Jo Bates. In 1967, Riverside Police Department received a handwritten letter in the mail. The letter initially led investigators to believe the murder of Sherry Jo Bates may be associated with the murderer known as the Zodiac Killer. The letter and the interpretation of the signature on the letter generated much attention to the investigation and fueled many theories and much speculation regarding the case. In addition, sensitive information was released to the media, which added to the curiosity and conjecture. April 2016. Investigators received an anonymous letter postmarked from San Bernardino, California. This letter was typed and appeared to have been generated from a computer. The author of the anonymous letter admitted to writing the handwritten letters. The author apologized for sending the letters and said it was a sick joke. The author admitted that he was not the Zodiac Killer or the killer of Sherry Jo Bates and was just looking for attention. In 2020, the Homicide Cold Case Unit and the FBI Los Angeles Investigative Genealogy Team submitted the stamp from the letter for additional DNA analysis, and subsequent interviews were conducted. The individual linked to the DNA evidence on the stamp admitted to writing the letter and sending it to Riverside Police Department. The author was a young teenager at the time and had a troubled youth. He said he wrote the letter seeking attention and was remorseful for his actions. Although, how do they know the same guy that put on the stamp was the guy that wrote the letter? Investigators confirmed the person was not involved in the murder of Sherry Jo Bates or involved in the murders associated with the Zodiac Killer. Additional information was developed regarding a separate set of letters sent to the Northern California police agencies. The author claimed to be the Zodiac Killer, but the author ultimately admitted to sending the letters to keep the investigation going. So there's, a lot of fake letters going around. So, interesting analysis here by Cypress Green. ZodiacCiphers.com says there were 3 handwritten letters. The letters were mailed with 2 4-cent Abraham Lincoln stamps, double postage, to the following addresses on April 30th, 1967. One was sent to her father, Joseph Bates, at 4195 Via San Jose, Riverside, California. Second was sent to Riverside Press Enterprise, 3512 14th Street, Riverside, California. The third sent to Riverside Police. And then typed letters, addressed but unstamped, were sent to the Riverside Homicide Detail and Riverside Press Enterprise on November 29th, 1966. So this new news that the first 3 listed above but sent later letters were written by the newly matched DNA guy, but what about the typed letters? It's a good question there. Good question. The response here, we believe Riverside PD are saying it's just the 3 handwritten letters, one to her dad, one to press, one to Riverside PD, and not including the typed confession. The statement they made isn't too well worded, but that's the best guess so far. So this guy could have, if this guy's testimony is true and it's his DNA on the stamp, then those letters he admitted to, but the typed letters could still have theoretically come from the Zodiac. So, again, for those so called debunkers who want to just sweep this under the rug because of this part of the case, it's curious. Also, more people are bringing up, did the person who wrote the handwritten letters, did he also confess to the typed letter? And it doesn't state that here. Huh. Very curious. And other people chime in, of course, that there are other letters claiming to be Zodiac that were never made public. So they were never released, so sent to the police or whoever in Northern California. If some of them are real, they could potentially hold more clues to solving this, and they have never been released, which is weird. A post here from Bluest Waters. This is not the least surprising to me since I am convinced Ross Sullivan killed her, and Ross is not the Zodiac for many reasons, but the chief reason being he couldn't drive a car. Okay, so I found one more post here, also on Unresolved Mysteries, which appears to clarify the phone call Bates gave to the ex on the basketball game, and this was posted by From X, the X Ashes 3 years ago. Sherry Jo Bates goes through most of the same details, and here, on the night of Cherie's murder, she had supposedly called Bob. Bob had been playing basketball and had left after the phone call. He had called Cherie a nasty name as he left. Huh. I'll read the rest of the post here. Bob could have tampered with her car in order to prevent her from leaving. She would not have been suspicious of Bob popping up and offering assistance. She had called him after all, and if he said she's going to the library, she had told him where she was going as well. However, the hair samples clutched in Cherie's hand and the skin cells under her fingernails did not match Bob Barnett's DNA, and I think they they might be assuming here that there's no sources, so From the Ashes here is probably just speculating, because again, with the details, the under her fingernails supposedly was not tested. It was just the hair, blood, and skin clumped in her hand did not match Bob Barnett. So here is how Ross Sullivan fits in. Ross worked at the RCC library. Shortly after the murder of Cherie, he disappeared for roughly 2 weeks, other sources say I think 6 days, before returning wearing clothing different than his normal military boots and military jacket. So let me get this straight. This 6'3", 300-pound creepy mental institution inmate who happens to be working at the library happens to wear military-style clothing. There's a military boot print next to her body, and Bob Barnett happens to have a sister who works at a military base and purchased the watch and or boots for Barnett. So we have two guys who are possibly wearing clothing and have direct links to military clothing that could have been in the area that night that both possibly had knowledge of where she was. I gotta say, this is definitely a mind shock type of case, but again, nothing really adds up here. So let me continue here. Co-workers described him as quiet and that they felt uneasy around him. He and Bob were also friends or acquaintances. Now, this is shocking. This is shocking. Okay, so Ross Sullivan, though, here's an interesting write-up on ZodiacKiller.fandom.com. I know I'm going all over the place, but this is curious. So, Sullivan, he also kind of looks like the Zodiac with his hair and eyeglasses. But Sullivan was born in 1944, Syracuse, New York, to Harold and Harriet Sullivan. He later moved to Glendale, California, graduated from Glendale High School. In 1961, he attends Riverside City College, where he worked as a library assistant. Co-workers stated that Sullivan bragged about going to Patton State Mental Hospital. Sullivan died of a heart attack September 29, 1977, at the age of 36. He was cremated and his ashes were either given to a family member or a friend. I guess nobody knows. Evidence against Sullivan. He was closely linked to the non-canonical Zodiac victim Sherry Jo Bates, 1966. He was working at the campus and made people feel uneasy around him. Did not show up for work after the Bates murder and acted rather suspiciously. It is also said that he always wore the same outfit. After the murder, he wore a completely new outfit. He doesn't just look familiar to the sketch, he looks exactly like it. Same vocabulary and writing style was used in the confession letter and the Zodiac letters. People at Riverside have stated that Ross wrote creepy poems. Huh. So was Ross the one that wrote the desk poem? Also, more information here. He wrote an essay on how to disguise handwriting. How many students were writing essays at RCC or at any colleges, specifically in 1966, about how, or in the early 60s, whatever, on how to disguise handwriting? That's an interesting topic. He moved to Santa Cruz in 1968. He died in 1977. In the decoding of 3040 CHIFFRE in December 2020, there is a strange erroneous code NOSRVS in the decoded text that could be intentionally introduced by him as some sort of obfuscated Ross-Sullivan acronym. I mean, is that reaching? Is that stretching there? But if he's friends with Bob Barnett, that actually changes the dynamic quite a bit. So back to this Unsolved Mysteries write-up. It is highly possible Ross was aware of the situation between Bob and Cherie, or maybe he had an infatuation with Cherie himself. Whatever was his reasoning, I theorized that he accompanied Bob to the library, but wouldn't he already be there if he works there? Not necessarily if he doesn't work there at that time. There has been a theory that maybe Bob thought Cherie had reconsidered going back out with him, but wouldn't explain why he was so mad at the but that wouldn't explain why he was so mad at the basketball game. Or what time did that call at the basketball game come in? Did she go to a phone after her car wouldn't start, and did she call him then? But why would she call him then if there's other people in the library? But then again, nobody saw her leaving the library or at what time. I mean, none of it really adds up. He wanted her, so that would have made him happy. Maybe she said that she was transferring colleges or saying goodbye to him, thus his angry response. Either way, one of them disabled her car while the other kept lookout. I believe they worked together because it doesn't seem that Cherie knew Ross. So it would make more sense that Bob was there again because of her previous phone call. I think what happened next was Bob angrily confronted her, and probably was the one to physically attack her with his fists and feet. It has been reported that Cherie had been hit and kicked several times. Ross most likely egged him on for sport or motivation or personal gain. Bob must have been satisfied with the beating and backed off, and that's when Ross jumped in, stabbing her to death. Whether Bob knew that this would be Ross's response or not isn't clear, but it has been determined that Cherie had fought back during her attack. The hair in her hand was similar to Bob's hair coloring, but some reports say the testing had come up inconclusive. It is more likely she scratched Ross due to his abrupt disappearance from the college. I do not believe they ever tested his DNA. As for why the Zodiac took possession of this case is odd, considering the murder happened years prior to his supposed first victims, but there is a theory that Ross Sullivan is the Zodiac due to several physical features, coding knowledge, and writing samples. If he was the one to kill Cherie, it could explain why he targeted couples or women, especially couples in what he would perceive as a love triangle. The one victim, Darlene, had a possible stalker male admirer named Richard, but that's another tangent for another day. Interesting theory there. Interesting theory. A short write-up here from Bustle.com. This news show thinks it can finally figure out who the Zodiac Killer is. This was written by Dana Getz, November 14th, 2017. Nearly 5 decades after the Zodiac Killer began his 1960s murder spree in Northern California, his identity remains unknown. But History Channel's new docuseries, The Hunt for the Zodiac Killer, examines a man the show's team believes could be a suspect, someone whose name has been circulated in online forums for years, but has rarely been covered by the mainstream press. So just who is Ross Sullivan? A quick Google search turns up dozens of blogs speculating about Sullivan's alleged involvement, but any information about him is sparse. He doesn't appear to have ever been charged in connection to the case, and if he was ever questioned by authorities, those details don't seem to be readily available. Though since the Zodiac murders are still technically an open investigation, it's unlikely that information would be made public. Although, as we went over in previous sources, it appears that he was questioned, but they didn't do DNA or anything of that nature. According to the History Channel's website, Sullivan was a student at Riverside City College during the 1966 murder of Sherry Jo Bates in Riverside, California, a killing that bore many similarities to those committed by the Zodiac. As detailed in The Hunt for the Zodiac Killer, Bates's killer stalked her, disabled her car, used a knife as a weapon, and left military boot prints at the crime scene, all details in line with the Zodiac's MO. Afterward, the press enterprise, then called the Daily Enterprise, received a typed letter titled The Confession. It described aspects of Bates' murder not yet released to the public, just as the Zodiac later taunted media with letters regarding his San Francisco victims. As noted by History series investigators, the first Zodiac message was not received until 1969, 3 years after Bates' death, so it's not possible that her killer could have been a Zodiac copycat. Analysts for the show also found linguistic matches between the Zodiac's letters and those sent by the Bates' killer. Both referred to murder as a game, misspelled Twitch as Twitch without the second T, and used the word squirm. That's as far from conclusive as you can get, though. Squirm isn't the most unpopular word in the realm of serial killers. Furthermore, the letter from Bates' murder was signed with a Z. That's a little bit more damning. If Bates was one of Zodiac's victims, it would mean his killings expanded 400 miles south and 2 years earlier than originally thought, and finding Bates' murderer could potentially hold the key to uncovering Zodiac's identity. At that point, he possibly wasn't an experienced killer, which could have made him more prone to slipping up and leaving behind crucial evidence. The Riverside Police Department has kept the name of their prime suspect in Bates' murder under wraps and did not immediately return Bustle's request for comment. But midway through the Hunt for the Zodiac Killer's premiere, the investigation turns to Sullivan. While at Riverside City College, he worked at the library where Bates was last seen, possibly, and after her death, employees reported that he disappeared for several days. A current staff member interviewed for the show described him as a quiet, unsocial man who made her feel uneasy and said that fellow employees had openly wondered if he was a suspect in Bates' case. She added that Sullivan almost always wore an army jacket and military-style boots, much like the footprints found at both Bates' murder scene and Zodiac's Lake Berryessa stabbings, and that when he returned to work, he was wearing an entirely new set of clothes. Although, to be fair, if there were certain details leaked, so to speak, he didn't want to be accused, so he could have switched up his look, even if he was innocent, just covering all the variables out. Though eyewitness accounts are notoriously unreliable, Sullivan also matched the Zodiac's rough description, somewhere around 6 feet and 200 pounds. Although other reports stated that he was close to 300 pounds, so I don't know, stocky build, and based on the photo displayed in the show, he bears an uncanny resemblance to the Zodiac's composite sketch. Also, according to the show, as an English student, Sullivan reportedly took classes on cryptology, something the Zodiac Killer made infamous use of in his coded taunts. That is more damning, though. Like assignments on disguising handwriting and cryptology. This is just... there's evidence there. There's a case that can be mounted to a certain extent here. And finally, he reported moving to Northern California in 1967, just before the officially recognized Zodiac murders began. Per the History Channel's website, Sullivan was hospitalized several times for bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. His current whereabouts appear to be unknown, although according to the series, he was born in 41, which would make him 76 if he's still living. Most of the blogs, I believe, wasn't it reported that he was already dead? Most of the blogs speculating about Sullivan claimed that he died in 77 per a Find a Grave entry for a Ross M. Sullivan who lived in Santa Cruz, California. Well, also, even Ross M. Sullivan, there's got to be more than one. Those aren't the most unique names possible, especially for that time period. Ross was quite a popular name. And Sullivan, a relatively popular last name, so I don't know. Over the years, police have investigated hundreds of subjects, and if there are substantial links between Sullivan and Zodiac, it's likely a lead they've chased. Without hard evidence, it's impossible to make any definitive connections, but the hunt for the Zodiac killer investigators clearly intend to continue their search. Okay. So, back to the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit here regarding the write-up I read prior to that Bustle article. Here are some responses here. Last Seen Hitchhiking wrote, "Thanks for the write-up. There's some good information about Bates and the case to be found here, linked to this, the story of the Zodiac Killer speaking.blogspot.com." And there is some more detailed information here than what we've already gone over, and some photos of the library. Wow. It actually, I mean, it's not the tiniest library in the world, but it's not gigantic. I mean, it looks, I mean, there's high school libraries that are much larger than this college library. Huh. Okay, unfortunately, much of the information about the case online has become enmeshed with Zodiac theories. Bates had become engaged to her boyfriend the weekend prior to the Sunday murder. I've wondered if this wasn't a botched abduction. Possibly someone who she was acquainted with who attempted to lure her down the driveway to his vehicle or offered her the use of a nearby phone. Bates may have used a payphone to call her coworker at 5:30 that evening, and 56 cents was found in her purse. Due to Bates's petite build, he might not have anticipated her putting up much of a struggle, and that she did so may in part explain the overkill against her. This may also tie into some sort of bladed knife, estimated around 3.5 inches long, more akin to a pocket knife that may have been routinely carried rather than a weapon specifically brought for the purpose of an attack. That's curious as well. We haven't seen that theory yet. That's very interesting, actually. Still, if there were two perpetrators, it almost seems that might be more likely. And again, just to reiterate, I mean, how uncanny is it? How coincidental is it that we have two possible connections to military boots through Bob Barnett's sister, who was at the base and might have bought him military-type clothing, and Sullivan as well? I mean, it's weird. Definitely weird. Gordy LaChance wrote, "Is there any evidence that Bob Bennett, or I think he's trying to say Bob Burnett, and Ross Sullivan even knew each other? Fusing two likely unrelated suspects into a super team might be interesting, but I don't think presents a very likely scenario." The response here by From the Ashes, I had seen an article that mentioned they possibly knew each other. Whether as friends or mere acquaintances is unsure. I suggested it because the case against Bob sounds convincing, but DNA seems to have cleared him. And the response here by Ox Baker, "To me, that seems like a stretch to make the evidence and crime fit. The DNA doesn't match, but I don't want to let go of him as a suspect. So there's this other suspect who was acting kind of creepy suspicious at the time. So if you team them together, ... But the thing is, if it fits, though, if it fits, I mean, if we're eliminating all possible scenarios and that's the only one left, I mean, I'm not saying the others were eliminated, but if, I mean, it'd be kind of illogical to disregard that on an appeal to incredulity logical fallacy. Whoa, we have a mind shock here. Kay Shapper responded with a comment here. Actually, Ross had likely met Cherie, as his brother married one of her best friends. Wow, just when you think, I mean, if this is true, again, I haven't seen corroboration of that, but this person's making a definitive statement here, so if that's true, well, he worked at the library, so most likely he did see her, especially looking at the images of the library here. It's not a gigantic library, like on one of these gigantic colleges. This is a small library. Some more recent takes on this from the Zodiac Killer subreddit, r/Zodiac Killer. BD Holland posted this pretty recently, the other month. I doubt that if Zodiac didn't murder Cherie Jo Bates, then what serial killer did? I doubt that the murder of Cherie Jo Bates could rein himself in if the content of the confession letter reflects true intent. So if the Zodiac didn't murder Cherie Jo Bates, then where is the serial killer and what crimes seem to link up with that pattern? I think this line of reasoning may give more weight to Cherie Jo Bates being a Zodiac crime, especially since he guessed correctly it would not be solved, and over 50 years later, appearing to be right. Some comments here. I can't presume Bates was a serial killer. It may have been a one-off or even a personal cause homicide. I wonder, I mean, again, it just seems too coincidental that she's having a fight with an ex, getting engaged, and just keeping FBI stats in mind. Most females met with foul play are met with foul play at the hands of someone known to them, usually an ex or significant other of some kind, and if not, then an acquaintance of some kind, or a friend, someone known to them. It's just hard to shake that. It's really hard to shake that. A response here by B.D. Holland. How about Lake Berryessa as a much more evolved killer who has learned his lesson to subdue and tie up before attempting an attack with a knife? Shepard and Bates have very similar looks, and the victimology lines up. The footwear print size is also consistent with the Zodiac, although I have to chime in here. Is there irrefutable evidence that that boot print was from the moment that Bates was being killed, and that footprint couldn't have been left there by any other individual at any time ever? I mean, even if it was from the same night, how does people know for sure that, I mean, especially if there were witnesses who saw people searching with flashlights for whatever reason, and then if there are workmen, if they're going in and out of those houses, I mean, who knows? I haven't seen irrefutable evidence that that footprint had to have been connected to Bates. I mean, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Also, did you notice how the Zodiac also misspelled the same words, twitch and squirm? Grumpchkin responded, I think one of the oddities here is that the Zodiac would have an inverted escalation of violence. Sherry Jo Bates was not just stabbed, but also received superficial cuts to arms and face, severely deep slashes to her throat, as well as being kicked in the head multiple times. The following murders in that case are the polar opposite in terms of brutality, using a gun, which is the most detached practical murder weapon, and featuring no manipulation of the bodies and leaving the scene as soon as possible. The description of the murders are also opposite, with the canon Zodiac murders being described in a very clinical and factual manner, rather than the self-indulgency of the Bates confession. Although I do have to chime in here again, because if Bates was one of the first victims, and it was emotional, and this guy snapped, he's crazy, schizophrenic, whatever, it's not that he necessarily changed the MO later. This is simply the evolution of a psychotic. The evolution of an insane person who did... Why wouldn't they have a crime of passion earlier in their youth or whatever? If they're crazy, they're willing to kill. Why not kill somebody they're enraged about and there is some kind of passion involved? Possibly with a second person, because if there was a second person involved, that actually solves all of that, and then later on, maybe he only works alone, and he becomes completely detached, and the other victims aren't personal. He just developed a like for killing through the original personal kills. That got him a taste for killing, and then those other kills weren't personal, he just wanted to kill. But for these original ones, they might have been. Again, we have to consider all these possibilities, especially with the case being officially unsolved at the moment. Also odd is that when he returns to the knife and has full control over the victims, he decides to do less damage rather than doing more, which is the conventional assumption for a killer evolving and having more power over someone. Although, again, depending on whether it's personal or not. I think based on these factors, I would tend to think it's probably a different killer, just because it doesn't really make sense to me if he goes from the indulgent violence of Bates to the detached violence of the Zodiac murders. I can't say it's impossible, of course, but it would require a fundamental change in killer behavior and motivation, or for him to have somehow either suppressed his desires when killing as a Zodiac, or having deliberately exaggerated with Bates in some long-term plan. Or just being unhinged. But of course, it does bring up the original question of who the hell killed Bates then. It may be possible that it was a personal and singular grudge against her, and the letter is meant to disguise this as a serial killer as a deflection, where the grudge would account for the brutality. But it's also probable that someone who engages in that kind of violence would desire to kill again. That's a good point, too. Let's say whoever killed Bates, if it is the Zodiac, and then he did come up with the scheme to disguise it as a serial killer, but then he's crazy and he wants to kill again, so he thinks, why not become the serial killer that he made up to take the blame for Bates? Why not become that serial killer? And now the Zodiac is born years later. Is that a possibility? Kay Shepard responds here, crime has all the earmarks of a personal attack, proximity to victim, weapon used, violent struggle, overkill, actually like Nicole Brown Simpson, which is why BB was the primary suspect, could be Bob Barnett was the primary suspect, could be a singular attack. And again, even if it was a personal crime, more than one person involved, perhaps that one of those individuals did go on to become the Zodiac killer. I mean, serial killers don't just magically become serial killers one day in middle age. I mean, there's a certain escalation, there's certain emotional traumas. I mean, there's just so many variables here, so to dismiss them outright seems kind of silly. B.D. Holland responded as being kicked in the head multiple times. In my opinion, that is the inside knowledge which connected the letter writer to the crime, not the tampering with the car which appeared in the papers. You make a good point on de-escalation, but I wonder if that has something to do with them not fighting back. That's a good point. The Bates crime scene was evident she put up a fight enough for him to have his Timex watch strap break and get cut because he bled as he fled. The ground around her body was churned up from the fight. You know, I think I mentioned this scenario, but this is MINDSHOCK, so I'll mention it again. Is it possible Barnett or possibly Sullivan, possibly somebody else who had some kind of relationship with her, they had a fight and she fought them off and they left? Or they pushed her really hard and she fell and she was just laying there crying and they left? And then either one of the workmen or someone else took advantage of that situation and basically killed her. And that's why the watch could possibly belong to somebody. I mean, is there some kind of magical rule in the universe that states that if someone gets into a fight with someone and is beat up and brought to the ground, possibly even knocked unconscious, that serial killers magically, or whoever, potential opportunists, criminal-minded opportunists, would magically not take advantage of that? Or would it be the other way around? That if she hadn't gotten into a fight, and if she was just closer to her vehicle, whatever, an opportunist might not take the risk. It's almost like a scavenger out in the wild. I mean, if there's a body there that's already hurt and dying, would they take advantage of that? And that's something that should be considered, not just in this case, but in many cases. A lot of so-called true crime aficionados just fail to understand that there is no magical rule in the universe that protects people who have been in the fight or are vulnerable or are drug addicts, maybe even suicidal drug addicts. A potential killer might not know they're a suicidal drug addict, and even if they do know that, would that make it even more likely that they would attack that individual? I mean, these are things that nobody's talking about there, but they're fairly common sense. Another response here by Kaiser's Mulwood. Is it possible that Zodiac held a personal grudge against Bates? That would explain different methods and a weapon. This could be his first murder, and if people are right, Zodiac was an introverted coward, meaning maybe he switched to a gun after Bates attacked him. And that's a good point, too. If a serial killer does not have a smooth first kill, would he change tactics, so to speak, to prevent possible issues in the future? Rockin' Good News posted this. The premise that this murder must have been committed by a serial offender is baseless. Women are murdered every day, and only a minuscule fraction of those murders are committed by serial offenders. The circumstances of the Bates murder are highly suggestive of it being a personal crime, even discounting the statements of the presumed killer. That's an excellent point as well. But also, there's a certain percentage of people who are serial killers, and their first crime might be a crime of passion if they're an unhinged lunatic that want to kill somebody who they feel has offended them, even if they didn't offend them. Or at least not intentionally. Electronic Effective 8 responded, this is exactly right. Women are murdered every day, and it is by someone who thinks they own them. Some of these men do subsequently kill other females in their lives. I wonder if it is worth looking at the men from that area who have a history of violence against their significant other. I mean, if Bob Barnett hit her, I mean, that's somebody with a history of violence that actually hit her in the week prior. So, I mean, of course he'd be the number one suspect, rightfully so. Unless proven otherwise, if the DNA really did prove it otherwise, I mean, it's still problematic. It's problematic no matter how you look at it. I mean, then there's also a reason this crime hasn't been solved. If it was that clear-cut in some way or another, it would have been solved. Another solid post here from B.D. Holland. The funny thing is that the confession letter clearly states that he killed Bates because she brushed him off. So it would be a bit strange to include that he is connected to her in some personal fashion if he really knew her. I like John Douglas's take on this. He thinks she is a stranger to him because he is describing other strangers he might kill and then threatens society's daughters. Douglas sees it all as one theme, stranger killings, which doesn't mean he doesn't stalk them and learn about them. I like red herrings, though, in serial killer cases. Finding those helps you because you can reverse them around to see what he's really trying to hide. Yeah, that is curious. That is curious. Although, even if he were the killer and he really did know her, he could still be having delusions of grandeur and wanting to be a Jack the Ripper. And if he's schizophrenic and has all these mental issues, I mean, you can't expect a psychotic person to not be psychotic. So these letters don't necessarily have to make sense or be consistent. Here's the thing, though. If it was Bob Barnett, why would he write the letter? He wouldn't write the letter, unless one wants to claim Bob Barnett went on to become the Zodiac Killer. Unless it was two guys, one of them became the Zodiac, and Bob Barnett was too scared of him to ever say anything, even if he suspected. I don't know. A good post here by Harbin009. There are far more one-time killers than actual serial killers. The April Tinsley killer, who has only ever been linked to her murder, also left notes warning he would strike again. With him, he seemed to get off on causing fear and panic in the community. Before the killer was caught by DNA a few years ago, many years before the FBI released their profile on that perp. This mentions the common misconception that the public often assumes that if someone kills, rapes, or kidnaps, they will continue to kill, rape, or kidnap. In reality, many offenders actually go back to committing less serious crimes. It's only the minority that go on to escalate. In the case of April's killer, after he killed her, he probably went back to peeping on kids and things like that, a de-escalation from murder. I think after the Bates murder, the killer either did no more crimes or he de-escalated. I tend to favor the idea it's more likely Zodiac only wrote the letters, a dry run and practice for his future letter-writing escapades. The Zodiac, who left nothing more than to offer proof he did commit certain crimes, was not able to provide any backing to his claims that he did the Bates murder. Other than, of course, certain details that supposedly weren't known. But I just got a new theory. This is the MINDSHOCK theory here. This is the McGuire theory. Zodiac was the guy that wrote that morbid poem on the desk. Maybe he wanted to kill Bates or somebody else, but he didn't, and he didn't know about it until after the fact. Maybe Bob Barnett or Sullivan or the true murderer, maybe he knew the true murderer. Maybe he was jealous that they killed Bates and he didn't. And he got a taste for it, and he did write those letters, even though he was not the one that actually killed Bates. And then he became the Zodiac. Is that another option? Does that cover all the bases? Does that hit all the variables there? It might. A response here from B.D. Holland regarding the April Tinsley killer. That's not a bad example, and good for you for finding it. Although, to be fair, if the April Tinsley killer did kill others and it wasn't known about, obviously they don't know about him. As others have mentioned, one-time killers who leave messages seem rare. Communicating letter-writing killers within years of each other, 66 to 69, within 450 miles of each crime scene seems more constrained. I guess we would just have to say California and let the large numbers explain it to take up a position they have not connected. I mean, that is an interesting point. I mean, communicating letter-writing killers in the same general vicinity of a state. I mean, obviously 450 miles is not super close, but it's not, across the country or anything like that. Huh. So I actually just found something else here. ZodiacKiller.com has a second Bates update. ZodiacKiller.com/BatesUpdate2.html. This was written by Tom Voigt, October 30th, 2003. The murder of Cherie Jo Bates. 37 years of questions, suspects, and DNA, but no answers yet. So he regards the DNA. So in 98, they took the DNA last year, so that would have been 2002. They learned Barnett's DNA did not match what was recovered from Cherie's hand. And I've already gone over the intricacies there. So Barnett speaks. This month, I was able to contact Barnett, who is again living overseas. It's also curious that he just decided to move overseas. I asked for his comments on the entire matter. While leery about saying anything that could potentially cause more of what he perceives to be negative attention from law enforcement, Barnett made these corrections to the information published at this website. To set the record straight, below are the truths that you need to know. I never hugged Cherie. I did not date Cherie weeks before her death. In fact, Cherie and I never dated once. I had my own steady girl in 1966, and I was very much attached. I never slapped anyone in public. I never had an argument in public. I don't know anything about Cherie having wedding plans. I never sobbed to anyone. So this is the response Tomboy got. I received this independent corroboration via email almost 2 years before Barnett's claim. It indicates Barnett was in fact involved in a steady relationship with someone else at the time Cherie was murdered. So this was November 25th, 2001. And someone wrote to Tom Voigt stating this: Tom, I did not want my name to appear on the website, so I'm sending you an email. It was my understanding that the person you refer to as Barnett was not dating Cherie at the time. He was dating Donna, a friend of Cherie's. The last time Barnett saw Cherie was that morning at a restaurant, and she was there with her father. Whoa, the plot thickens. So he was at the restaurant with her father the day of her murder, and someone is claiming at a basketball game that Cherie called him, and he was saying that expletive was at the library and left the basketball game. This is all very curious. This is all very, very curious. There is no doubt that the RPD has done an exhaustive job attempting to bring Cherie's killer to justice. The question is it focused on the wrong guy? A Barnett-Cherie dating scenario adds to an interesting circumstantial case against him. Without that scenario, however, the circumstantial case weakens. Add the fact that Barnett's DNA was a conclusive non-match, and it just may be time to look in a different direction to find answers. Here's the thing, though. Even if he had another girl who was a friend of Cherie's, does that make it more likely that he might have also been involved with Cherie? Are these other so-called reports all false? That he didn't hit her, he wasn't involved with her in any way, the basketball call. But by this other admission now, he did see her that morning at the restaurant with her dad. Obviously, Cherie's friends, Donna and other friends, would be able to clear all this up, and supposedly they told the police something. And actually, believe it or not, we are still not done with the Cherie Jo Bates case and how it might intertwine with the Zodiac case. Here is ZodiacCyphers.com. Crosshairs, the Inner Circle. This was posted August 11th, 2017, with a curious connection here on the origin of the Zodiac killer's crosshair target sign and how it might connect with the Cherie Jo Bates case. We're going to be going into conspiracy land in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, and I hope you're all sitting down for this because it's about to get even crazier. The unsolved murder of Cherie Jo Bates, October 30th, 1966, has now passed the half-century mark, and little in the way of new evidence seems forthcoming, despite a breakthrough in DNA evidence in 1999. However, the clues in this case may lie extremely close to home. I believe that 99 breakthrough was where they determined it was a Caucasian male that she had grasped blood, skin, hair in her hand. Her brother, Michael Bates, 1 year her senior, was convinced that Cherie Jo Bates was murdered by someone she knew. And of course, that is in line with FBI statistics. And the evidence appears to point that way, bearing in mind the specific targeting of her Volkswagen Beetle and the apparent knowledge of her whereabouts that evening. Michael stated to Inland Empire magazine, quote, "I've always felt that Cherie was killed by someone she knew. She would not have walked into a dark alley with a stranger," end quote. Cherie Jo Bates was afraid of the dark. Another curious comment there. Bearing those factors in mind, it could have been somebody connected to Riverside College, her inner circle, or someone who she knew loosely through her family members. Cherie Jo Bates was described as outgoing, friendly, and always prepared to help people in their time of need. Cherie Curzon recalled such an occasion, quote, "For me, the best part of our story was I was an underclass person who she wanted to help out. The people who were going to do the talent contest with me backed out, and she volunteered to be my partner. I will never forget her kindness. We had so much fun rehearsing and then performing. I loved her generosity and kindness towards me. She did it because of who she was, just a kind, wonderful person, end quote. This is an admirable quality, but was this kindness misconstrued by someone who ultimately fixated on Cherie Jo Bates? An interest that developed into a deadly obsession and possibly stoked by rejection. This would certainly be nothing new. Whether or not this crime was committed by the Zodiac Killer has literally raged for as long as the crime itself. The Zodiac Killer would effectively lay claim to the Cherie Jo Bates murder on March 13th, 1971, in a letter mailed to the Los Angeles Times. His reference to, "They don't bury me on the back pages like some of the others," appears to suggest he followed the headlines down south and a likely affiliation with the area and to the newspaper. And that's kind of curious, too, because if the Zodiac Killer did not kill Cherie Jo Bates, but he knew who did, if this is some kind of group or friends, serial killer, psychotics, whatever the case may be. The Department of Justice report described the heel prints at the Cherie Jo Bates crime scene as, quote, "those worn by Air Force personnel," and was identified as a B.F. Goodrich waffle design men's 4/8 inch washer type half heel. The B.F. Goodrich Products Division of Akron, Ohio reported that this type of heel is only sold to the federal prison industries at Leavenworth, Kansas. It was subsequently learned that federal prison industries made low-quarter military-type shoes and supplied them to all the armed services using black dress shoes. The measurement of the heel indicated that it would have been attached to an 8 to 10 size shoe. Shoes bearing the same type heel were issued and sold at the PX at March Air Force Base in Riverside. In fact, the Riverside Police Department would sum this up by stating, quote, "physical evidence found at our crime scene indicated that heel prints found by the body were made by a heel that was manufactured for military and other government agencies, including prisons," end quote. It was speculated that, bearing in mind Joseph Bates's profession, her father, and the fact that he was addressed personally by the killer, that the murderer of Cherie Jo Bates may have been a friend or work colleague in the Naval Ordnance Laboratory of Joseph Bates, who was either familiar with Cherie Jo Bates or had crossed paths with her, and that is something we haven't discussed yet. The military blueprint gives us a link along with the fact that the killer may have been on the fringes of Miss Bates's circle, in that he knew her, but they weren't necessarily friends. If the author of the confession letter was telling any semblance of truth, and the wording, "I then offered to help, she was very willing to talk to me," suggested that she only talked to him after the offer of help, likely implying someone less than a very close friend. The area of Corona, where Joseph Bates worked, was in close proximity to many naval facilities, as well as the California Rehabilitation Center prison, both situated only 15 minutes from the location of her murder. And I'm just going to reiterate again here, is there definitive evidence that that heel print was specifically from one of the perpetrators? Or the possibility that Cherie Jo Bates may have had an altercation with someone who did not kill her, but in that location. Again, we have serious timeline problems, as I went over. This crafted the idea that the inspiration for the Zodiac crosshairs was based on his first murder in Riverside County and Corona, the circled city itself. This is an aerial shot of Corona today, but was once perfectly symmetrical. Michael Bates was in the Navy at the time Cherie Jo Bates was murdered, but he did have friends in the military, or aspired to be in the military, that may have crossed paths with his sister in the preceding months of her murder. Somebody may have left the B.F. Goodrich heel print in the Riverside alleyway. Quote, "It was subsequently learned that the federal prison industry made low-quarter military-type shoes and supplied them to all the armed services using black dress shoes," end quote. Michael, by his own admission, spent limited time with his sister before he joined the Navy. He did, however, work at Sears department store while attending Riverside City College. In 1938, Sears would relocate to 7th and Main Street, Riverside, where the building can be found today. Sears is short for Sears, Roebuck and Company. Did Michael Bates have a work colleague from Sears who may have sourced his material from the department store and somehow became interconnected with the movements of Cherie Jo Bates? The Sears, Roebuck and Company has a distinct connection to the Lake Herman Road murders, December 20th, 1968. In the Department of Justice Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation conducted by David Byrd, the firearm identified as the likely murder weapon at Lake Herman Road was a J.C. Higgins 80 pistol. The Sears, Roebuck and Company specialized in sporting goods and recreational equipment between 1908 and 1962, with the Sears J.C. Higgins eventually replaced with the Ted Williams brand. The Sears, Roebuck and Company manufactured their own paper targets throughout the 30s, 40s, and 50s, the very targets a young Zodiac may have used. The above target suggested for best results with a .22 long rifle. Whether or not the Sherry Jo Bates murder on October 30th, 1966, or the Lake Herman Road murders of December 20th, 1968, were the Zodiac killers first, the crosshairs loomed large over both. Interesting. I mean, that might be a reach with Corona. I mean, then again, maybe not. I don't know. Again, we're dealing with some sick individuals here with sick minds that may draw inspiration from literally anything. So is this the thing? I mean, again, without knowing, how are we supposed to know? This is MINDSHOCK. Of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Few comments here. If we consider Sherry Jo Bates being murdered by somebody relatively close to her or somebody who knew her just by sheer numbers, her Riverside City College fellow students would be top of the list. The Bates letters used the same size paper that the Riverside Library photocopying machine took. The cropped confession letter indicated concealment of the identification of the paper. If not college paper, then something that could potentially link the source. The Riverside desktop writing, if Zodiac or the killer, may indicate further affiliation to the college or library. The personalized letters to the Chief of Police, Riverside Enterprise, and Joseph Bates is telling. The Goodrich boot impression, bearing in mind the naval bases in the area, could indicate the killer worked locally, if not the author of the letters and desktop poem. The confession letter and Bates' letters 5 months apart could equally suggest a local connection. Tie all this to the specific targeting of the beetle and the apparent knowledge of her movements on October 30th, 1966, it certainly appears like the Riverside College and Navy could both play a part. Michael Bates was a student at the Riverside College, then he joined the Navy. If Michael had a friend who followed in his footsteps or vice versa, then his friend may have become loosely acquainted with Sherry Jo Bates. Fingerprints taken from all present students at the college would not have eliminated him, as he may have left the college the previous year or so, but still had familiarity and access to it. I cannot believe for a minute the person or persons responsible for the crime is a complete stranger. It seems extremely personal to me, and I've seen enough Joe Kendas. Another post here, the profile of a connected but not too connected Riverside attacker explains both the personal nature of the crime and the criminal's confidence. I too think that is correct. I still don't understand the killer's evident confidence that the VW print wouldn't get back to him. Maybe he was wearing airplane glue. If Zodiac was responsible, or even just knowledgeable and inspired enough to emulate the approach, it sends me back down the rabbit hole of considering that Zodiac knew at least some of his victims and sent their families taunting, breathy phone calls. I think Zodiac was a man on the move, at least on weekends, and may have been more social than generally believed. With the canonical Zodiac victims, we can see that Zodiac is learning from past mistakes. The explicit connection the Riverside killer drew between the victim and himself may have seemed like a risk he didn't want to incur after deciding to go on a killing spree as Zodiac. Sandy Betts has a theory that Zodiac worked construction, and I think Howard Davis has similar thoughts regarding Riverside. I have been intrigued by this in connection to the 4 workmen in work shirts who saw Sherry Jo Bates buy her Volkswagen. From your discussion with Ray on those guys, I am guessing that nothing more has been learned about them. I have a rather silly postscript theory here. To consider linking the desktop poem, if you flip the bottom end portion of the H and creatively shimmy it up a bit, it would look kind of like the Bates symbol. other posts here. It is possible the fingerprints retrieved from the Volkswagen are not the killer's. Who else had contact with her engine in the recent days or weeks prior to her murder who may have deposited those fingerprints? The hair sample at the base of Cherie's right thumb or any fingernail scrapings are a different matter, mind. The Farron phone calls are one of the more mysterious elements of the case. If it was the Zodiac, then it would appear he has intimate knowledge of the family. The police seemingly didn't follow through on this avenue of investigation nearly enough because the proximity of those 3 phone calls just 50 minutes after the 12:40 a.m. call to Nancy Slover seems less than coincidence. If the Zodiac killer shot Darlene Farron, then made these 3 phone calls just 90 minutes later, this would obviously indicate he knew the identity of Darlene Farron prior to the murder, or where her family lived. When Zodiac made the first Blue Rock Springs phone call and the Napa call, he wasn't shy in owning up to both crimes. Here, however, in the 3 calls, he was noticeably shy in speaking. Did he fear that Dean Farron, his parents and brother, would recognize his voice, so he only breathed down the phone? The alternative is that these 3 calls are just pure coincidence. But could Darlene have been targeted specifically? If she was chosen, it certainly doesn't mean all the other victims were. The Zodiac wouldn't be the first serial killer to murder someone that he knows, as well as strangers. And that's a good point, too, because a lot of people, particularly so-called true crime aficionados, they want to dogmatically stick to these black and white logical fallacies. It certainly is an avenue that is worthy of investigation. That would be 4 phone calls within 90 minutes of the crime. Does this suggest someone who lives locally? And where were the 3 calls made from? I mean, we're getting into some other phone calls here that may or may not have been from the Zodiac after these other cases, other murders. I'm going to continue on here since we seem to be touching upon some very, very interesting things that are not really discussed too frequently when regarding the Zodiac. And this is MINDSHOCK, so we have to go down every single rabbit hole. This is a forum post by Wells Chappie. I am starting this thread because this issue is one that seems to get overlooked more often than not. I realize that this may be due in part to the source of this claim being the Yellow Book, but as far as I've been able to determine, there is a police report that states these calls were made. So based on this, let's look at the events of that night and what the calls could mean and reasonable assumption one can make regarding them. We all know that Darlene Farron and Mike McGow were shot at Blue Rock Springs July 4th, 1969. Darlene succumbed to her injuries and Mike, despite being shot several times, survived. On the night itself, we know that in the early hours of July 5th, approximately 12:40 a.m., the Zodiac phoned police to alert them to his handiwork. The call was traced and was found to have been made from a payphone roughly 500 yards from Darlene's home. But around 90 minutes after the shooting, Darlene's husband received an anonymous phone call from someone who did not say anything, but was simply breathing down the phone. Dean's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Farron, also reported that they had received the same type of call that night. These calls were made an hour and a half after the incident, which means that no press had yet reported the story, so whoever made the calls was not doing so as a prank in reaction to reading about Darlene's death. For some unknown reasons, police do not consider these calls to be suspicious. Dean Farron stated that police had expressed no interest in the source of these calls. Several years later, Leo, Darlene's younger brother, said he made these calls because he was looking to buy weed and thought his sister could help. What? This doesn't make sense in my opinion. Why would he phone looking for Darlene to help him score some weed and not say anything and breathe into the phone? Surely he would have just said, "Hi, Dean, could I speak to my sister, please?" And if he made the calls, why want to Dean's parents to once again say nothing and breathe down the phone? If the calls were placed by Darlene's killer, this would seem to imply that he knew Darlene, or more specifically, Dean and Dean's family. The theory that Darlene was somehow involved in drugs has also been already on this site, so I'll be brief and keep this to a paragraph. If Darlene knew her killer, then it's fairly safe to assume that he did not happen upon her at BRS Park, but rather she had arranged to meet him there to purchase weed. Mike made reference to Darlene flashing the headlights at one point, and if this is true, who was she signaling and why? This may also help to explain McGow changing his story and claiming the shooter followed them from his house all the way to BRS. Miguel may have been concerned that if the killer's identity was found out and it was realized that the shooter knew Darlene, then everyone would ask, how did the murderer know that Mike and Darlene were at BRS Park that night? So he may have invented the chase scenario as a cover to hide this. The fact that he knew full well that he and Darlene had arranged to meet the murderer there to purchase drugs. Let's not forget, David Faraday and Betty Lou were shot and killed on December 20th, 1968 at an isolated spot on Lake Herman Road. Were they also waiting to meet someone? On that very same night, a drug bust was being carried out on a residence on Lake Herman Road. Did someone suspect Faraday and Jensen had set them up and retaliate? If these phone calls were made by the killer that night, then this is the single biggest and most overlooked clue to who may have shot and killed Darlene. And these are some excellent points, some mind-shocking revelations on what may or may not have occurred. I mean, this theory, I don't know how much it has been pursued, but if there are connections across the board here to some kind of drug dealers, that would be curious. Some more posts here. BRS police report. This was just a very short piece. This was just a very short space of time, a few minutes. Shortly after this, and about 5 minutes before the shooting occurred, Michael states a vehicle pulled into the lot coming from the direction of Springs Road in Vallejo. The driver turned the lights off on the car and pulled around to the left or east of their car, approximately 6 or 8 feet away, and sat there for a minute. Michael states he asked Dee if she knew who it was, and she stated, "Oh, never mind." Huh. This is from ZodiacKillerFacts.com. The phone calls to Darlene's home, the home of her parents, and the home of her in-laws on the night of her murder do not prove that Darlene knew her killer or implicate Alan. Darlene's brother Leo stated that he made these calls and police had never believed that these calls were at all suspicious or made by the killer. Dean Farron did not believe that these calls were suspicious or made by the killer. The stories about the calls were inflated by Darlene's sisters and Robert Graysmith himself. No credible evidence existed to connect Darlene and her killer, and no credible evidence existed to connect Darlene to Arthur Lee Allen. And this is curious. Is this some kind of damage control? Because why? I mean, again, the truth is not afraid of investigation. So why not investigate the calls and coincidentally calls being made to the families? I mean, this is the Zodiac or other killers involved in all of these overlapping cases. They taunt the families and things of that nature. Why wouldn't they call the victims? It's just kind of weird to dismiss it without investigation. Very, very strange. More posts here. I think the BRS phone calls could very well be from the killer, but only if his connection to Darlene was so personal that his voice was recognizable to her family, and also, like with Bates, he wanted to torture the family as well. He didn't call them a dead duck or anything, so if it is the killer, then he is both creepy and evasive. I have alluded in other posts to suspect with a contradictory alibi in the narcotics world who had lived in Vallejo, knew Darlene intimately, and had a strong reason to hate Dean. This guy has just about all of the background elements associated with the Zodiac profile. Military, anti-authority, hunting, occult, newspaper business, fraud, prison, insanity. And common friends have fed speculation that he kept in touch with Darlene after Vallejo. Police cleared the guy, but like everyone else obsessed with a suspect, that doesn't convince us. My brother and I aren't crazy enough to believe that we have solved the Zodiac's case, but there have been more than a few whiskey-fueled nights where it seemed we had. At the end of the day, we recognize that there are simply too many unknowns to be confident. Your site specifically has informed us of a million variables, and this is ZodiacCiphers.com. So phone calls and personal bias disclaimer aside, I think an overlooked possibility is that Darlene was stalked by a non-local Zodiac who did not know her, but merely noticed her in her slack dress on a float at the 4th of July parade she and her sister participated in. It is not necessary that Farron or Jensen were involved in nefarious activities in order for them to attract the attention of a cruising predator. Though the evidence is not conclusive, you don't discount the idea that David and Betty Lou went to the dance or a diner earlier that night, do you? As witnesses and family members carry on with life and become disturbed, crazy, incarcerated, or all three, we are left with very little in the way of solid information to build on. Backtracking to Riverside, I think the background of Sherry Joe's brother is a fine place to dig if there are any avenues available. The VW print for me prompts two questions. Was a print discovered on the door or the rear hood where the culprit disabled the vehicle? I can believe Sherry Joe might leave the keys if someone suddenly popped the hood while she was inside the car. If such a specificity as car door print was published before the 67 Bates letters, or 71 Activities letter, the idea of a cocky killer knowing he wore gloves or only touched the hood may have the confidence to come forward in such a risky manner. Again, the idea of a premeditated crime leads us back to the assumption that the killer simply wore gloves. The most frustrating aspect of the Zodiac case is that we don't know at all for sure that he was responsible for anything beyond the canon, but if just one of the outlier crimes like Riverside or Hood and Garcia could be connected, it would be impossible to ignore the rest. He clearly would be the prolific murderer researchers fantasize about rather than just the attention seeker we assume he was. Another post here. I knew about the greasy prints on the hood of the Volkswagen, but the prints on the door detailed in the Chicago Tribune, I presume could have come from anybody, if indeed we can wholly rely on newspaper accounts. The phone call after BRS could be taken as an attack on Dean personally, but it seems a virtually silent call was not much of anything, according to Dean, who himself didn't actually believe they were suspicious or the killer. I mean, what would make him think that one way or the other, though? It's kind of weird. I tend to agree with Michael Butterfield on this one in that many of the subsequent accounts by family members were blown out of proportion. We have seen this throughout the last 50 years from several eyewitnesses and police officers. If these calls happened as they did, then it's food for thought, but can we totally rely on these accounts with family members so personally involved, likely coming from the standpoint Darlene Ferrin was stalked and therefore specifically targeted? Family members are intrinsically biased, and we don't know the exact nature or accuracy of the timing of these calls. You and I have seen countless murder documentaries where the evidence is overwhelmingly pointing towards guilt. It's literally 99.9%. But the family members of the guilty have a completely different narrative and equally overwhelmingly believe their family member is innocent, dismissing evidence, DNA, and just about everything else. That is why you effectively dismiss anything they have got to say. It's understandable they don't want to believe it, but it's irrelevant to the case because the family members in this case are the ones reporting the phone calls. I tend to be cautious in taking everything they say at face value. Michael Butterfield stated that nobody mentioned the stalking of Darlene at the time of the murder. This came as an afterthought helped on its way by Robert Graysmith. So probably unfairly, I have never previously delved too deeply into these phone calls for that reason, but I fully understand that people may disagree with this cautious or negative approach. Alright, so yeah, there's obviously a lot that's unknown here. Okay, we have to go really into MINDSHOCK land now for some details that I don't know if most people are aware of in relation to the Sherry Joe Bates case. And yeah, let's continue going down this rabbit hole that just keeps going deeper and deeper. Also from ZodiacCiphers.com, this was posted June 6th, 2014, the eve of All Hallows. The murder of Sherry Joe Bates on October 30th, 1966 has split the Zodiac community down the center when it comes to placing the crime alongside the 5 confirmed murders of the Zodiac killer, widely believed to have started with the Lake Herman Road double murder of David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen just over 2 years later on December 20th, 1968. Sherry Joe Bates was believed to have been lured to her death after the killer or killers had sabotaged her car outside the Riverside City College library, suggesting she was specifically targeted. But it was the sheer ferocity of the attack with a short-bladed instrument that has led some away from the idea that this was the work of the Zodiac killer. The very nature of this despicable murder has been labeled as a crime of passion, a phrase that has always left an uncomfortable taste in the mouth, bearing in mind the brutality and callousness of the attack, with passion having no place anywhere near this crime. One of the more recent detectives charged with the Sherry Joe Bates case was Steve Shumway of the Riverside Police Department. He does not believe in a link to the Zodiac murders, as many from the Riverside Task Force before him, despite the confession letter, Bates letters, and Riverside desktop poem. And again, wouldn't he have to be more of an expert in the Zodiac case to really make that determination? This crime had the hallmarks of a personal nature in what appeared to have been led at least 200 in that she appeared to have been led at least 200 yards into a driveway between two vacant properties belonging to the school. The suggestion being that she knew or trusted the person enough that no harm would come to her. However, due to the complete absence of any eyewitness on that fateful night, only conjecture remains. We are now approaching the 48th anniversary of the Sherry Jo Bates murder, and the family and friends of Sherry Jo Bates deserve an answer. Several likely suspects have been ruled out down the years, but there is still hope that a resolution can be found with viable DNA, albeit mitochondrial, having been retrieved from the scene of the crime in this case. Recently, I was contacted by someone called Ace, who was reaching out for help with a discovery he had made in August or September of 2006. A Riverside City College tablet from 1966 to 1967 with the name of Sherry Bates at the top and a fingernail and hair embedded in the cover. He stated that he has tried to contact the RCC Alum Association to verify if his discovery has any significance, thereby helping to move the case forward in any way. Despite his efforts, he has so far failed to initiate a response from the relevant authorities. These are a representation of Ace's words. Unaware of the Zodiac case at the time, and not a resident of California, he, in 2006, found an old clear satchel with white piping, inside of which was contained a green-blue math schoolbook with an interior square window of chartreuse orange-red with a maths problem at the center. The satchel also held a light pearl blue colored coin purse with a gold frame holding a few nickel and dimes, as well as tissues that had basically turned to lint, along with a faded ID card. The satchel also held a heavy gold-plated 3-rope necklace with a unique clasp and a gold hair barrette, as well as a terry cloth navy aqua-colored headband with a dried blood stain. The first 15 pages of the tablet contained homework, mostly graded. Each page had a large paragraph with a diagram beneath the problem question. The owner of the tablet had also apparently scribed the lines for the printing themselves. He is reluctant to divulge the exact location of his find, as he believes the satchel may have been placed there only hours or even minutes before he discovered it, and the person may still have been in the vicinity. He viewed its contents for 5 to 7 minutes before he put them back as he found them and departed the scene. The site location is somewhere along the Blue River Parkway in South Kansas City. Blue River Parkway is located approximately 1,600 miles from Riverside County. He has supplied me with a crude sketch of the tablet and is now recruiting the assistance of an artist to create a better representation or likeness. He is continuing to seek help and guidance from the RCC Alum Association for their expertise in verifying or negating the validity of the drawing and, by extension, the additional contents of the satchel. The Sherry Jo Bates case seems the most likely of all the unsolved cases linked to the Zodiac killer to possibly reach a conclusion, as the killer may have been known to the victim. Let us hope the answer is not far away. Also contained within the satchel were the following items, claimed to be from the taxicab of Paul Stein. In the image below, Ace has created a representation of the said items and outlined some small changes. I found it easier and a better likeness to do it this way. If you swap a smaller rectangular 912 tag for the one I used, and the yellow cab company print was not ink but a yellow and burn orange paint, as it was raised off the cardstock in the bell shape as shown, the copper key was a brass one. The black one was a silver tarnish, in my opinion, and the aluminum key. I remember the Minnesota street The serial number is just representative of how it was. Stein's wallet was there too, with CDL picture license. Wow. Okay, so the allegations here are that there is an individual who believes that he found some kind of a bag with both Sherry Joe Bates's items as well as Paul Stein's items. Now, what does this mean? Would that prove a link between the two cases or not necessarily? If the Zodiac killer is actually a group of individuals, perhaps they are not responsible, or they're responsible for different crimes, and if they're working together, they might mix evidence to make it look like there's one killer and responsible for all of these. I mean, this is truly mind-shocking. So here's some comments. This is Ace himself supposedly commenting here. I am the one that found the tablet. I am sure this was her schoolbook taken at the time of her killing. The brown stain was blood with hair embedded. The moderator stated kind of that I was unsure. I remember the accompanying math book as Intro to Calculus, Trig, Advanced Geometry, and 100% sure it was placed at the spot by the Zodiac killer. So that's kind of weird. So this witness, Ace, not only is he sure this is her belongings, but something makes him sure it was specifically placed there by the Zodiac killer and not by someone else who might have had the Zodiac killer's mementos or whatnot. Weird. A response here. Ace, I feel your frustration. I am in possession of a postcard sent by Lawrence Kane to a personal friend of his here in State Line, Nevada, South Lake Tahoe, California. No one seems to be interested in the DNA. No one with the wherewithal to do anything with it. Kane sent it from Australia and used the name Kane with a C. I believe K to be one of the Z's. Huh. I'm assuming this person believes there's more than one Zodiac killer then. Alright, so someone mentioned that Bruce Davis and his company has Southern ties, but Bruce was in jail and still is. A response here. Bruce Davis was not in jail October 30th, 1966, as far as I can see. I made that mistake with the last comment. Bruce Davis and Robert E. Hunter Jr. both left Riverside the day after the murder of Sherry Joe. Robert E. Hunter Jr.'s niece was a friend of Sherry Joe and was supposed to go to the library with her the night she was murdered. The reported reason for her not going with Sherry Joe to the library was that her uncle Robert E. Hunter Jr. was in town. And coincidentally, her uncle and Bruce Davis just happened to leave town the next day. Huh. So let's explore Bruce Davis now. And for those that don't know who Bruce Davis is, we will be getting into that. So this is Larry Allen Rosa, Medium.com. The Unsolved Murder of Sherry Joe Bates. I can tell you who killed Sherry Joe Bates right now. Bruce Davis of the Manson family. He lived less than 1 mile from the library where Sherry was killed. He also worked right across the street from the library doing building construction. This was before he had met Manson in 1967. If you would like to know exactly who the Zodiac Killer truly is, ColdCaseCameron.com, absolutely no doubt about it, the first Zodiac was in fact Bruce Davis. Davis was connected to Edwards through Manson, and we're not going to go down the Edward Wayne Edwards rabbit hole, the serial killer who famously framed people for his kills, and I mean, that is always, that definitely needs a podcast of its own. Some people even think he's responsible for JonBenet Ramsey, Teresa Hallback. I mean, just a lot of crazy, crazy stuff. But continuing the comment here, somehow the largest serial killer in history, Edward Wayne Edwards, picked up the Zodiac moniker and used it to become more than a super killer. Edwards was already a super famous killer before he decided to become the Zodiac Killer. He stole it from Bruce Davis. And Bruce Davis was the right-hand man of Charles Manson. And Manson had spent 2 years in an Ohio prison with Edward Wayne Edwards. Somehow Manson had told Edwards that his pal, Bruce Davis, was getting too big for his britches. And Edwards took the Zodiac name for himself. Last thing, when the Zodiac Killer had sent the first letter of announcing he had killed Sherry Jo Bates, Edward Wayne Edwards was in prison until sometime in 1967. So there is no way that the serial killer Edwards could have done the crime or sent the letter. There is other evidence that most certainly points to Bruce Davis as the killer of Sherry Jo. One is that he used a small blade knife, a Bruce David trait. He always used a small knife. A wooden handle, cheap hardware store fishing knife. Bruce Davis is also wanted for at least 12 more murders. In all of those murders, a small blade fishing knife was used. It was Bruce Davis that killed Sherry Jo Bates. Not only did he live less than a mile from the library, he was working right across the street from the area where Sherry was found dead. Way too big of a coincidence. All of his whereabouts and timescape in Riverside are documented on the net. And it is curious. I mean, it's a very, very curious laundry list of coincidences regarding Bruce Davis here. On LSB3.com, the Tate LaBianca Homicide Research blog has a post here from October 2nd, 2014, a letter from Bill Nelson to Bruce Davis. Dear Mr. Bruce M. Davis, today I am busy packing up all of my library of the Manson murders, the case, parole hearings, interviews and research, contacts, etc., and shipping off 2 boxes to an anonymous purchaser of my vast resources collected over the past 11 years. I have taken down my website, I have changed addresses and telephone numbers. In fact, I did not even give a forwarding number for my personal telephone. I am treating this like the people of God were told to do in the Old Testament, not leaving so much as a particle, leaven, or keepsake of the case. I am not even keeping one copy of my book, Manson Behind the Scenes, nor the autographed books from other authors, including Mr. Vincent Bugliosi and Greg King. I was the one who introduced television cameras into your parole hearing. You know that for a fact. I was the one who said on television prior to a parole hearing that you should be the primary suspect in the unsolved Zodiac murders. I have read the 1973 interview by Lieutenant Earl Deemer, retired now deceased, regarding your knowledge of Doreen Gall and her murder with James Sharp. You retorted at the time, I am not very impressed with your offer of immunity since I am serving a life sentence for 2 murders. Now that you believe you are near a parole date, I wonder if the authorities had enough insight and ability to haul you in for another interview if you might sing a different song. You did know Doreen Gall. You knew her intimately. She was in Scientology, had achieved the clear status the night of her murder. November 21st, 1969 should be a date that lives in the recesses of your mind as you close your eyes at night. There was a letter from the Zodiac found in her belongings after her murder. My personal opinion, not that you asked for it, is that you and Tex did the dirty deed together, then left for Vegas, where 4 days later you were both bragging that you were going to raise some money to get Manson out of jail, or start killing some people. Are those the only 2 options for these guys? You did not count on a snitch calling the LAPD about that, did you? That is how we know about it. You lived in the same Scientology house as she did. She had been threatened prior to her murder, hit in the head, September, like it was some kind of warning. Her father told me that she was asking to come home, and he replied that he would send a round-trip ticket. Doreen Gall said to her father, no, Dad, I want to come home for good. This Scientology is a bunch of crap. Witnesses heard her screaming in the alley, oh no, Jimmy, Jimmy, just like the case with the murder of Shorty in the back of the Spawn Ranch, and not in the middle of the day driving down the Santa Susana Pass. Barbara Hoyt was not supposed to hear his screams, but she did. You have been to Riverside, California, but you have refused to admit it. I only learned about it when I met your church-going buddy from Morro Bay, the talented black former Kansas City Chiefs pro football player. Bruce told me he had been to Riverside. Riverside is the scene of an unsolved murder of Sherry Jo Bates, October 30th, 66, a young, attractive future flight attendant like Beth. Zodiac left a note after that murder, too. The language matches that of Doreen Gall. But you knew that. Riverside PD has tried in vain to match DNA with their favorite local boy, but are now silent that there is obviously no match with Bill Bennett. The poor man has been dragged through the mud for decades for her murder, but he did not do that one either. You admitted in the recent parole hearing that you went to Tahoe. Bruce, that is another unsolved scene from the Zodiac murders. Donna Lass. The sister of Darlene Ferrin has identified you as the man seated in the white four-door sedan in Vallejo, California, that July 4th, 1969 night at Terry's restaurant. Positive ID. I have it on videotape. You are fortunate that the SFPD is not interested. Putting her hand to her chest, she said, I never thought I would see that man again. Remember Modesto and the horror-filled night ride for Kathleen Johns from Riverside? The wheel that came off, the offer to give a ride, and the silence for many minutes before she asked a question? Well, Bruce, Kathleen gave a pretty interesting response, hyperventilated, and had to catch her breath when I showed her your photograph from the day you surrendered in Los Angeles, December 1970. The letter sent to prison last year from Barbara Hoyt and was not read in the hearing room. That is tragic because she would have exposed you as a liar if it had been read. All of the court evidence, trial testimony, and witnesses agree that the murder of Shorty Shea occurred down by the creek bed towards Simi Valley after 2200 and not in the daylight driving down from the pass. Bruce, that is where he was moved, buried, and found only after Clem gave authorities the location. That was right, Clem. The one not so bright. Stupid, in fact. He gave up the body, not you, Tex, or Susan with your Christian conversions and coming forth with the truth. Clem. And Tex was never prosecuted for the murder of Shorty Shea. Neither you nor Manson nor Clem would give him up, and that is what was needed to convict. Wanting to get out of a prison, are you now ready to come clean and finger Charles Denton Tex Watson as a co-conspirator in the murder of Shorty Shea? Are you that brave of a Christian, Bruce? It was an insult the way your attorney, Mr. Denny, said that he tried to find the relatives of Shorty or Gary. He is an attorney. He can hire investigators, and he could have obtained the desired information. That is, if he were really interested. All he really had to do was go to the courthouse and obtain the death certificate. It is all right there. But fear not, Bruce. Both parents of Gary are now deceased, and the wife of Shorty, remember she was black, had not been seen for decades. That is the same thing I did when I wanted to look up Beth. It's all right there on the marriage certificate, on the birth certificate, the address, births, marriages, dates, places, all right there. Did Beth tell you that I actually met her face-to-face one day many years ago? I was photographing her condo when she walked up carrying little Taylor. Well, actually, she was quite large in the head, and we spoke. You see, Bruce, I had a camera in my hands and meant her no harm personally, unlike you Manson murderers who use knives and guns. I do believe that you will be released. It may not be on the watch of Governor Gray Davis, though. I have fought against that release and tried to connect you with unsolved murders for 11 years. I have information that Zodiac paraphernalia was found related to you following your arrest. Now I leave it in God's hands. You once said that you just wanted the truth to come out. Well, Bruce, so do we. This case is not worth me dying over, and I know that is what would happen should I have continued to investigate, uncover, and find people who were eyewitnesses to crime victims, scenes, or conversations. Here's the letter from Barbara telling the truth, unlike you and your attorney that the BPT and CMC buried, stating it would be a security problem for it to be read. That was really silly. So I will no longer be looking over your shoulder, no longer doing research. But should the news pick it up, I would love to hear that you came clean about those murders you really know about. I leave you with this last thought. When told by a news person the day of your surrender that you would be tried for 2 murders, you responded, quote, "Is that all? They don't know the half of it," end quote. So, plenty of mind-shocking information, suspects, and more to come. I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg. I mean, we've just begun to travel down this rabbit hole. I mean, there's just crazy connections to the CIA, the mafia, all of these things that obviously hardcore coincidence theorists want to just brush off, but anybody doing objective, logical, neutral research has to objectively look at the information here and without bias examine it. Is there enough evidence to draw connections or isn't there? Not write it off before even actually looking at it, like the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorist Dunning-Kruger crowd loves to do, because they just can't handle any of these connections actually being real connections, which they may or may not be. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So yeah, plenty more to come. We have to go over other crimes possibly associated with the Zodiac, possibly not, and even more tidbits and exhaustive, comprehensive overviews of the canon cases, witness statements, IDs of various possible Zodiac suspects. There is a lot to go over. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime. If you enjoyed the podcast, find it interesting, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share this podcast to keep logical awareness up in various cold cases, such as the ones discussed here and many others. Like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast your requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. You are listening to the Zodiac Killer series. This is episode 2, Timelines, and we'll be taking a look at the Zodiac Killer timeline, both confirmed, unconfirmed kills, as well as the timeline of the ciphers and any evidence that can be gleaned from them, and tertiary investigations that may or may not intersect with the Zodiac Killer case. In typical MINDSHOCK fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. If you enjoy the podcast, want to help support the podcast, want to help us get more mind-shocking content out there, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notification. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for exclusive chats and streams. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So let's go to history.com. Not necessarily a trustworthy source, but it does outline a lot of the happenings in the case. So this was actually published November 8th, 2017, updated September 1st, 2018. By Michael Butterfield, The Zodiac Killer, A Timeline. The elusive killer has never been found. Quote, I like killing people because it's so much fun, end quote. In July 1969, a letter arrived at the San Francisco Examiner newspaper containing those chilling words in a coded message. The sender, the soon-to-be notorious Zodiac, a serial killer who terrorized Northern California in the late 60s, early 70s with a combination of grisly murders and bizarre public letters brimming with horrific threats, demented demands, and mysterious ciphers teasing his identity. That identity has stymied law enforcement officials, professional code breakers, and armchair criminologists alike for nearly 5 decades. While officially connected to 5 murders and 2 attempted murders, the Zodiac hinted he had killed at least 37 victims. After taunting the police and the public with nearly 24 communiques, he seemed to vanish in the late 70s. But his twisted legacy endures, having inspired 3 real-life copycat killers, dozens of books, TV shows, and movies, including, most famously, Clint Eastwood's nemesis in the film Dirty Harry. Below, a chronology of both his known murders and several that show strong signs of the Zodiac hand. The timeline: Santa Barbara, June 4th, 1963. Robert Dominguez and his fiancée Linda Edwards were seniors at Lompoc High School at Santa Barbara County in Southern California. On Tuesday, in early June 1963, the couple decided to use the senior ditch day to go to sunbathing on a beach near Gaviota State Park. When the 2 teens didn't return home by Wednesday, Robert's father went to the beach and was horrified to discover their bodies lying together inside the remains of a crumbling shack. The victims, bound with rope, had apparently tried to escape but were shot and killed with a .22 cal weapon. Robert was shot 11 times and Linda had been shot 9 times. The killer then dragged the bodies to the shack where he tried and failed to start a fire. Investigators had few leads, but in 1972, the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department announced a possible Zodiac connection. The beach killer used Winchester Western Super X ammunition, the same ammunition used by the Zodiac during the 1968 murders on Lake Herman Road. The Domingos-Edwards case also had similarities to the Zodiac's attack of another young couple at Lake Berryessa in 1969. Riverside, October 30th, 1966. 18-year-old Sherry Josephine Bates lived with her father, Joseph, and was a student at Riverside City College in Riverside, California. On October 30th, 1966, she left a note that read, Dad went to the RCC library. The next morning, her Volkswagen Beetle was found abandoned in the library parking lot, and her body was found lying nearby between 2 houses. She had been stabbed several times and her throat was slashed. Police found a men's Timex watch at the crime scene, a print from a military boot, and some hairs and dried blood on the victim's hand. Sherry Joe's purse was intact, and an autopsy revealed no evidence of sexual assault. 1 month after the murder, the local newspaper and the police department received typewritten letters titled The Confession from someone who claimed to be the killer. The author wrote, quote, "Miss Bates was stupid. She went to the slaughter like a lamb. I am not sick. I am insane." End quote. In April 67, the newspaper, the police, and Joseph Bates received virtually identical handwritten letters which read, quote, "Bates had to die. There will be more." End quote. The notes were signed with a symbol which resembled the letter Z. In 1969, Riverside Police contacted investigators in Northern California regarding the similarities between the Zodiac crimes and the murder of Sherry Joe Bates. Sherwood Morrill, then documents examiner for the California Department of Justice, concluded that the Zodiac was responsible for the notes linked to the Bates case. The Riverside connection was later revealed to the public by Paul Avery, reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle. Zodiac then sent a letter to the LA Times indicating that the killer confirmed the theory that he had killed Bates. The Zodiac wrote, quote, "I do have to give them credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity, but they are only finding the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there." End quote. Years later, Riverside Police rejected the Zodiac theory and focused on a man they said was a jilted former lover of Bates. In the late 90s, police obtained a sample of the suspect's DNA to compare with the DNA taken from the hairs found in the victim's hand in 1966. The DNA didn't match, and the suspect denied any involvement in the murder. And of course, I covered this all on the first episode, so go check that out. The Zodiac Killer, episode 1, Down the Rabbit Hole, on MINDSHOCK. Moving on here, Benicia, December 1968. 5 nights before Christmas, high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday set out on their first official date together, promising Betty Lou's parents would be home by 11 p.m. Shortly after that time, passing motorists saw the Rambler and its occupants parked at a Lover's Lane spot along Lake Herman Road in Benicia, California. Moments later, another driver noticed 2 seemingly lifeless bodies on the side of the road. Benicia police and others responded to the scene and discovered Betty Lou dead with 5 bullet holes in her back. David was found next to the Rambler with a bullet wound in his head, still breathing but near death. Bullet holes in the car's roof and back window indicated that the killer may have fired warning shots to force the victims out of the vehicle. Shell casings recovered at the crime scene identified ammunition as the Winchester Western Super X copper coated. Ballistic evidence indicated that the killer used the .22 caliber, possibly a J.C. Higgins Model 80 semi-automatic pistol. Investigators believe the 2 teenagers were likely random targets killed by a stranger for unknown reasons. Moving on to Vallejo, July 4th, 1969. 22-year-old Darlene Farron was a wife, mother, and a popular waitress at a Vallejo restaurant. On the night of July 4th, she picked up friend Michael McGow and stopped her Corvair in the parking lot of Blue Rock Springs Park. Michael later told police that another vehicle pulled into the lot around midnight and left only to return minutes later. The driver got out of the car, shined a bright light, and fired into the Corvair with a 9mm handgun. Michael was shot in the jaw, shoulder, and leg. Darlene was hit several times. At 12:40, in a call later traced to a gas station payphone, a man rang the Vallejo Police Department and claimed responsibility for the shooting as well as the murders on Lake Herman Road. According to the police dispatcher, the caller spoke in a low, monotonous voice, saying, quote, "I want to report a murder. If you will go 1 mile east on Columbus Parkway, you will find kids in a brown car. They were shot with a 9mm Luger. I also killed those kids last year. Goodbye." End quote. Darlene died on arrival at the hospital, but Michael survived. Investigators were unable to identify any viable suspects. So, there's a letter to the Vallejo Times-Herald postmarked July 31st, 1969. The writer claimed responsibility for the 2 shootings and provided details about the victims, the weapons, the number of shots fired, and the brand of ammunition. Second letter, July 31st, 1969. One of three virtually identical letters accompanied by 1/3 of a cipher. The writer demanded publication of the letters and ciphers by Friday, August 1st. This was the letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, postmarked July 31st, 1969. Also postmarked this day was a letter to the San Francisco Examiner. So these are three virtually identical letters: Vallejo Times-Herald, San Francisco Chronicle, and San Francisco Examiner, all postmarked July 31st, 1969. In the letter to the Examiner, the writer threatened to kill again if newspapers did not publish the cipher, which included the words, quote, "I like killing people because it's so much fun," end quote. A 3-page letter was received by the Examiner on August 4th, 1969, sent in response to police asking for information to prove the writer actually committed the murders. This was the first use of the name the Zodiac. September 27th, 1969, the Lake Berryessa murders. And there was a message here on the car door. So on Saturday, late September, college students Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard were relaxing along the shore of Lake Berryessa, some 30 miles north of Napa, California. A man appeared holding a gun, wearing a hooded costume with a white cross circle stitched over the chest, explaining that he had escaped from a prison and needed money and a car to escape to Mexico. The stranger bound their wrists with pre-cut lengths of plastic clothesline. Without warning, he plunged a large knife into Brian's back 6 times. He then stabbed Cecilia 10 times as she fought for her life. The man then walked to Brian's car and used a pen to draw a crossed circle on the door with the dates and locations of the previous attacks. The date, September 27, 69, the time, 6:30, and the notation, by knife. At 7:40 p.m., a man called the Napa Police Department to report a double murder. The caller described Brian's car, directed police to the scene of the crime, and confessed, "I'm the one who did it." Police traced the call to a payphone at a car wash in Napa. Cecilia died 2 days later, but Brian survived. So the message on the door of the victim, Brian Hartnell's Volkswagen Carmen Ghia, included the dates of the 2 shootings. Sherwood Morrill, the California Department of Justice documents examiner, concluded that the door message was written by the author of the Zodiac letters. And we'll be getting into the competency of Sherwood Morrill, because if Morrill's mistaken about a lot of these things, what does that mean? How many possible killers are we dealing with here? There is, of course, the theory that this is a ring of killers, and different killers committed different murders. But moving on, San Francisco, October 11th, 1969. Paul Stein, a 28-year-old student and husband, worked as a cab driver in San Francisco. That night, Stein picked up a fare headed for a destination in the upscale Presidio Heights neighborhood. At the intersection of Washington and Cherry Streets, the passenger shot Stein in the head and removed a piece of the victim's shirt. The man walked away just before police arrived, but the police radio broadcast mistakenly described the suspect as a black man, and passing officers dismissed a white man resembling the correct description. Fingerprints found on the driver's side of the cab may have belonged to the killer, and a sketch was produced based on descriptions provided by witnesses. The case was considered a routine robbery until the office of the San Francisco Chronicle received an envelope with a letter from the Zodiac, which began with the words, quote, "I am the murderer of the taxi driver," end quote. The envelope also contained a blood-stained piece of Paul Stein's shirt. The Zodiac denied he left fingerprints and claimed the police sketch was inaccurate because he had worn a disguise. Letter to the Chronicle, postmarked October 13th, 1969. The writer mocked the police for failing to catch him and threatened to shoot children on a school bus. The envelope contained a piece of the blood-stained shirt belonging to victim Paul Stein. So, the continuing letters here. Envelope to the Chronicle, postmarked November 8, 1969, containing another piece of the cab driver's shirt, a humorous greeting card, and another cipher consisting of 340 symbols. The writer added day, July, Aug, September, October, equals 7, a possible reference to more unidentified victims. A 7-page letter to the Chronicle postmarked November 9th, 1969. The longest message from the Zodiac claimed that police stopped him near a crime scene but let him go. Zodiac also included a bomb recipe and a diagram of the explosive. Another letter addressed to famous attorney Melvin Belly, postmarked December 20th, 1969. The writer feared he would kill again and asked Belly to intercede. The letter ended, quote, "Please help me, I cannot remain in control for much longer," end quote. Modesto area, March 22nd, 1970. Possible Zodiac. On a Sunday in late March, 22-year-old Kathleen Johns packed her infant daughter into a station wagon and left San Bernardino, California, to visit her sick mother in Petaluma, in the northern part of the state. Kathleen was also 7 months pregnant with the child of her longtime boyfriend. As she traveled on Highway 132 near Modesto, another vehicle pulled alongside the station wagon, and the driver appeared to signal that Kathleen should pull over. On the side of the road, the driver explained that the back wheel of Kathleen's station wagon was loose, but he promised to fix the problem. Instead, he loosened the lug nuts and the wheel fell off as Kathleen tried to drive away. The man then offered to drive Kathleen to a gas station, but she climbed into his car and discovered he had appeared to have other plans. She claimed he also made veiled threats to harm her child. Eventually, Kathleen grabbed her daughter and jumped from the car. A passing driver took Kathleen to a nearby police station, where she identified the stranger from a police sketch of the Zodiac. Months later, a Zodiac letter mentioned a rather interesting ride with a woman and her baby. So these are 5 letters, 1970. Letter postmarked April 20th, 1970, included a 13-symbol cipher and a diagram of a bomb designed to kill children on a school bus. The Zodiac denied responsibility for a recent police station bombing that killed an officer. Greeting card to the Chronicle, postmarked April 22nd, 1970. Inside the card, the Zodiac demanded publication of his bomb threats and insisted that the people of the San Francisco Bay Area wear Zodiac buttons featuring his chosen symbol, the crossed circle. So he wanted all the people of the Bay Area, so millions of people he wanted to wear Zodiac buttons? I mean, is that kind of weird? Letter to the Chronicle, postmarked June 26th, 1970, containing a map of the San Francisco Bay Area with a crossed circle on the peak of Mount Diablo and a code to locate the Zodiac's bomb. The writer claimed he killed again. Letter to the Chronicle, postmarked July 24th, 1970. The Zodiac complained that people weren't wearing his crossed-circled Zodiac buttons, and he claimed he was responsible for the failed abduction of pregnant mother Kathleen Johns on March 22nd, 1970. 5-page letter to the Chronicle, postmarked July 26, 1970. The Zodiac described torturing his victims and quoted from the Gilbert and Sullivan musical The Mikado. The letter also explained that the Mount Diablo code concerned geometric angles known as radians. So this is the 5-page letter here. This is the Zodiac speaking. Being that you will not wear some nice Zodiac buttons, how about wearing some nasty Zodiac buttons? Or any type of Zodiac buttons that you can think up. If you do not wear any type of Zodiac buttons, I shall, on top of everything else, torture all 13 of my slaves that I have waiting for me in paradise. Some I shall tie over anthills and watch them scream and twitch and squirm. Others shall have pine splinters driven under their nails and then burned. Others shall be placed in cages and fed salt beef until they are gorged. Then I shall listen to their pleas for water, and I shall laugh at them. Others will be hung by their thumbs and burn in the sun, and then I will rub them down with deep heat to warm them up. Others I shall skin them alive, let them run around screaming, and all billiard players I shall have them play in a darkened dungeon cell with crooked cues and twisted shoes. Yes, I shall have great fun inflicting the most delicious of pain to my slaves. As someday it may happen that a victim must be found, I've got a little list of society offenders who might well be underground, who would never be missed, There is the pestilential nuisances who write for autographs, all people who have flabby hands and irritating laughs, all children who are up in dates and implore you with plat. All people who are shaking hands shake hands like that, and all third persons who, with unspoiling, take those who insist. None of them be missed. Then they'd none of them be missed. There's a banjo serenader and the others of his race, and the piano organist. I got him on the list. All people who eat peppermint and pum pit in your face would never be missed. They would never be missed. And the idiot who phrases with enthusiastic tone of centuries, but this in every country but his own, and the lady from provinces who dressed like a guy who doesn't cry, and the singularly abnormally the girl who never kissed. I don't think she would be missed. I'm sure she wouldn't be missed. And the nicest impriest that is rather rife, the judicial humorist, I've got him on the list. All funny fellows, comic men and clowns of private life. They'd none of them be missed. Then none of them be missed, and uncompromising kind such as whatchamacallit thingmebob and the likewise, well, never mind, and tut, and what's his name, and you know who, but the task of filling up the blanks I rather leave up to you. But it really doesn't matter whom you place upon the list, for none of them be missed, none of them be missed. P.S. The Mount Diablo code concerns radians and inches along the radians. Lake Tahoe. Possible Zodiac victim, September 6, 1970. A postcard attributed to the Zodiac featured an advertisement for a condominium project in Lake Tahoe, Nevada, with the phrases "pass Lake Tahoe areas" and "sought victim 12." Some interpreted the cryptic message as a clue to the disappearance of 25-year-old Donna Lass. In May 1970, Donna worked in San Fran at Letterman General Hospital, located on the Presidio military base, near the area where the Zodiac killed a cab driver. Donna moved northeast to South Lake Tahoe and found work as a nurse for the Sahara Hotel and Casino. On September 6, 1970, Donna vanished sometime after the last entry in her work logbook at 1:50 a.m. Her car was later found abandoned near her apartment. According to some accounts, an unidentified man called Donna's employer and her landlord, claiming she had to leave town due to an emergency. A family emergency. Donna's family told authorities there was no such emergency and that the man was never identified. Investigators suspected Donna had been abducted and killed, but her body was never found. Her disappearance remained a mystery, and her name was added to a long list of possible Zodiac victims. A suspected Zodiac postcard was postmarked October 5th, 1970, with a message constructed with text clipped from other sources. The words, "The pace isn't any slower, in fact, it's just one big," were clipped from the comic strip Smidgens. It's just one big? Dear editor, you'll hate me, but I've got to tell you, the pace isn't any slower. In fact, it's just one big 13th. Some of them thought it was horrible. P.S. There are reports city police pig cops are closing in on me. FK, I'm crack proof. What's the price tag now? Interesting. A Halloween card was sent to Chronicle reporter Paul Avery, postmarked October 27th, 1970. The writer misspelled Avery's name as Averly, and the number 14 was interpreted as a possible reference to an unidentified 14th victim. A letter addressed to the LA Times postmarked March 13th, 1971. In it, Zodiac suggested he was responsible for the unsolved murder of Sherry Jo Bates near Riverside City College, October 30th, 1966. Postcard to the Chronicle reporter Paul Avery, postmarked March 22nd, 1971. The writer once again misspelled Avery's name as Averly. The phrase "sought victim 12" was also interpreted as a reference to the Donna Lass disappearance in Lake Tahoe, Nevada. You were wrong. I'm not dead or in the hospital. I am alive and well, and I'm going to start killing again. Below is the name and location of my next victim, but you'd better hurry because I'm going to kill her August 10th at 5 p.m. when the shifts change. Albany is a nice town. Albany. The search for new leads in the Zodiac case led investigators across the U.S. to Albany, New York. The office of the Albany Times-Union newspaper received an envelope postmarked August 1st, 1973, with a crossed circle drawn in the corner instead of a return address. The letter read what I just said. You were wrong. I'm not dead or in the hospital. I'm alive and well. I'm going to start killing again. Below is the name and location of my next victim, but you'd better hurry because I'm going to kill her August 10th, 5 p.m. when the shift change. Albany's a nice town. Below the message, the writer included 3 rows of symbols. According to the FBI, Bureau crypto analysts deciphered the code message to read redacted Albany Medical Center. So I'm assuming the redacted here is a name that was redacted. The cipher did not say redacted. This is only the beginning. Investigators were unable to identify any murders that could explain the vague reference to a victim August 10th. Handwriting experts could not determine if the new letter was prepared by the writer of the Zodiac letters, due to the lack of significant characteristics in the Albany message, but this possibility could not be eliminated based on the limited analysis. Letter to the Chronicle, postmarked January 29, 1974, the writer alluded to a possible suicide in another quote from the Gilbert and Sullivan musical The Mikado. The notation Me-37, SFPD-0 was interpreted as a boxed score indicating 37 victims. I saw and think The Exorcist was the best satirical comedy that I have ever seen. Signed, yours truly. He plunged himself into the billowy wave, and an echo arose from the suicide's grave. Titwillow, Titwillow, Titwillow. P.S. If I do not see this note in your paper, I will do something nasty, which you know I'm capable of doing. Postcard to the Chronicle, postmarked February 14th, 1974. The writer referred to the SLA, or the Symbionese Liberation Army, a group of militant urban guerrillas responsible for the abduction of newspaper heiress Patty Hearst. The message was signed, a friend. Dear Mr. Editor, did you know that the initials SLA, Symbionese Liberation Army, spell an Old Norse word meaning kill, a friend? Card to the Chronicle, postmarked May 8th, 1974. This message from a citizen complained about the glorification of violence in newspaper ads for the movie The Badlands, about the killing spree by Richard Starkweather and his 14-year-old girlfriend. Sirs, I would like to express my consternation concerning your poor taste and lack of sympathy for the public, as evidenced by your running of the ads for the movie Badlands, featuring the blurb, in 1959, most people were killing time. Kit and Holly were killing people. In light of recent events, this kind of murder glorification can only be deplorable at best. Not that glorification of violence was ever justifiable. Why don't you show some concern for public sensibilities and cut the ad, a citizen? Letter to the Chronicle, postmarked July 8, 1974. The writer complained that Chronicle columnist Count Marco Spinelli suffered from a serious psychological disorder and should be sent back in the hellhole. The letter was signed, The Red Phantom. Editor, put Marco back in the hellhole from whence it came. He has a serious psychological disorder, always needs to feel superior. I suggest you refer him to a shrink. Meanwhile, cancel the Count Marco column. Since the Count can write anonymously, so can I. The Red Phantom read with rage. I mean, I don't know. What suggests that these are truly the Zodiac? So let's move on now to a very interesting article on zodiacciphers.com. This was posted May 9th, 2018 at the Crossroads of Evil, which is a very interesting write-up involving geographic profiling. And there might be some very critical clues here in the Zodiac case, so let's examine this. Kim Rosmo is a Canadian criminologist who pioneered the art of geographic profiling, a technique used to complement conventional police work in the tracking of criminals. He has used data from the Zodiac killer case to narrow down the likely residence and possible commuter routes of the murderer, and even a suggestion of where he may have worked. When the details from the Zodiac case were placed into the Rigel crime mapping software, it created significant zones of interest in Rancho Vallejo, Northern Vallejo, American Canyon, and Benicia. These areas have one critical commuter route relevant to all, that of California State Route 37, which the significance of regarding Zodiac's knowledge of courting couples, his base location, and possible workplace will become apparent. Some of Kim Rosmo's ideas will be presented here, but to read his excellent analysis of the Zodiac case, please visit, and they have a link here to his write-up here, Zodiac Killer Geographic Profile by Kim Rosmo. And this is hosted on scribd.com. Below is a map showing all the relevant locations concerning the killer's first two crimes. The red circle at the northern end of Tulum Street being of significant interest, as it also brings into focus the easy access to and from the payphone after his murder and attempted murder of Darlene Ferrin and Michael McGow at the Blue Rock Springs parking lot on July 5th, 1969. The journey time to the payphone from the crime scene of less than 10 minutes and the phone call to police nearly 40 minutes after the attack lends good weight to the premise the killer was a native Vallejoan and possibly returned home to ditch his weapon and or clothes before returning to place the call to police dispatcher Nancy Slover. That is interesting, and it also reminds me of the Jack the Ripper case. We'll be continuing to cover that on MINDSHOCK. The next episode will be released soon. But a lot of criminologists believe Jack the Ripper must have been local to the area in order to move so quickly without really being spotted on most of those killings. I mean, there's a certain home base advantage that a killer might have in terms of sneaking away undetected or being able to have some location or possibly a second location that he could go change or pick up or drop off weapons, etc. It's not necessarily a bad theory. It's a very interesting theory. I mean, let's continue to examine here. What better way to have knowledge that Lake Herman Road and Blue Rock Springs were frequently regularly by courting couples than if you routinely traveled this route to reach your place of work? Not unlike eyewitness James Owen, who lived at 1735 Minnie Drive and would have likely used California State Route 37 at the beginning of his journey to arrive at Humble Oil in Benicia. The same applies to an area around Mare Island Shipyard and Rancho Vallejo, where Tulum Street nears State Route 37. Lake Herman Road on the eastern fringes of Vallejo and Benicia is a dark, unlit stretch of rural road infrequently used. However, it is a logical choice for somebody living in Ranch Vallejo, North Vallejo, or American Canyon to use if they worked in the industrial area of Benicia. The northern side of the green line on the map shows that access to State Route 37 would take somebody towards the northern side of Columbus Parkway before heading southeast along Lake Herman Road towards Benicia and crucially encompassing both crime scenes. If the killer lived in the northern region of Vallejo and worked in Benicia, his compass knowledge of specific locations would not be surprising. This was evident in his first attack when he stated in the July 31st, 1969 letters that Betty Lou Jensen was on her right side, feet to the west. Of course, he had 6.5 months to work this out, but had only 36 to 38 minutes after the Blue Rock Springs attack, in which he was able to direct Vallejo police to the crime scene along Springs Road and Columbus Parkway, with completely accurate directions when he called Nancy Slover, stating, quote, "I wish to report a double murder. If you will go 1 mile east on Columbus Parkway to the park, you will find the kids in a brown car. They have been shot with a 9mm Luger. I also killed those kids last year. Goodbye," end quote. Knowledge such as this could suggest complete familiarity with the public park, golf course, Lake Herman Road, and the location of the police station with respect to the Springs and Tulum payphone. The killer would have one direct route to and from his residence to the payphone at the intersection of Springs Road and Tulum Street. His route to work, possibly a night shift, also giving him first-hand knowledge of courting couples and where to trawl for victims at the weekend. Also, conversely, some people believe that the Zodiac killer, or one of the Zodiac killers, if this is a ring, was a police officer. And that's why he had certain details. And obviously, a police officer, like the Golden State Killer, they would be harder to catch for a slew of different reasons. Their knowledge of investigation, possibly not being looked at where otherwise they would have been looked at because they were a police officer. Kim Rossmo, referring to Lake Herman Road and Blue Rock Springs Park, stated in contrast, his target selection at Lake Berryessa and San Francisco did not show any evidence of local area knowledge. Also, the time lapse between the Blue Rock Springs shooting and the Zodiac's telephone call was approximately 40 minutes, even though the distance between these two locations is only 3.5 miles. 7 minutes normal drive time. What did he do for that other half hour? One possibility is he returned home, disposed of his weapon. If so, that means he most likely lived within a 5-mile radius of the crime site. The Zodiac also knew to telephone the Vallejo Police Department, even though the Blue Rock Springs golf course and park area was an unusual offshoot of municipal jurisdiction totally surrounded by Solana County. The Zodiac's comfort zone clearly includes the Vallejo area. Also, if he was a cop, he would have knowledge of jurisdictions, of course. However, there is one thorn in our side, the testimony of Michael McGow. He stated in the police report as he fell out onto the ground, the vehicle the subject was in backed up in a turning movement and took off towards Springs Road in Vallejo at a very high rate of speed. The obvious route back home for the killer, had he lived somewhere by the top of Tulum Street and wanted to ditch his weapon and clothes before making the call to police, would have been to head north and west along Columbus Parkway, the opposite direction that he chose for work. There may be several explanations for this. Michael McGow was simply mistaken. The killer's intention was to make the phone call immediately, but changed his mind, preferring to remove his weapon and possibly bloodied clothing from the equation, or the intended payphone at the initial time of his arrival had potential eyewitnesses, forcing a hasty change of plan. These are good points here. I mean, this is an excellent write-up. A lot of times, so-called true crime aficionados, they dismiss theories just because of variables they hallucinate to know were or weren't the case. Because, of course, reality is not always so simple. Everything doesn't always go according to plan. So these are actually excellent possible theories here that don't necessarily prove or disprove where he lived. This may have been his preferred choice of payphone, as it provided easy access to and from his home residence, yet allowed a reasonable buffer zone of just over 2 miles. It had the added benefit of a voyeur killer who wanted to remain in his vehicle and watch responding officers scurry into action from the police station along Springs Road to the crime scene. It may actually have been the primary reason he chose this particular payphone so close to the police station, despite it seemingly being an added unnecessary risk on his part. And then, of course, we do have to factor in sometimes serial killers, they like playing games with the police. They do take unnecessary risks because it's all part of a game to them. Because with some of these psychotics, you can't expect them to behave logically. It's weird. Again, another percentage of so-called true crime aficionados, they always kind of compare what the killer would or wouldn't do to their own sensibilities or to the sensibilities of a normal average person. A normal average person is not going to go around serial killing and taunting police about it. So that goes out the window. I mean, these are not advanced concepts, but for some reason, many people have trouble with them. There may have been another reason why the Zodiac killer chose the wrong way after leaving the Blue Rock Springs parking lot. A reason that involved near eyewitnesses to the murder in the parking lot. Or simply just erring on the side of caution. Because if the guy, he's in the middle of this, I mean, who knows his state of mind? Even a stone cold serial killer, they might be concerned that there are witnesses and they might intentionally go the opposite way of where they live just in case someone saw them drive off. 3 young kids, Debbie, Jerry, and Roger, were the first to find Michael McGow just after he had extracted himself from the brown Corvair and was lying adjacent to it. They must have arrived extremely close to the time of the attack, possibly as little as a minute or 2 after the brutal shooting. The time of the attack can be calculated with a fair degree of confidence to 12:02 a.m. on July 5th, 1969. And they have a link here to how that was calculated that we're going to go over right now. So this is the Darlene Ferrin timeline. April 13th, 2018, also ZodiacCyphers.com. Below I have placed a visual timeline of the final 90 minutes of Darlene Ferrin's life. To understand her movements in the critical period running up to the brutal attack at Blue Rock Springs Park, close to midnight on July 4th and 5th of 1969. To the best of my knowledge, these are the correct addresses of the key locations she visited that night, but if anybody knows better, please inform me and I can correct the timeline. We cannot be sure if the Zodiac killer knew Darlene Ferrin, but as Phillips66, a contributor to the site, stated, of course, I think it is possible she did not know her killer, but that requires writing off a lot of things as coincidence and writing off a lot of people as liars or dramatists. It seems far more likely to me that she actually did know her killer. To me, this is the best lead in attempting to solve the case. And we are going to go into MINDSHOCK territory right now with some of these details that do not seem to have been gone over in Zodiac discussion for whatever reason. When the killer is known to the victim, it certainly provides a greater opportunity to apprehend the responsible as opposed to a completely random assailant. We will use the visual below in conjunction with the estimated timelines in the police report to pinpoint Darlene Ferrin's movements and what time she and Michael McGow arrived at the Blue Rock Springs parking lot that night and possibly explore where her murderer tagged onto her that night, if at all. Following the numbers in red, we will follow her movements. So, ZodiacKiller.com has the DFR 19 police report. So the report states, Darlene and her sister, Christina Sunan, WFJ, 15 years, had been at Ferrin's place of employment, Caesars, in the 300 block of Tennessee Street at approximately 10:30 p.m. And at this time, Darlene left, stating that she was going to take Christina home, then go home herself to the 1300 Virginia Street, take her babysitter home, and then return home herself. Christina stated she corroborated the story above, but stated she and her sister had gone from Caesars to Terry's on Magazine Street before going home. Therefore, she left Caesars at approximately 10:30 p.m., arriving at Terry's Waffle Shop nearly 3 miles away approximately 6 minutes later at 10:36 p.m. We cannot be sure how long she stayed at the waffle shop, but according to Robert Graysmith, she talked to her friend for around 10 minutes before briefly chatting to a man. This can only be estimated at 15 minutes, which would have Darlene and Christina heading off to their parents' home on 130 Jordan Street at 10:51 p.m. This is a small journey time of approximately 3 minutes, arriving at the Sunan family home at 10:54 p.m. We know from the police report that Darlene arrived home shortly before 11:30 p.m., as can be seen on page 21. This can be corroborated by page 19 of the police report because at approximately 11:30 p.m., Bill Lee, Dean's employer at Caesars, called Darlene to ask her if she would try to find a fireworks booth open. She stated she would try to find one and hung up. The journey from the Sunan family home to Darlene's residence of around 2.6 miles is estimated at 7 minutes. Therefore, Darlene Ferrin likely stayed at the 130 Jordan Street residence for about 25 minutes, leaving between 11:18 and 11:20 p.m. for her 7-minute journey, having Darlene back at the 1300 Virginia Street residence shortly before 11:30 p.m. On page 21 of the police report, the two girls stated that Darlene didn't return until about 11:30 p.m. or shortly before that. Darlene then told them that she had changed her mind about going to San Francisco and was going to have a small party when her husband got home. Darlene then spent a few minutes cleaning up the house, and then she said she was going to go out and buy some fireworks and other things for the party, that she would be back by 12:30 a.m. Darlene left the house around 11:40 p.m., and they didn't see her again. Darlene Ferrin left her residence and traveled to Michael McGow's house at 864 Beechwood Avenue. On page 8 of the police report, he stated that Dee came over at approximately 11:30 p.m. or shortly thereafter and picked him up in her car. We know it wasn't 11:30 because Bill Lee and the two girls stated otherwise. Plus, she still had the 2-mile journey to 864 Beechwood Avenue to negotiate. This journey time is 5 minutes, placing Darlene Ferrin at Michael McGow's residence at 11:45 p.m. or thereabouts, 11:40 p.m. plus 5 minutes. Michael stated in the police report they were both hungry, as they had not yet had supper and were going to go get something to eat. Stated that she was driving her vehicle, the Corvair, they were found in. Stated they drove west on Springs Road, and as they were driving down Springs Road to go get something to eat, Dee stated to him that she wanted to talk to him about something. Michael stated that approximately at the location of Mr. Ed's on Springs Road, they turned around and headed east at his suggestion to go to Blue Rock Springs Park where they could talk. They went directly to this location. The journey from 864 Beechwood Avenue to approaching Mr. Ed's drive-in is about 2 minutes, allowing for turning around. They would be turning around heading back east at approximately 11:47 p.m. The journey from Mr. Ed's to the parking lot at Blue Rock Springs Park of 3 miles takes approximately 6 to 7 minutes, placing Darlene Ferrin and Michael McGow arriving at the parking lot in their brown Corvair between 11:33 and 11:54 p.m. This makes perfect sense if we pick up the police report on page 8. Michael stated they were there just a very short time, a few minutes, and 3 cars pulled into the parking lot where they were. They were apparently young kids, and they heard them laughing and carrying on, and a few firecrackers were set off. Then the 3 vehicles left within a short time. This was just a very short space of time, a few minutes. Shortly after this, and about 5 minutes before the shooting occurred, a vehicle pulled into the lot. We know from Michael's statement approximately 5 minutes elapsed between the first vehicle parking alongside them and supposedly returning to begin the attack. We know Michael allocated a few minutes from their arrival time to the 3 cars arriving. He also allocated a few minutes to the duration the 3 vehicles remained in the parking lot. Taking this few minutes as about 3 minutes, we have a total of 6 minutes. Adding this to the 5 minutes the Zodiac vehicle spent leaving and returning, we have a total of 11 minutes from their arrival at the parking lot to the commencement of the attack. This places the shooting of Michael McGow and Darlene Ferrin between 12:04 and 12:05 a.m. on July 5th, 1969. Even if we take the few minutes as 2, the earliest the attack could have began was 12:02 to 12:04 p.m. The earlier time of 12:02 a.m. the most likely. It was extremely unlikely to have taken place before midnight. There are several unusual statements in the police report, notably on page 21, where the 2 girls stated about 1:30 a.m., Darlene's husband and friends came home and they told her husband what she had said and he didn't seem worried. Said she's always late. Husband then took the girls home shortly before 2 a.m. Dean Farron and Bill Lee were apparently under the impression that she was nipping out to buy fireworks at 11:30 p.m. when Bill Lee rang the 1300 Virginia Street residence from Caesar's restaurant. Yet they, according to the police report, didn't arrive at the residence until 1:30 a.m. Apparently, they stopped en route to pick up some drinks, but 2 hours elapsed from the request to pick up fireworks to the time they arrived. This was apparently the exact time that suspicious calls came into the residence. Had someone seen them arrive and made the calls shortly thereafter? This contradicts what Carmela Piccolo Coakley, then co-owner of Caesar's Restaurant, said to the Vallejo Times-Herald in 2007. "We were surprised when we all arrived at the house to find a babysitter. Darlene hadn't gotten home yet. It was midnight and we were a little worried. An hour or so later the phone rang, but there was only breathing on the other end." This version of events, albeit in 2007, makes more sense than arriving at 1:30 a.m. in the morning when you have arranged for fireworks to be collected at 11:30 p.m. and are expecting a party. Yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions regarding this police report. Darlene Farron, traveling to Michael McGow's residence and finally to Blue Rock Springs, suggested that she had seemingly abandoned the party and chose to do something completely different, but this may not necessarily be the case. Although earlier arranging to meet Michael McGow at some point that evening, she may have very well have recruited Michael McGow in her quest to buy some fireworks, along with getting something to eat. She stated to the two girls she'd be back by 12:30 a.m. Therefore, she was allocating herself 60 minutes to pick up Michael, head off for a bite to eat, pick up some fireworks, and then head home. There may have been something else on her shopping list that night, as revealed by the two girls on page 21 of the police report when they stated she was going to go out and buy some fireworks and other things for the party. What were those other things? However, something changed abruptly on their approach to Mr. Ed's drive-in that facilitated a change of heart. She stated that she wanted to talk to Michael about something. She picked Michael McGow up at 11:45 p.m. and had ample time before reaching Mr. Ed's to have relayed to Michael what was on her mind. They both apparently had wanted something to eat, and Darlene required fireworks, yet the something on her mind seemingly only occurred 2 minutes into their journey while approaching Mr. Ed's. Had she spotted something or someone that forced this change of plan, somebody unpleasant enough that she had now abandoned her wanting to eat, her search for fireworks, and possibly the party? On the other hand, Michael McGow and Darlene Farron had arrived at the parking lot of Blue Rock Springs at approximately 11:53 to 11:54 p.m., so still had at least 36 minutes to have their chat and for Darlene to arrive back at the 1300 Virginia Street residence at 12:30 a.m. with or without the fireworks she said she would try to find, and more importantly, the time she told the girls she would arrive back earlier that night. Unfortunately, though, she never did. Some interesting responses to this post here. What are the potential reasons for Darlene accepting the task of trying to get fireworks at 11:30 when she was broke and every stand was likely closed? A, she thought she had money to buy them, perhaps pre-purchased, but after getting off the phone she realized she didn't. B, she thought Mike could buy them or they could arrange a trade of some kind or had credit with someone who already had a supply. Or C, she was annoyed by the unimportant request and had little intention of making the effort or even go to the party. Even if fireworks is just code for drugs, she still has a money problem to overcome. Darlene was originally planning to go to San Fran with Mike that night to see a movie, so we have to assume that the party was a spontaneous idea. Beyond running too late to go to San Fran to catch a movie, maybe Darlene agreed to change to the party plan because she didn't have any money. Maybe Mike didn't either. Mike has never mentioned fireworks or a party, so perhaps he wasn't even going to be invited. In 2007, Mike saw their relationship as a love affair with the possibility of marriage, even though she was already married with a 1-year-old. Maybe Darlene wanted to talk to Mike about cooling things off, but it didn't quite get there before the interruption of violence. If they were at BRS to procure pre-purchased fireworks after every stand in town was closed, or drugs, why not approach the young celebrators at the park? If they weren't robbed, how did they intend to purchase anything, even dinner at Mr. Ed's? And those are all good questions, of course. A few more posts here. I would like to find somewhere that indicates the money she took out that night or had on her person. Page 23 of the BRS report states that they found personal papers and 13 cents in her purse, which is more info than they gave about Betty Lou's possessions. It is curious that all three couples had only coins on them after Zodiac left them. Maybe all of these young people only had coins when he arrived, but I don't think we can completely be certain that he didn't rob them or that the couples hadn't purchased something before the attacks. I believe Hartnell and Miguel, but it is still odd that all three couples were too broke for soda. Then again, they were all on the most humble dates imaginable. To rationalize how Zodiac would have taken cash from Darlene, we have to assume that Miguel didn't state the truth about what they were doing at the park. If Zodiac took Dee's cash without Mike noticing, it would have had to be after the shooting, and Zodiac would have had to walk to her driver's side. And unless the cash or wallet was in her hand, it seems unlikely he could have done it without detection by Mike or investigators. The same scenario, I suppose, would apply to the idea that he looked at Dee's identification to get a name or address. If the two girls were supposed to have been taken home by Darlene originally, then surely she would have had money to pay them for taking care of her child and babysitting, unless they were doing it out of the goodness of their heart. Another response here. It was the first time young Pam had babysat for Darlene, whom she had met previously but was not close to. So unless they made a monthly payment arrangement, kept money for this purpose at home, or she was expecting Dean to cover the bill, it does seem improbable that Darlene wouldn't have been prepared to pay her. Darlene worked for a living and it was Friday. I would have assumed she had been paid on Thursday or Friday, so certainly wouldn't have been without money, not only to pay the sitters, but to buy fireworks and whatever else. I have seen no official documentation about the money on her person that night. Perhaps Darlene got her pay when she visited her friend at Terry's earlier in the evening. I think it would have been pretty easy for her friend to have noticed or recalled the routine exchange between Darlene and her manager. Other responses here. There seems to have been ample time for Darlene to tell Mike what was on her mind. I wish the police and or Miguel had gone into more detail regarding the conversation in the car. Frustrating. Maybe she was being stalked but was not able to get the point across to Miguel. It was, after all, a much more sexist time than even today. If I am not mistaken, I believe when the car first pulled up alongside Dee and Mike, he asked her if she knew who that was in the car, and she said something like, "Never mind," indicating that she knew who was sitting in the car next to them. My guess is that she was being stalked, perhaps by someone she had dated before. The obvious point of Dee and Mike being at Blue Rock Springs was sexual, not to buy drugs with 13 cents. Dee got around town, if you know what I mean, and that could have been one reason she attracted the attention of the sick killer. The fatal flaw, as it were. So really, a lot of clues here: a physical description of the killer's car, a physical description of the killer himself, and the fact that Dee probably knew him. Everyone wants to throw Mike under the bus for becoming a mess as he aged. No doubt denial is a powerful thing. My suspect would have sidled up next to Mike at the local spot, had a drink, smoked cigarettes, engaged him in conversation, while leaving a lingering terror in the air. Hey, buddy. Other posts here. There's some interesting comments from Darlene's sister, Joanna Sonnen, on Tom's site on the thread called Zodiac Knew Darlene. She had contributed to other threads as well, which I haven't read yet. According to her, it was Leo who made the phone calls, but the drug narrative has been reversed in the mythology. Leo had scored pot for Darlene and was trying to contact her to ask what he should do with it. Anyway, food for thought. It seems odd that Leo rang 3 times and just didn't say, "Can I speak to Darlene?" He must have known that when ringing the parents' home, they would have picked up not Darlene. It may be the case that Leo placed the calls, and unbeknownst to him when doing so, the timing of these calls would create the confusion it has today with the Zodiac having murdered his sister. 1.5 hours earlier and also having made a call that morning. Pam Huckabee has made many statements regarding her sister in the years following, many of which have been called into question. So determining the validity of these claims on a forum decades after the crime must be treated with equal reservation, which is different than saying they're not true, but certainly, as you say, food for thought. Another response here, I was told that on the night Darlene was shot, Leo was arrested for robbing a store and put in juvie, so he could not have made those calls. I see no reason why he would have Dee's parents' home number and be calling these places after midnight. All right, so let's go to this old archived forum. You can find it on Tapatalk, which is supposedly just a collection of various different website forum posts, and it is quite interesting here. I mean, this is a post by Tom Voigt all the way back December 29th, 2008, and this is the date of the archive, so it might actually be even much older than this. I don't know. Darlene Ferrin was born Darlene Soonen. She lived most of her life with her parents in Vallejo, California. In January 66, Darlene married Jim Crabtree. They quickly divorced. Then Darlene married Dean Ferrin. She stayed Darlene Ferrin until her death just after midnight, July 5th, 69. As the story goes, around the time of Zodiac's phone call to Nancy Slover, Darlene's parents on Jordan Street received anonymous calls that troubled them enough to mention to the police. If it really was the Zodiac who was responsible for these calls, how did he know the last name of Darlene's parents? Here's the really spooky part. The Soonens weren't listed in the phone book. Not in 68, not in 69, not in 1970. Here's my hypothesis. Zodiac knew Darlene prior to her first marriage, back when she was Darlene Soonen and living with her parents. And he knew her well enough to have reason to memorize or otherwise keep the Jordan Street phone number. Back in 1998, Darlene's brother Leo claimed it was he who had made the calls. However, he also told me other things that were 100% untrue, and considering Zodiac was indeed making calls around that time, I believe Zodiac was the most likely culprit. Another post from Tom Voigt here. I tried to word the post to show that I also wasn't convinced it was Zodiac, but if it was, the fact that the Soonens weren't listed is telling. Also, it's similar to the taunting note Joseph Bates received a few years earlier in Riverside. Leo lied to me about several things, and I simply no longer believe him. Like Darlene's sisters, he tries to interject himself into the case at every chance. And that really is, I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Family members who kind of tell tall tales or whatever the case may be, interjecting themselves or inserting themselves into the spotlight. I mean, obviously they're victims as well because their family member was a victim, so it's very tragic. And, it's hard not to feel for them. So it's really, it is difficult. But on the other hand, they are human beings and human beings are fallible. So again, not a revolutionary concept, but for some reason, a lot of people do get triggered about that. Another post here. Zodiac never seemed to have a problem being bold and brazen, that's for sure. The suggestion is that he could have known Darlene before she was ever married. Maybe he had been distant from her life once she married. Z may have felt that there was enough distance and time passed to keep himself from being brought into focus by the police. Do you think Z could be obsessive enough to stalk someone or at least keep track of them over a 2 or 3 year period? I do. I mean, yeah, clearly this is a highly disturbed individuals. There's seemingly not a lot of things they wouldn't do or be obsessive about. Another interesting post here. I think there is much about the events of that night that have not been satisfactorily explained. I have to agree. What evidence is there that any calls took place? Regardless of the question asked by Tom, for some reason, I never believed that her brother made the alleged calls. Supposedly, he was looking for drugs. If that was the case, you would imagine he would have asked somebody something, if only to ask for Darlene or the person he thought might have had them. I do think it is likely that the reason they went to BRS may have been to score some drugs. I don't know what was going on between Mago and Darlene. There probably was some relationship. That said, it was unlikely that that was the reason they wanted to head out there, with Mago dressed like an onion. I would have liked to have seen Darlene's phone records for that night. I think the going to get firecrackers was most likely what she said at home when she was probably looking for drugs. Did she make a call herself and arrange for a meeting to collect? Maybe she was uncomfortable going on her own and asked Mago along. Did he beef up to look older or bigger? I am open to the idea that Zodiac did make those calls, but much needs to be clarified. Would there be a record of receiving calls? A quote from Jack Mulinax. So this was a detective on the Zodiac case who had a report on Zodiac. Darlene had a reputation for being pretty fast and loose. She was dating a lot of different guys, certainly during the time she was working at Terry's. Before her death, she saw 3 Vallejo cops. According to our reports, Blue Rock Springs was Darlene's favorite place to take her boyfriends. So regardless of who she was with, that's where she'd go. Sounds like a lot of people would have known where to find her that night. Another post here. I have always liked the idea that Z at least knew about Darlene, and I am guessing they must have crossed paths on a casual basis when she worked as a waitress at IHOP and later at Terry's. That Z would somehow have the unlisted phone number of Darlene's parents suggests an intimacy that is more than intriguing. The randomness of the killings suddenly gets thrown right out the window. It brings back the argument that Lake Herman Road was a case of mistaken identity, with Darlene being the intended victim. One must also assume that Z stalked and followed Darlene before finding the right opportunity at Blue Rock Springs Park. The murder that doesn't fit into the scenario is like Berryessa. Up until this point, you could see a social outcast settling the score against a popular girl who represented everything he couldn't have. Berryessa fits the pattern of an unhinged serial killer who selects his victims at random. I would love to hear how Berryessa fits into this new theory. And I'm going to interject here with this. If someone is looking to settle a score, or some kind of scorned lover or stalkers killing somebody, if there's also a serial killer operating, would that individual not want to cast suspicion on the serial killer and get attention diverted away from them? Like if someone's planning a murder and it happens to be at the time that a relatively famous serial killer is operating, wouldn't it seem very possible that they would want to try to frame their own murder, exacting of revenge, or whatever they're trying to do, to fit the pattern of the serial killer, so the serial killer would be blamed and they get off scot-free? I mean, I think this is a scenario that really needs to be looked at, not just in the Zodiac killer case, but in other cases as well, because there's a lot of things that don't make sense. And if it's more than one killer, and possibly even someone trying to make it look like that it's a different active killer other than themselves, and they just wanted to commit one murder and they got away with it by doing this, by executing this type of plot, wouldn't that make sense? I mean, that would kind of fill the gap on some of these anomalies. Another interesting post here regarding people asking if anybody that worked for a phone company would have access to unlisted phone numbers. And a response here, I worked for GT&E during this period. Anyone working at the phone company had access to unlisted numbers. My boyfriend at the time was a lineman for a phone company and used to call me from telephone poles and ditches he was working in by using his butt set. They could also listen in on any line. And that's quite curious. So if Zodiac either himself worked at a phone company or had a connection at a phone company. And if he was either a cop himself or had a connection who was a cop, I mean, that kind of would enable him to operate with near impunity and not have to worry so much about being caught. Because it's also mentioned Darlene here, if she was seeing three different cops, I mean, could there be a case of jealousy amongst them? Like, what was going on there? And if one of those cops who knew about the situation possibly had a connection at a phone company, it's very possible it could have been someone who knew her. I mean, the variables are here and they might line up. Another post here, the minimal mention of Darlene in Zodiac correspondence makes the most sense if Z did know her. By focusing on the attack on Mago, he may be seeking to turn the focus away from her. This is increased when you realize that there was no communication that we know of between LHR and BRS. Revealing two violent incidents for the first time in one letter and mentioning the victim that he knew only by the patterned clothes she was wearing would mix the subject pool for the two crimes. If Z did not know Darlene, there would be no reason to de-emphasize her, making it very curious that in this initial post, he focuses on his failure to kill Miguel while downplaying his success in killing Farron. Unfortunately, I can think of no line of investigation to resolve this. Assuming that the LHR murders were a case of mistaken identity and that the BRS attacks were the follow-up to finish the job, the best line of investigation would be to look at what happened with Darlene from, let's say, her high school graduation in 1965 until her death in 1969. And wow, that really makes it that just makes it really sad to look at those dates that close together. I mean, yeah, tragic deaths. Good old detective work is needed here. Access to libraries in the area would probably be the best way to access the info. But those of us that live out of state will have to work with whatever is available online. If anyone can find it, I'd really like a copy of Dean and Darlene's marriage license. I don't know where they got married. My best guess would be Reno or the local justice of the peace. Note, according to my research, Dean's first name is Arthur Dean Farron. I believe his father's name was Arthur also, so check the birth date if you find any records. Dean's use of his middle name was probably so that he could easily differentiate himself from his father rather than being called Arthur Jr. Another post, I'm still of the opinion that BRS was random. If so, and if Zodiac made those phone calls, it does not necessarily mean that Zodiac was stalking her. Terry's Waffle House is right off I-80, and Darlene was a popular waitress. It's entirely possible that Z knew her from there, and who knows, may have even been friends with her and thus knew phone numbers relevant to her. When he was trolling for victims along Columbus Parkway and chose the car he happened to find at BRS at midnight, it may have shocked him to see that one of his intended victims was a buddy of his. Since he had already planned to kill them, he went ahead with it and shot them both, and perhaps felt a little bad about it, and so called her parents home not to apologize, but to connect with them. Even though he said nothing, he just wanted to hear one of their voices. Alternatively, he may have gotten a kick out of the fact that he randomly chose to kill someone he knew and called her parents for fun. And I mean, as disturbing a post as that is that I just read, I mean, we have to consider that possibility also, because if the Zodiac is a local, he's visiting these eateries and establishments, and he's picking random victims, obviously there is a possibility that he might know a victim he might pick even though he wasn't stalking them prior and didn't pick them out prior. Especially if she's a popular waitress. I mean, this is a very interesting theory. Huh. Wow. That is interesting. Another post here. I had a similar thought along the same lines in thinking about the car. That is, the one that allegedly pulled in a few minutes before the murder and drove off. I think Miguel was inclined to believe it was the same one. Now, it may not have been, but you would then wonder why this person never came forward if not Zodiac. If it was Zodiac, why would that happen? Perhaps to check that the road was clear, or maybe he had a moment of doubt having recognized the car, deciding at first not to link himself with someone that he might have known, and then he changed his mind, just speculating. And that's a great post as well. Because if he is a conflicted serial killer, that could be a possibility. Or if it's not Zodiac, if it's a drug dealer, why would they come forward and bring attention to themselves? If it's some kind of seedy criminal, this is something that, again, in so-called true crime aficionados, they always kind of jump to these conclusions. Oh, well, if this person didn't come forward, they were responsible. Plenty of criminals would not come forward, even if they weren't responsible for a particular crime that they either witnessed or were present at shortly before or after. Another post here, 3 layers of clothing doesn't seem to constitute make-out wear. Mike McGow bulking up in expectation of trouble or the possibility of trouble if something goes bad. I mean, was that a big thing back then in the 60s? Just to wear a whole bunch of layers of clothing to make you look jacked? To intimidate others? I mean, that's not really a thing now, but was that a thing back then? Another interesting post here. My idea about Lake Herman Road is that the killer may have wanted to do it as a scare tactic, to show Darlene he could do it and get away with it. This could have been what she was talking about when she said she saw him kill someone. Also, when she told her mother she would be reading about her in the paper soon. It's not a good idea to threaten a killer, if that is what she did. I think she not only saw him kill, but knew what else he was into, and he had to shut her up. The killings right after Darlene were to cover up her killing. I believe to throw the police off. It seems to have worked so far. Also, to make it look like a killer was killing people at random. That way the police wouldn't delve too deeply into her background and friends. Then he went to San Fran, did Stein to make everyone think he could be living anywhere and to be on the front page of the San Francisco Chronicle, when in fact I think he lived in Vallejo or Napa at the time. This had nothing to do with the killing he did in Southern California. He liked to kill because it made him feel like he had power when he was truly a weak, sick freak. I believe his mother really did a job on him, just like Edward Kemper's mother did to Edward. She paid the ultimate price for it. I mean, this is an interesting theory as well, where the serial killer, he really wants to kill one particular individual, and then it gets out of hand, and there's all these other crimes to cover up that crime. And then he may also like killing, so he also did random kills. I mean, that really does cover all the bases. I mean, this theory would cover all the bases. Another interesting post here. I don't think Zodiac paraded around with the outfit before or after the stabbing. He put it on behind the tree just before he walked down to them. If you have ever been at that spot, you will see that it is rather hilly, and no one from the road could see him. I think he took off the costume as soon as he was done stabbing them, long before he wrote on the car door. The phone calls couldn't be traced, so he wasn't worried about making those calls. If a call wasn't made to Dean's parents' home after Dee was killed, I would say anyone could have made the other calls. But after midnight, I say he just wanted them to think about those calls for years to come. He loves the thought of making people fearful of him. Another post, I really think Mike McGow was trying to look bigger. This is regarding his multiple layers of clothes. Perhaps there really was someone following or scaring Darlene, and she told Mike about it. So he may have thought looking heavier would help out their cause. You know what else is curious, too? Let's not fall for false dichotomies here, black and white logical fallacies, if you will. Is it possible Darlene did have a stalker who's not Zodiac and who didn't kill her? People have stalkers. And a serial killer, Zodiac, really did randomly pick these victims at this park who were afraid of a real stalker who wasn't him and he knew nothing about. Is that a possibility? Another interesting, wow, this is getting really mind-shocking. In the police report, it stated that Mike McGow was arrested August 68 for petty theft and gave a false name, William James Jansen. Did he make up this name, or is this an actual person he may have known? Someone responded, I can't help but think of David Jansen in the Fugitive TV series. So a couple more posts here are referring that supposedly there were other calls. Darlene's parents also, and Dean's brother. So Dean's parents and Darlene's parents as well. Other posts here. If Z did call the family even once, then he knew their private number, if indeed that was the case. Christina Farron told me she picked up for at least a few calls that were very negative. She felt it was the perp. The same thing happened to Kathleen Johns, as told to me. Huh. That's pretty weird. Huh. I mean, is it possible there's also just these pranksters or these really deranged individuals that are making these calls who are not Zodiac just for attention or because they're bored? Or, there's a lot of mentally disturbed individuals out there who aren't killers, but who totally would exploit attention given to killers that they might want for themselves, even though they don't know the killer, they're not responsible for the killings. I mean, yeah, these are quite weird. An interesting post here. Getting some nasty calls after the murder has become public record is one thing. Getting calls before the news hit the papers is another. Even if you have an unlisted number, lots of people have it or can get it from various sources, friends, jobs, etc. So the Soonans getting nasty calls after the crime was made public isn't surprising. Whether or not the caller was the perp or just sad, sick people, getting weird calls before the news was publicized is strange. Did Leo make those calls? I don't know. At this point, I am not even sure Darlene's parents got any such calls late that night. At some point, I will have to comb through the reports again to see if Darlene's parents or siblings said they received them. I just don't have the energy or patience to do so right now. If there is no record in the actual police reports of the Soonans getting those calls, then the idea that the Zodiac must have known Darlene because he had her family's unlisted phone number loses credibility, in my opinion. And the call to the family is mentioned in a newspaper article as well. So it's not just at the time. So it's not something that was invented on the internet years later. The article's from 1972. Huh. And it's curious, supposedly this is not in the call. So, weird. Peninsula News, RC Police checking call in the Zodiac case. A 23-year-old woman called Redwood City Police early this morning and said she had just received a call on her unlisted telephone from the infamous Zodiac killer that he had just shot her sister, who had been missing for 5 months. Another sister, Darlene Farron, 20, was actually killed by Zodiac on July 4th, 1969, as she sat with her boyfriend in a remote park area of Vallejo, police there reported. Sergeant Jack Mullinax of the Vallejo Police Department said this morning, however, he was disinclined to believe the story of Pamela Jean Hyman of Redwood City because of numerous false leads she had given to police heretofore. Miss Hyman, a divorcee and a saleswoman at a department store in San Mateo, told Redwood City police officer Clarence Stringer that her sister, Linda Doris Carrier, had been missing for 5 months. Mullinax said, however, that he spoke with Mrs. Carrier only the day before yesterday regarding a family argument. She's a very pretty girl with a very vivid imagination, Mullinax declared. Miss Hyman, who has been divorced since the murder of her sister 3 years ago, according to Vallejo police, told Redwood City police officer Clarence Stringer that she received a call shortly before 3 a.m. from a man who said, "Your sister is dead. I just shot her. I know who you are and where you live." She told Stringer Mrs. Carrier had been missing for 5 months, and while San Jose police have no report on her disappearance, they are aware of the connection to the Zodiac killer. Miss Hyman said she had given her unlisted phone number only to relatives and close friends, and this was the first call she has received. Miss Hyman told Stringer that her family had received a similar telephone call at the time of her sister's murder. Her sister was shot 7 times and pronounced dead on arrival at Vallejo Hospital, Sergeant Mullinax said. Although her boyfriend was wounded numerous times, he later recovered, the officer reported. Miss Hyman told the Redwood City officer that the caller had no accent or other distinguishing characteristics in his voice. She said she would recognize the voice if she heard it again, however. Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's weird. Very interesting post here. This is from Time to Research Z. When we interviewed Christina Darlene's younger sister about getting any calls, without hesitation, she said she got negative calls during that period. The indication was that they were connected to her sister's death. With so many years, she could not recall details, of course. Johns told me the same thing after her incident. She did recall he swore and the tone was negative. C later married a Navy man, moved to San Diego. Of interest, only a page for a popular astrology magazine was sent to the Sacramento Bee in their own postpaid envelope with a trait of a cross cut over classified department in a circle around Cancer with Want Zodiac, Watch Flight 555, Birds Fly South. A reporter knew that Dave Peterson found it was a United Daily flight that went to San Diego at 7:30 p.m. This was sent in December 10, 1969. This is when Leona Roberts was found near a lagoon, see my site, where she was followed. She and her husband went to the MP on base about this. Later, they were transferred to the South, and all was normal there. Okay, so there was reference to these phone calls. There were reference to the calls in the Vallejo Police Department police reports, DFR 19 and DFR 23. Another thing, though, if this spot at the park was known as Lover's Lane, I mean, that would obviously be an easy target for a serial killer as well. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tough to make heads or tails of what actually happened because of all these variables. A lot of theories can fit these variables. Another post here. Weird that Dean's parents got a call. I think if the killer did know Darlene, it would make sense that if he was jealous of Dean, then that would be why he also called Dean's parents, to kind of rub it in a bit on his side of the family. Just speculation on my part. And supposedly it's established that Dean and his parents were listed in the phone book, so they could have been looked up. But if the killer didn't know Darlene, how would he know who to call? To my knowledge, there's no evidence that the killer searched Darlene for an ID or anything like that. And it's tough to ignore the fact that Darlene's husband and his parents received a suspicious call within an hour after she is killed. Alright, here is a major mind shock. I mean, this is one of the biggest mind shocks in the entire Zodiac case. This is a tidbit here that I don't see anybody talking about in the Zodiac case. Is this definitive proof that the Zodiac killer knew Darlene Ferrin? There's a documentary here, Now It Can Be Told, hosted by Geraldo Rivera.
A dramatic new lead in the hunt for the Zodiac killer.
Do you remember me?
No, I don't.
Come here.
A grieving young woman confronts the one man who may know the identity of her sister's killer.
You can't tell me you can't, Mike. I know you know who did it. I know you do.
The maniac she's trying to track down is the Zodiac, one of America's most notorious serial killers. A deadly phantom who's eluded cops for more than 20 years. Now this woman's detective work.
It took me all this time to find you, and I want you to help me. I know you can.
And a little sleuthing of our own may finally pay off.
Mike Migeot may know much more than he's told the police.
Now it can be told as we follow the sign of the Zodiac to the man who knew too much. Welcome, everybody. I'm Geraldo Rivera, high in the hills over Hollywood. From here, you can actually look down and see the stars. And we'll be doing a lot of that later in the program. But up front today, a story that began 300 miles north of here. Several months ago, you may recall, an intensive Now It Can Be Told investigation revealed that San Francisco's infamous Zodiac killer did not choose his victims at random, as the police originally believed. We discovered evidence showing involvement with drugs, the occult, and even the grim possibility of an accomplice. Well, we've continued to look into this 20-year-old mystery. And now we've zeroed in on the one man who may actually know the identity of the maniac. Our Alexander Johnson picks up the trail with the help of one of the victim's sisters.
Geraldo, the most important finding in our first report was that Zodiac knew at least one of his victims, a 22-year-old waitress named Darlene Farron. There was a motive behind her killing, which means there is a trail that could finally lead to the capture of the elusive Zodiac. Late 60s and early 70s, a deranged phantom calling himself the Zodiac wrote taunting letters to the California press and police. He typically struck at night in deserted lovers' lanes. But in one instance, he executed a cab driver on a San Francisco street. And in another, he donned the ritual costume and ravaged 2 students with a knife near a lake in broad daylight. There were 5 known dead and maybe more, and 2 seriously wounded. Numerous police jurisdictions were involved in the manhunt. We focused on Zodiac's second attack, the murder of Darlene Farron and the wounding of her companion, Mike Majot, shot in a golf course parking lot in the San Francisco suburb of Vallejo at midnight on July 4th, 1969. Now investigative reporter Maury Terry.
Someone Darlene knew and feared had been following her around Vallejo for months. And that last night, she had an argument in the parking lot outside the restaurant where she worked with an unidentified man. From there, she hurried home and then rushed over to Mike Majot's house, from where the 2 were followed or maybe even chased out to that parking lot where the shooting went down. It certainly was not a random hit. And it seems pretty clear that Mike Majot may know much more than he has told the police.
Majot has been in hiding for more than 20 years. We obtained this exclusive undercover video after months of tracking him. In an emotional and dramatic meeting, Darlene Farron's sister, Pam Huckabee, approached a man she hadn't seen in more than 2 decades.
Hi, Mike. Do you remember me?
No, I don't.
Come here. I'm Darlene's sister, Pam.
Oh, hi, Pam.
I'd like to talk to you. No, Mike, there was a man that Darlene was very afraid of. That hung around Darlene. That I got to meet. That I got to see around her. And I believe you know who he is. Do you?
Yeah, I know a lot of that stuff so long ago. I don't remember a lot of his names.
It took me all this time to find you. And I want you to help me. And I know you can. You can't tell me you can't. You can't tell me you can't, Mike. I know you know who did it. I know you do.
But Majot was not helpful. Retired Vallejo detective Ed Rust worked the case and is convinced that Majot knew more.
I don't think he's telling the truth. I think, and I always have thought there's something that he's holding back, whether it's from a more, bigger degree of his involvement in whatever happened or just plain pure fear.
It was Majot who told the police that the gunman called Darlene by her nickname before firing. After her death, there were rumors that she knew about drug dealing in Vallejo, that she belonged to a cult group, had seen a murder, and was killed for that reason. We confirmed that Darlene was immersed in the occult and made frequent trips to San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury district, a mecca for Satanism and witchcraft.
Not only Darlene's, but it's quite likely that some of these other Zodiac killings, to my way of thinking, may have involved other motives, and they were done in such a manner as to make it appear a random killing. And really, what better way to divert attention?
Indeed, the police were diverted, at least publicly. After the Farron Majot shooting, Zodiac called the Vallejo PD claiming credit for that attack and won 6 months earlier on a high school couple. For years, authorities have asserted that there is no recording of that call. Yet at one time, there was. Former Vallejo patrolman Steve Baldino.
I heard the tape. This dispatcher let me hear it. I believe it was the next night. Apparently that tape is no longer there. But it did, in fact, exist because I did hear it.
So where is that tape and why did it mysteriously disappear? Baldino acknowledges some corruption in his department in that era.
There was talk about individuals selling or using narcotics. There was talk about a burglary ring going on. There were also a couple of officers who were fired over a relationship with a 14-year-old girl.
At least one of those officers was questioned about his relationship with Darlene. Although Darlene was married, she often dated other men, especially cops. So was it possible that police were somehow involved in her death?
At the Farron Majot shooting, the Zodiac approached with a flashlight, just like a cop would. And at the other Vallejo shooting, although it hadn't been made public before, a witness saw the perp's car just minutes before the shots rang out and described it as being dark-colored with no chrome, which is highly suggestive of an unmarked police vehicle.
That other Vallejo shooting was a double homicide. The victims, a high school couple, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday. As in the Farron Majot attack, we have uncovered a possible motive for this supposedly random assault. The late John Lynch, a retired Vallejo detective, talked about victim Faraday.
This kid had found out somewhere or another that about some narcotics transaction that had taken place. And he was telling other kids about it, and they just eliminated him.
Arthur Allen has been the Vallejo Police Department's #1 suspect for more than 20 years, even though virtually no other agency involved believes he is the Zodiac.
I am not the Zodiac. I've never killed anyone.
There are other investigators who have built credible cases for other suspects, including former police officers. But no one in authority has seriously followed up on those potentially valuable leads, let alone travel the road that may end at police complicity. So until the official investigation switches to the issues of motive and other suspects, the star-crossed hunt for the Zodiac will continue.
So in this documentary, it's stated that Magot said that Zodiac called Darlene by her nickname before firing. I mean, that is truly mind-shocking if that is true. I mean, I really don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that. Apparently, this story is also corroborated by Sue, Darlene's cousin, who went to visit Mike at the hospital. She said that Mike told her the shooter said the name D before shooting them. Find the man they called Honcho, who was with them in the Virgin Islands, and you will have the true name of the killer. There is proof in a picture album that Dean has that shows Honcho was with them in the Virgin Islands. He is who she was so afraid of and who was watching her. Wow. Wow. I mean, I don't know what to make of that either. So apparently Mike Magot told Sue, Darlene's cousin, that Honcho was who she was afraid of. Now again, that doesn't mean that this Honcho character was the one who killed them, because she could have been stalked by someone else. And if that someone else is a serial killer, trucker, whoever, police officer who knew her from the waitress job, he might have also known her name D. So that doesn't necessarily mean Honcho is guilty, even though Mike Magot might have thought he was, because that's who Darlene was afraid of. Let's see what we can find on this Honcho guy on zodiackillermystery.freeforums.net. There's a post here from 2015 by ZFinder. I feel that Darlene knew her killer and that he used the nickname Zodiac. This is why he didn't use the name Zodiac until after he killed her. Darlene knew how to sew. I wonder if she was the one who made the Zodiac costume for him at his request. The place that Zodiac could have gotten his idea for his name and logo was next to Frank's coffee shop. I understand that Frank was Darlene's uncle, who owned the home where Darlene and the mystery man's picture was taken. The mystery man looked exactly like her husband. I have no doubt that it was the Zodiac watch that was the inspiration for Zodiac's name and logo. There is a pretty good chance that Zodiac was a diver, like Jim and Darlene, and that was a reason for the three of them to go to the Virgin Islands. Great diving waters there. The Zodiac watch is a diver's watch. A response here, the third person of that trio was called Honcho. My bet is that if we can find out who Honcho really was, we will have her killer. Jim won't say, because I asked him who Honcho was and he gave me some lame answer like maybe that was her dog's name. I do believe that the Zodiac watch was the inspiration for the name and logo Zodiac uses. I was lucky to see the Zodiac watch case in the window one day at about 1971 while I was walking past the secondhand store in Concord, California. I gave that information to Paul Avery. He gave it to Graysmith, who then told the police. Graysmith gave me the credit for that information in his Zodiac Unmasked book, which was nice of him. Sandy is posting here. This is Sandy's post here. It has been said that Avery and Graysmith were not friends. I find that hard to believe because everything I sent to Paul he gave to Graysmith. Graysmith told me that himself. I also believe what you said about why Zodiac named himself after Darlene was murdered. I don't agree that she sewed the costume because it wasn't sewn. The only part that may have been sewn would be the logo, and that could have been done with white ink or paint to look sewn. It was put in my car, so I saw it better than even Hartnell could have seen it. It was not hard to make. I was able to make a copy of it as shown on ZodiacKiller.com. It took less than 15 minutes. Too much credit has been given to Zodiac being some genius. I say he has been more lucky than smart. The FBI said the codes were amateurist. Okay. The code was thought to be much harder than they really were. This is why the professionals couldn't do it. Sort of like a math problem you had in school that you struggled with until the teacher showed you how simple it really was. I mean, that's an interesting point as well. I mean, I'll have to do a dedicated episode on the ciphers and how they were deciphered. But continuing on here, someone posted this. Paul Stein knew Darlene Ferrin. Darlene Ferrin worked at the phone company. Where do you think my mother worked? Yep, you guessed it, the phone company. Connection after connection. My mother was also born in Oklahoma, if that says anything. Sandy responded here, there is absolutely no evidence that Darlene knew Paul Stein. There was a rumor that Darlene used to get free rides from Paul when she lived in San Francisco. The fact is that Darlene was murdered weeks before Paul was ever a cab driver. Betty Lou's mother said that Baby Lou never babysat for Darlene. Okay. As far as the Zodiac saying he escaped from a prison in Montana, depending on which article you read, it was also stated that Zodiac said Colorado. I read where Brian Hartnell said it sounded something like Feather, Colorado. When I read that, I thought of Denver, Colorado. I think Zodiac may have been trying to frame Jim Phillips for his crimes. Jim had connections to Colorado. Later, Zodiac sends a Phillips map. He probably knew that Jim was living in San Francisco. He then went there to kill Paul Stein. It almost worked if that was his plan. Because there was a bolo for Jim right after Stein was killed. Jim had connections to Vallejo, Benicia, San Francisco areas, and was once married to Darlene. He also liked writing ciphers, as seen by Darlene's mother, and had connections to the San Francisco Presidio. He worked in the editor's section of the newspapers. Zodiac sent letters to the editor. I do believe that Zodiac knew Darlene and Jim very well. Jim had a reddish-brown crew cut at one time, and he wore horn-rimmed glasses. At times, his hair is very light. When one finds the real Zodiac, the evidence will fit without trying to make it fit. I am talking about physical and forensics evidence, such as DNA, prints, handwriting, etc. It isn't going to matter if Zodiac was a Satanist, construction worker, or both. Darlene worked for a very short time at the phone company. It was her friend Bobby who got her the job. Darlene and Jim moved about every 3 to 4 weeks, as told by Jim himself. Late 60s, I worked in Vallejo at the nightclub where Darlene hung out, the Coronado Inn. I ate at Terry's where she worked, and she and I dated the same Vallejo cop, Buzz Gordon. What a name. Her family has ID'd the man who has stalked me as the man who killed Darlene. They ID'd a picture I took of my stalker in August of 1990 as her killer. But they were misinformed of his name. They were told the name was Larry Kane. I was convinced that was the correct name, so I investigated Kane until he died. Then, a few months later, my suspect came by my home, and that was when I realized his name could not be Larry Kane. I have his first name as Robert or Anthony or Tony. That doesn't prove that my suspect is in fact the Zodiac, although I truly believe that he is. It will be forensic evidence that ties my suspect to letters and Lake Berryessa that will hopefully break the case. I am somewhat into astrology and numerology. This month is my month, but I need to watch out for the lunar eclipse. According to what I have read, there will be an end to a problem I have had for a very long time. Of course, I am thinking that this could be the year Zodiac is caught. Now, this was posted here August 2nd, 2017. I'm not sure if this is a repost or not, though. All right, so I guess now is as good a time as any to cover the Sandy Betts story. So, Sandy Betts is a controversial figure within Zodiac true crime research. Let's go over her story. So, ZodiacCyphers.com did a write-up here November 25th, 2017. The story surrounding the recollections of Sandy Betts has been taken and edited from the Zodiac Killer Mystery Forum hosted by Ricardo Gomez. So, here it is. The first time that I actually saw his face was in the winter of '68, around the time of the Lake Herman Road shooting of David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen. I was working as a waitress and bartender at Flamingo Joe's in Vallejo when I got off work early to pick up my paycheck from the Melody Lounge on Sonoma Boulevard, Vallejo. The same person owned both places, so I would work at both. I also worked at the Coronado Inn for a different owner. It was about 1 a.m. when I left Flamingo Joe's to go to the Melody for my paycheck. When I walked into the Melody Lounge, some male friends that I knew from Richmond called me over to have a drink and talk. I picked up my paycheck and sat with the three men for about 20 minutes. It was nearing closing time, so they walked me out to my car. Thank goodness they stood there for a few moments as my vehicle failed to start. I knew a lot about car maintenance because I used to watch my father regularly work on vehicles and would constantly question him about his work. I asked the men if they could check under my hood to see if my coil wire was okay, and they duly obliged. They proceeded to take a look and commented, "Are you psychic or something? Your coil wire is gone." They knew I needed to go home to Napa, so they removed one from someone else's car and put it in mine. Wait a second. Whoa, wait a second. Did they do that with or without permission of the owner? Or did they just go rummaging through other cars in the parking lot to remove a coil wire? Wow. Although, again, before we get into the veracity of Sandy Betts' accounts here, if this is all true, I mean, obviously we have to think back to the Sherry Jo Bates murder, where apparently there could have been an issue with the vehicle. I thanked them, then drove off towards Napa when I noticed that I was perhaps being followed. This person was about 1/8 of a mile back, but I felt I could possibly shake them off. As I got to my turnoff on Imola Avenue next to Napa State Hospital, I knew that there was a dip in the road that might hide the low taillights of my older model Pontiac Bonneville. So I turned right and drove like a bat out of hell. I believe I had lost him, but kept my foot firmly on the pedal just the same. I needed to turn on Navarre Street, but couldn't do that safely on account of my speed, so I turned left at the next block. I then turned off my lights and made another left onto my street. It was at this point I saw a car with its lights on parked across the street from my home. Nobody in my neighborhood would be up that late, and I didn't recognize that car. I was curious to see who this person was, so I kept my lights off and pulled up alongside his vehicle. He was looking at my driveway as if to say, "Where is she?" When I looked at his face, I saw the hatred in his contorted face and feared that even running to my front door, I may not make it. This guy looked as if he hated me, and thoughts spiraled in my mind that possibly my ex-husband had hired a hitman to kill me so he wouldn't have to pay child support for our 3 children. How does that work, though? If the mother of children is murdered, isn't the father still supposed to support the kid? I mean, well, that's kind of weird. All right, anyway, I kept on driving back towards town where 2 police officers and 2 police cars were talking at the gas station on the intersection of Soskell and Imola Avenue. I got out of my car and proceeded to outline what just occurred when the same car came across Soskell Avenue behind the gas station. There was an all-night pancake house there. I pointed at him as he crossed, but he simply looked at me talking to the officers. It certainly didn't seem to bother him because he still drove into the parking lot of the restaurant. One officer told the other, Joe, you go check that guy out and I will follow her home to make sure she is safe. And just another side point here, if the guy is a police officer, would he not be afraid of other cops? If this is truly a criminal, unless, of course, if he is deranged and he likes taunting police, I mean, maybe he would. I mean, I don't know. A few months later, Darlene, and I guess there's no follow-up here, unfortunately, on what happened with the officer who checked out the guy. A few months later, Darlene Ferrin and Michael McGow were shot in Vallejo on July 4th, 1969. McGow had told investigators that the shooter's car was light brown, possibly a Falcon. This tallied with the vehicle that had followed me from Vallejo, so I called Napa Police Department and asked if they had noted the man's name that followed me in the report that night. The woman I spoke to located the report, but it didn't show the name of the man. I didn't think to tell her that there could be two reports because there were two officers. The phone call to Napa Police Department was made in July 1969. Sometime later, my eldest teenage daughter was on the phone one day talking to one of her school friends. As they were conversing, her friend heard the family's other phone ring, so left to answer it. When she came back, she said that the man on the phone had told her that he was the Zodiac killer. I don't remember what else was said about the call, but both my daughter and her friend were extremely frightened by the experience. I have no idea if that call was reported or whether the phone call was before or after the Lake Berryessa attack on Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard. It was likely after because the Zodiac killer wasn't playing on our minds at the time, not until after the September 27th, 1969 double stabbing. It was only then that the realization dawned that a serial killer was on the loose in our area. During that summer of 69, it must have been my day off work because I was sitting outside my house on the lawn in the front yard. It was a warm day and my next-door neighbor, Betty, and I were talking when my husband pulled into the driveway. He walked over to us and said, "Who in the world would steal a clothesline?" That struck me as odd because I hadn't even noticed that it was gone. It was to the right of our driveway along our side yard. However, I could now notice that most of it was missing. I had to replace it, so I bought more at the store on Imola Avenue where I had purchased the previous clothesline. The store was across from the state hospital about 1 mile or less from my home. My neighbors and I used to talk about the patients escaping, although we believed that if and when they did, that they would go as far away as they could, not remain in the vicinity. Later, I heard that a woman on a block not far from my home had been murdered. I think the street was Marie, but cannot be certain. On Saturday 27th, September 27th, my husband and I were both working in Vallejo that night. My shift started at 6 p.m., so I probably left the house around 5 or 5:15 p.m. I would work until 2 a.m., during which time my daughter would babysit her brothers. But that night at approximately 8:30 or 9 p.m., while my daughter was changing the baby's diaper in the bedroom, someone was knocking on the front door of the house. There was a man at the door who proceeded to tell my daughter that he was there to look at the house as if it was up for sale. My home was certainly not on the market. My son had earlier bumped and cut his head, so the man offered to take him to the hospital, indicated that he thought it looked serious. My children got into the man's car, who had a woman with him, and went to the Queen of the Valley Hospital in his black Cadillac. It wasn't until later that we found out that there had been 2 victims brought into that same hospital from Lake Berryessa, both of whom had been stabbed. The next day or the day after, both my husband and I had the day off. He went to Soskull House, Napa, a few miles southwest of our home, to have a couple of drinks and roll dice with his friends. I didn't feel like staying home that day without a car and asked Betty if she could give me a ride to get it. I got my baby ready, who was 8 months old at the time, and Betty drove us to pick up the car. She got out to help carry the things I needed for the baby. The windows were down in the car because it was very warm that day, and we noticed that there was stuff all over the back seat and on the floor behind the driver's seat. I opened the door to the back and picked up a garment made out of black cotton cloth off the seat. It had a strange design on the front of it that I thought looked Asian. It was a white circle with a cross on top of it or over it. The black cotton material was about 1.5 yards long and 36 inches wide. It had a hole with a slit towards the back so it would fit over someone's head. There was a wad of black paper on the floor behind the passenger seat, so I picked it up and opened it to see who the heck it was, and quickly realized it was a mask that covered one's head completely. It was made from a paper sack and had large round holes for the eyes, although I don't remember if there was a hole for the mouth and nose or not. It was square and flat on top, just like a grocery bag, and there were 4 3-inch cuts at the bottom that were bent to sit on a person's shoulders. My initial thoughts was that it must have been an early Halloween costume. As I drove back home, I noticed an awful stench filling the car. It was the paper sack. Whatever was used to make it black was creating the bad smell, so I had to throw it away in the garbage as soon as I got home. Once I got home, I looked at everything that was put in the car. There was a neat stack of things on the floor behind the driver's seat. On the bottom of the stack was an old dictionary, and positioned on top of that was a green plastic template with letters of the alphabet on it and 4 circle cutouts from small to large underneath the letters. Next to the dictionary was a ruler from Heald College, H-E-L-D, and 2 erasers. One was a large gray one, the other pink and smaller in size. Heald College was a private for-profit business career college with its main campus in San Francisco, California. It operated between 1862 and 2015. On top of the green plastic was an ammo can filled with felt-tip pens arranged like perhaps an artist would have, except most of the pens were very dark. One was orange or red, one was white. At the bottom of the ammo can were 3 earrings. One of them was screw-on with a small cross along with a girl's Timex watch with a thin gray leather band. A silver-colored protractor was also inside the can with a small pencil at one end. In addition, at the very bottom was a tiny Catholic Mass book. The page that would have had the owner's name on it was torn off. On the back seat was a clear plastic name tag in which the name Daniel Perez was written on white paper. I mean, Daniel Perez is probably a relatively common name. When my husband came home, I asked him if he had given someone a ride because there were some strange things in the back seat of the car. He assured me that no one had been in the car except him, and he didn't see anything in the back seat when he got in to drive. I surmised that maybe some guy worse the wear for drink or cannabis had mistook our car for his own and put it all there. During the Vallejo springtime of '69, my soon-to-be ex-husband and myself leased Jay Governor's room on Sonoma Boulevard across from James Sears, where Darlene was starting to buy her very expensive clothes. Where she got the money to do that was something that her family didn't understand, but nevertheless had a bad feeling about. On Saturday nights, my husband would hire a bartender to do his job. I was the waitress and would have kept my eye on the bartenders to make sure they weren't tapping the till. My husband would go to the Vallejo Speedway to offer the winner of the main event and his crew free drinks at our bar after the races. I was still filling in at the Coronado Inn because the money was good there. It was always crowded, as people would come from as far away as Oakland, San Fran, and Yountville. Vallejo was a Navy town, and during the 60s, the Vietnam War was still raging on. We felt a lot of sadness for the loss of these young men who were defending our country. I lost my brother-in-law, who re-enlisted in 1969. On July 1st, '69, my father died unexpectedly at Kaiser Hospital. He had gone in for a hernia operation and died the day before he was due to be released from what I was told was a blood clot. I thought it was unusual for him to be found with his arm up, reaching for the buzzer to get help. I wasn't aware that one would know that a clot had moved to the lungs and would have had enough time to ring for help. I was devastated beyond belief, so my husband and I went to Walnut Creek to stay by my mother's side until after my father was buried. Our lease was up at Jay's Governor's room, but a few of my friends still liked to go there to drink. One of them was Don Porter, who I dated. I had no idea he was the counterfeit ring that was going on in Vallejo at the time. He was being watched by the FBI. They were watching him in the bar while he lit ladies' cigarettes with his $20 bills. They arrested him that night and found a lot more of the counterfeit bills in the trunk of his car. I had no idea he was doing this. He was stealing cars, chopping them up, and repainting them to sell along with his co-conspirators. I remember one afternoon, he and I were going to San Fran to visit somebody. His roommate was on the porch. Don said to him that we were headed to San Francisco, but needed to stop by Dee's place to pick something or drop something off. His roommate, who was a short man in his 30s with brown curly hair, who liked to play the piano, screamed at Don I told you to never say that name ever. I would not have remembered that name if it weren't for that man making such a scene. Are they talking about D? Stop by D's place. In early October '69, I got a daytime job in Rutherford working at the Robert Mondavi Winery. While I was there, a movie was being filmed for CBS television. The star of the movie was Burt Reynolds. Although at the time I didn't know who he was because it was before he became famous. I had a hard time not staring at him. What a hunk. The next day, the director asked me if I would like to be in the movie. I said I would if I could have one of my friends join me so we could both be in the movie. While we were waiting for our scene, we were in a room with Burt and a few other actors. I am not sure how I ended up with Burt lifting me up above his head and sliding me slowly down close to his body, but he said in a low voice while looking at me nose to nose, "You are one healthy girl." I still remember that moment as if it were yesterday. I was only an extra, but was a key extra. Some of the film was shot in St. Helena, Santa Rosa, Lake Berryessa. I now wonder if Zodiac could have been there as an extra or just watching. The film was entitled Hunters Are for Killing, also known as Hard Frame. And for the people who think that she's completely 100% full of it, she does have a photograph with Burt Reynolds. My divorce was about final. The children and I moved away from Napa to Rio Vista, where their father had moved so they wouldn't be too far from him. I got a job at the Spindrift Marina restaurant on the San Joaquin River. Working 3 days a week, the other 4 I spent fishing with my children. I started getting phone calls and could hear someone breathing, but whoever it was would never say anything. Then the car kept having odd problems, like the oil filter can would fall off while I was driving and all of the oil would leak out. Or my tire would be flat while I was parked at my apartment. I was still going to Vallejo to the Coronado Inn at night from time to time and still seeing Buzz Gordon, a cop that I started to date while I was working in Vallejo in 1969. We dated for about 5 years, not knowing he was married at the time. Did she state she was married at the time as well? I mean, I'm having trouble with this timeline here. Furthermore, then finding out that he had gone out with Darlene Ferrin and was a Zodiac suspect. Now, I'm not going to get into Buzz Gordon here. He's a suspect. Some people believe he is he should be one of the primary suspects. But just a quick aside here. Sandy posted this regarding Buzz. She posted this. This is from Tapatalk, so I don't know where the original was, but this was dated April 17th, 2008. I don't know if this is reposted or this was the original date. I find it very interesting because when Darlene was killed, I asked Buzz, who I was dating before she was killed and after. Buzz and I dated for about 5 or 6 years. I had no idea he was married, let alone dating Darlene. When she was killed, I asked Buzz if he knew her. He said he had heard of her, but didn't really know her. Then I read they had both dated when I read Graysmith's book in 1987. I found Buzz in 90 living in Chico and working for PG&E. I called him, we spoke for a few minutes, and then I asked him again about Darlene. He told me that she was a one-night stand and that she was in love with him. He said she even moved in with a few blocks of him just to be close. I asked him if she ever mentioned being followed or bothered. He said yes, that she said the man was an old hippie, but didn't give his name. Uh-oh. I knew he had to turn in his gun because it was a 9mm. It was thought for a short time that she could have been killed by a Vallejo cop. Buzz fit the description of the killer and had at the time some kind of gun. I knew he was upset that he was questioned. He left the police department soon after being questioned. I mean, an innocent person might have done that as well if they were just really pissed off about that. It seems odd to me that after all these years, he still couldn't tell me the truth about his relationship with Darlene. He will always have a small piece of my heart. He and I used to park in hopes that the Zodiac would try something and we could get him caught. I still don't know if I was just plain stupid or brave. LOL. A couple other posts here. Buzz was on a motorcycle patrol the night of the murder when he came into office and he found out that Dee had been murdered. And this person posted this. Must have had poor police communications back then. Wouldn't he have heard it over his police radio while on patrol? How many 9mm did he own, and which one was turned in? Another post here on the subject of Vallejo PD having a motor officer patrolling at night in 69. Nancy Slover has remarked on several occasions, sometimes quite adamantly, that the PD had 2 motorcycles at the time, and they were never engaged for duty that night. Anyone who says otherwise, according to Nancy, doesn't know what they're talking about, for what it's worth. Interesting. So if that's true that neither motorcycle was supposed to be on duty, and Buzz is saying that he was on duty on the motorcycle, I mean, that's a little bit suspicious. That is a little bit suspicious. But back to Sandy Betts' story here. We dated for about 5 years, not knowing he was married at the time. Furthermore, then finding out he had gone with Darlene Ferrin and was a Zodiac suspect. He and I would be in his squad car, go to the areas where we thought the Zodiac killer might go so we could catch him. He would have his 9mm ready just in case the Zodiac showed up. I mean, how lawful is that? An officer having his girlfriend in his vehicle while trying to lure a serial killer? I mean, that sounds kind of dangerous and not in line with protocol in any way. I mean, that's kind of weird. I actually offered myself as a decoy to the Vallejo Police Department, but they told me that they had no idea when or where Zodiac would strike again, and that they didn't have the money or manpower to do that. I look back on that now and how foolish I was for making that offer. I always wanted to work in law enforcement and bust drug dealers or work at solving murders. That started in the 50s with the case of Stephanie Bryant, who was kidnapped from Berkeley on April 28, 1955, then murdered. To this day, I do not feel that Burton Abbott was her killer. And I'm not going to go into the Stephanie Bryan case and Burton Abbott high-profile execution in California. Some people believe that there were a lot of issues with that, and that he was framed and all these things. I mean, there's definitely a lot of information there. Perhaps I'll do a dedicated episode on that case. Seems to warrant it. But let's continue here with Sandy Betts' account. My father, who worked in Oakland but would drive through the Berkeley Hills and past Stephanie Bryan Street to get home to Walnut Creek, reported seeing something or someone suspicious pertaining to that case. He gave the police a description of a car with a young girl in it. That, in turn, made my father a suspect. He never offered any information ever again to police. I have no idea if the person he turned in retaliated against our family and is now the man who plays these childlike games with me or not. We did have a prowler in the 50s who would go into our backyard and run a stick alongside the wooden slats to make a ticking sound. I can remember whenever I was home alone, I would hold our .22 rifle just in case the person tried to break in. Could he be the same person today? I don't know. While living in Rio Vista and working only 3 days a week, I drove a 67 Pontiac Firebird. I was still having problems with the oil filter falling off now and then, and my brakes kept going out. One night, when I had a few female friends with me, the brakes went out and we almost ended up in the river. The phone calls were still coming at night from someone who would never speak. Only breathing could be heard. I don't believe I was thinking that it was the man I got away from in Vallejo a few years before. I thought by moving he wouldn't know where I was, so I wasn't worried. I mean, that does seem kind of coincidental, though. If her account is all true, I mean, brain fingerprint scan technology, of course, would be useful here, but if her account is completely true here, why she thought there was a second individual who also just called her and breathed heavily, and it wasn't the same guy? I mean, that's kind of weird. There was a handsome guy named Ralph who seemed sort of distant, who would come in on Saturday nights. He was very different than most of the men who came in and flirted with me. He was the opposite, and it sort of bothered me. I wondered why he didn't seem to like me. Then one night he came in and I walked over to him and asked what he would like to have. He said, "I would like to marry you." I thought it was pretty funny that he, who was so cool towards me, was interested after all. I joked back, "Well, sure, I am not busy when I get off work." We started to date and became engaged several months later. Wow. So for all the people listening, that seems to be a viable pickup line. I would like to marry you. He had a boat and would take my children with him to fish and swim. Ralph would tell me odd stories about when he was a frogman in the Navy and how he would reach under a man's rib cage, pull the man's heart out, show it to him before he died. I was not impressed. One day when he was at my apartment and we were cooking game hens, he said something that was disturbing to my daughter. I don't remember what it was, but it upset her. His friend was there as well, and we were doing handwriting analysis after dinner. My daughter made the comment, "Geez, Ralph, you write just like the Zodiac." She was right. It did look like the Zodiac's handwriting that we saw in the newspaper. It was sometime later when his friend was telling me a story about the three of them boating at Lake Berryessa, and that when they woke up one morning, Ralph had a hood on his head. Now that was becoming too much for me to keep to myself. After all, Ralph had once told me how he planned at one time to kill his ex-wife but didn't, or so he claimed. He also said to me that one of his fantasies was to commit the perfect murder. By now, I knew I had to get out of this relationship. What tipped her off? Meanwhile, I called Dave Toshi and told him everything I knew about Ralph. Dave asked me to get some of Ralph's handwriting and send it to him. I wanted to get away from him as fast as I could without upsetting him, so I told him that I had a modeling offer in Southern California. He said that if I took the job, he wouldn't be with me. As far as he knew, I took the job. Dave Toshi called to let me know that Ralph had only one DUI arrest and that his picture looked eerily similar to the description of Zodiac. Ralph knew how much money was on Zodiac's head at the time. I thought that was interesting that he would know such a thing. Why, though? I mean, if the Zodiac was that popular. In 1971 or 72, my friend Verna and I decided to go east over the bridge towards the Spindrift Marina where I worked to a place just past the Spindrift for a few games of pool. For whatever reason, instead of going east over the bridge, I drove to Verna's house perhaps to use the restroom. Within a couple of minutes of being there, my daughter called to say that a bomb had exploded near the Spindrift Marina and that they were evacuating everyone off the island. Luck was with us because we would have been right on top of the explosions had we not stopped at Verna's first. Whatever it was, it blew a hole in the road 12 feet wide and 12 feet deep. It swept the boats in the marina away from their berths, with people on top of their roofs to keep from drowning. It flooded the cornfields and water went all the way to Stockton. My boyfriend, who owned the Spindrift, never understood what caused that to happen. The year before, on July 4th, both of his restaurants were set on fire within an hour of each other. One was the Spindrift, the other was near Sacramento, called the Captain's Table. Okay, so I was about to call BS on this whole story because, as far as I remember, I can't recall seeing anything about a bombing. Now, she can't remember the exact year, which is probably a little strange because it says here 71 or 72. Does that lend more credibility to the story? But anyway, some people did some digging, and apparently it wasn't a bomb, but there was a flood that took place. June in 1972 on Andres Island. June 25th. And so apparently it was reported that Army Corps engineers, something happened with Army Corps engineers in the area, but it sounded like a bomb. Now this is supposedly some kind of levee failure, and there is reference to this. Texas A&M University has on their oaktrust.library.tamu.edu, they actually have a document here, Levee Failures in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta, Characteristics and Perspectives, a dissertation by Frank Hopf, that mentions this so-called levee failure that caused flooding. So it's curious, this is definitely not a popular event. But you know what else is really weird is June 25th, 1972, apparently there were flood evacuations in Auburn, New York as well. And there was a hurricane and flood here on the other side of the country. historic flood. This is, it was before the 25th, actually. The historic flood, June 1972, Hurricane Agnes and the Genesee River flooding. The most destructive, widespread flooding to occur in the eastern U.S. occurred in June 72 as a result of Hurricane Agnes. So this is New York State, all the way on the other side of the country. So these are just weird curiosities, but apparently, so this wasn't a bomb, but it was something. So is this a case of Sandy Batts being mostly truthful, just not having exact details? Because I was about to just call BS on this whole thing, because how would this not be documented that there was a bomb or whatever? But whatever the case was, there was a levee failure of some kind. Okay, continuing on here. And it would also be curious if someone, I don't know how many people did some digging into her reports, like, for example, the fires that occurred on July 4th. I mean, is there police documentation of everything she's claiming here? Because she's got the photo with Burt Reynolds on their film shoot. There was this levee failure and flooding. I mean, it seems like there's some evidence to back up some of her claims here. Sometime before the flood, someone took a shot at him from the levee road. Still, someone was shooting at him? What the heck is going on here? Still, I don't think I gave any thought to my secret admirer being behind all of these strange happenings. I was now out of work because of the flood, but thank goodness I was known to be a good waitress because I received a call from the owner of the sugar barge asking if I would work for him, so I started immediately working there 3 or 4 nights a week. I mean, was there really a waitress? Is it really that hard to get a job as a waitress in California? I don't know. I moved from Rio Vista to Clayton and rented a home with 3 other girls. I believe the year was 1973. While we were looking for a place to rent, we went through a real estate agent who showed us a place that was once rented by some members of the Symbionese Liberation Army. Okay, I mean, are there too many coincidences in her story? So if her story is true, I mean, the amount of connections to the Zodiac killer here, I mean, it's kind of, you'd have to say, I mean, it would be relatively conclusive that this individual would have to know her if her story is true and he is the Zodiac killer. We didn't want to take that one, so we took one in Clayton on Claycord Street. While living there, I worked at a place in Pleasant Hill named Rick's Lounge. It was a huge place with live music and sat in a mall with a large parking lot. A friend I went to school with owned it. One night, I had got off work just before closing time when I saw a man in a station wagon sitting across the parking lot who waved at me. I waved back, thinking he was a customer who was leaving as well. He pulled out when I did and ended up behind me. I had a feeling that he might be planning on following me, so when I got out of the parking lot and was at a stoplight, I decided to make a U-turn back into the parking lot. The man behind followed suit, confirming my suspicions that he indeed was following me. I parked my car near the front door to Rick's and ran towards the door. The man stepped on the gas and tried to run me over. He had light hair styled in a crew cut. I don't remember his face, but recalled that he looked older than me. His station wagon had wooden panels with a rack on top, a conservative-looking car, unlike what a young person would be driving. I didn't connect this incident with my secret admirer either. Unless he had different wigs, he didn't look like the man in Vallejo in '68 who had dark brown hair. While still living on Claycord in Clayton, the girls and I noticed a man hanging around in an orange Volkswagen. He would just sit in his car near our home. I can remember his face as being real red-looking, more than just flushed. He possibly had a skin condition like a rash. We started to get the same sort of calls that I had received when I lived in Napa and Rio Vista, just someone breathing on the other end. Then one day, there was a voice that said, "I just want you to know, I know where you live." I could hear music playing in the background, but it wasn't anything that I recognized, such as rock and roll, country, or jazz. By then, I was dating Mike, someone who was in my life up until a few years ago. We maintained a friendship for many years until he married, but one day stood out that I still can't forget. We had spent the night together in Concord at his place, and in the morning while Mike was in the shower, I was still in bed waiting for my turn to shower. I heard a slight noise at the window that was about 6 feet from the bed. I opened my eyes and saw a large, muscular, hairy arm coming through the open window. I let out a scream and the man left. Mike tried to see if he could see anything out the window, but the man was out of sight. Could that be the same person who was harassing me? How could one person have so many strange things happening to them? No one I know of has had anything even remotely close to what I had going on. Even now, it only happens to me and Pam Huckabee. Not so much her anymore, as she is in a gated community in another state. And Pam Huckabee is, of course, Darlene Ferrin's sister. You know what's weird, though? A lot of people say that these are just crazy people looking for attention, but here's the thing. Let's say she is crazy. Again, is there some magic rule in the universe that prevents crazy people from ever being victims of criminals? Or are the chances increased that they'd be a victim? Because they might not be able to take safety precautions or whatever. Their choices might be hampered by their mental conditions. It's weird. A lot of coincidence theorists and even so-called true crime aficionados, they think that if someone's on drugs or if they're crazy, somehow that means their story can't be true. It's really weird. It's really weird. Around 1973, I had saved up enough money to put a down payment on a condominium in Walnut Creek just off of Ignacio Valley Road. It was very close to Heather Farm Park, once owned by Bing Crosby, but later remembered for the abduction site of a young girl on a bike who has never been found. That took place while I was living there, and she was a schoolmate of my son at the time. I mean, the coincidence stack is pretty high here with Sandy Betts. I wonder how much verification was done into all of her accounts here. Because what are the chances that there's this much weirdness? I mean, literal attacks on her life. The stalking, a lot of people are stalked and maybe phone calls, but all this other stuff, what are the chances? Lisa Dickinson's 9 was last seen near the Pleasant Hill station of the Bay Area Rapid Transit on September 5th, 1976. By now, I am at Pier 29, family restaurant in Oakland, working for the same owner of the Spindrift restaurant, Harry Schilling Sr. Only now I am working 5 nights a week instead of 3. One night I was driving home from Pier 29 when I noticed someone was behind me for a long time, so thinking I am being followed again. I remembered reading that it is a good idea to drive to a police station, so when I got to Walnut Creek, I drove to the police station and started to honk the horn to get help. That worked right away as an officer came to the car. I told him that an orange Volkswagen was following me all the way from Oakland and should be showing up in a second. The person following me must have not known Walnut Creek very well, or he would have known that that is where the police station is located. They spoke to the man in the Volkswagen who said yes, he followed me because he liked me, but meant no harm. He said that he was from the Alameda Navy base. They sent him on his way and I drove to my apartment. I always looked in my rear view to make sure I wasn't being followed and still do that to this day. You know what's weird though? So did they get the guy's name? And is this the same Volkswagen that was outside her house at a previous address? This is all crazy. This is all really crazy if true. The odd phone calls were still coming. I am not sure if I connected them to all of the other calls or not. One call was a man who said he was doing a thesis and needed to ask me questions. I forgot everything he asked, but the questions became uncomfortable. And I knew whoever this man wasn't a nice person. He started asking me about my daughter, who was 16 years old. I wanted to get this person caught and tried to set him up. I called the police and told them everything, but the man was never caught. Could that man be the one who is bothering me still? I have no way of knowing for sure. If he was my stalker, was he upset at all the guys I dated? Did he think I was a lot like Darlene? In 1975, I met someone, fell in love, and married him 2 years later. He lied to me about his age, and over time, he became 14 years younger than I. He is the one who taught me all about guns and how to shoot. We joined the American Sportsman Club and went hunting, fishing, and camping whenever we had a chance. My children loved the camping part of it. That wasn't so new to me. I grew up camping with my parents and frequented Lake Berryessa to camp many times, as well as the coast of Jenner and Fort Bragg. See, Sandy Betts seems to have connections to just about every single aspect of the Zodiac case. From 1977 to 1982, my name was changed, and I had moved from Walnut Creek, so I felt more comfortable during that period in my life. The only bad thing that took place was with one of my best friends, Dana, who moved about the same time I did to the town of Antioch. I do interior decorating with my friend Dana, wanted me to help her kitchen. We each borrowed 3 wallpaper books to take to her home so we could pick out which would look the best. She was so happy about buying her first home at the age of only 24. That was the day before her parents found her body on the kitchen floor on my birthday. So I actually couldn't find any corroboration because she doesn't list Dana's last name here. But carrying on this account here. The night before, I received a phone call at about 9:30 p.m. No one spoke, so I hung up and took the phone off the hook so we could get some sleep without any more calls. It was the next day that I was told by my other friend that Dana was dead. It was made to look like a suicide. She was shot with a .22 cal weapon, which she owned for protection. The gun was found in her living room near the front door, yet her body was in the kitchen several feet away. Her phone was found off the hook. Dana's mother asked if we would clean up the kitchen floor where her body was found. We did. I also fixed Dana's hair for her funeral, which is when I noticed that someone had cut her hair. I was the one who she would ask to cut her hair, and it was longer the last time I saw her, which was only a few days before. While I was sitting at her kitchen table looking out towards the road below, I happened to see a man looking up at us as he was driving by. He had curly dark brown hair with a round face that reminded me of the man from Vallejo in 1968. It was almost a surprised look he had on his face when he saw us there. Could he be the one who killed our dear friend and made it look like a suicide? It was because her home was locked up, that the Antioch Police Department believed she had killed herself. The patio door had an automatic pen that would lock if you closed it. Did the police ever ask her friends any questions about Dana? No, they did not. I believe Dana was murdered. She was very happy and had a lot to look forward to. Who plans on decorating their brand new home and shoots themselves instead? I mean, yeah, this is tough. So Vallejo 68, now this is closer to 78, 1980, 10 years later. Is it the same guy? My young husband was a bit spoiled by his mother. She gave him anything he wanted, so he didn't have much incentive to work. I was earning enough to take care of us all. Because my credit was very good, he bought a boat without mentioning it to me. This made me responsible for all of the payments, which I was not happy about. It was about 5 years into that marriage when I had a feeling that he was straying. Long story short, I filed for divorce, filled his boat with his clothes, and sent him home to his mother. When I changed my name back to Betts, it wasn't long before the odd phone calls started up again. I started to notice someone was following me again. He was clever, as he would park at different areas he knew I would pass by, and then he would pull out and follow. You know, another thing, like, what is the average time frame for a stalker? I started to notice someone following me again. He was clever, as he would park at different areas he knew I would pass by, and then he would pull out and follow. A few times he would wait on the side of the highway and then pull out thinking I didn't notice. One was a Chevrolet truck with a gun rack. It held a large rifle. I memorized many of the license plate numbers when one day I spotted one older green car with a plate I had seen before. This time I followed him. It was Veterans Day, November 11th, in the late 80s. She didn't report all these plates? 3 or 4 days later, I was in the Lions restaurant drinking coffee, talking to my friend who tended bar there, when my car alarm went off. One of the waitresses knew my car and told me it was going off. Something told me it was a ploy for me to go outside, so I went to the door and used my clicker to shut the alarm. About an hour later, I left for Alameda to do some work at one of my friends' homes before going to work in Oakland. As I got to the tunnel that separated Orinda and Oakland, I heard a shot, but wasn't sure if it was a backfire or not. Then, halfway into the tunnel, I heard another shot. This time I knew it was gunfire, so I started to weave around to hopefully evade being struck. As I was coming out of the tunnel, the last shot rang out. Then I saw him in an older blue Cadillac convertible. He drove past me pretty fast, so I didn't get the plate number that time. I knew better than to try and catch up with him as he headed towards Hayward. When I got to my friend's home in Alameda, I called to make sure that it was reported, and was told that others had reported it too. A few months later, I wanted to get a copy of the report, and was told that because no one was hurt, it wasn't kept. Well, that's awfully convenient. I mean, that's hard to believe, that if there was gunfire, they wouldn't have kept a report, regardless of whether anybody was hurt or not. By 89, I knew that the man I believed to be the Zodiac was stalking me and following me almost every day and night to and from work. He was becoming more bold. He didn't seem to care if I was onto him or not. It was as if he and RH were taking turns haunting me. You know what's weird, though? I mean, this seems to be a woman who's pretty good with men and has a lot of friends. She really didn't have any guys that could just, like, beat this guy up. I mean, it's kind of weird. Maybe Burt Reynolds, perhaps? One day I was on my way to work in Oakland when I stopped at a post office box on 23rd Avenue. I had some information I was sending to the Department of Justice in Sacramento. I didn't notice until I parked next to the box that RH was right behind me, parking as well. He was in a faded red car like a boxy Volkswagen with a plate that read K0K0. I believe I knew about the Mikado by then because seeing the word Coco on the plate was a clever move on his part. I got out of the car, mailed the letter, looked over at RH. I got back into my car and went to work. As I approached my workplace, there is a place in the middle of the road where I would wait for a break in the traffic to cross over to the parking lot to park up. When I neared the break in the middle of the road, I saw a brown wallet. I didn't pick it up because it was too dangerous to do that, but went to my manager, told her about the wallet, and went with her to retrieve it. It contained a driver's license with a picture of a male on it, so my manager said she would try to find the person and return the wallet. I don't remember the name on that license or if she found the owner or not. To this day, I wonder if that wallet was some sort of plant or not for me to get out of my car and get run over by a hit-and-run driver. You know what's weird, though? Again, if we're taking this all on face value, there was the one guy who tried to run her over years previous. Is this not the same guy? So she's got two different stalkers, possibly 3 or 4. I mean, I don't know what we're dealing with. Is one of them the Zodiac and then others are not the Zodiac? One Sunday afternoon, a man and 2 women came in and ordered drinks. The gentleman went over to the piano to play a tune. One of the women said, "Ron, could you please play ... For whatever reason, I had the gut feeling the man was Ron Pimentel. And as it turned out, I was correct. I had read about him in Robert Graysmith's Zodiac book. I told him a little bit about my stalker. He was very interested and gave me his home, car, and cell phone numbers. He told me to call him the next time the suspect came to my job, which by now was almost every night. Sure enough, my suspect came in, so I went into the office to call Ron. The phone behind the bar had lights that would show when the office phone was in operation. So when I made the call, the suspect knew I was contacting someone. He then would leave. Ron wasn't there in time to see the suspect. Why didn't he just, if he's there every night, why didn't she just tell him to come? It was weeks later that Ron called me to tell me he believed my suspect was sitting in a white Jaguar in front of his office. Ron's car had antennas all over it with a license plate that showed he was a private investigator. So whenever Ron would be at my work, my suspect would not come in until Ron would leave. I mean, really? He's a PI. He can't take a cab there? Then he would be there within a few minutes. It's as if he sat in his car waiting for Ron to leave. Ron died a year or so after that. I have no idea how. I kept my gun with me 24/7. One of the waitresses got off late one night and was hit in the head with something as she walked to her car. It wasn't a robbery because she still had her purse. And she didn't see the person who hit her. I then started to walk outside of work with my gun in my hand, looking over my shoulder. I would walk with other waitresses who were worried about their safety too. Nothing happened to any of us walking to our cars after that. People reported to me that they saw a blonde-haired man looking through my car windows, but when I would walk outside to see if I could see him, he would be gone. That could have been R.H. wearing his light-colored wig. One customer said he saw the man just sitting in his car reading a book and spitting out the window. He even wrote to me once and said he didn't know why he was afraid to tell me who he was. That was in the late 80s before I took his picture. When he would phone me, he would say, "Hello, it's me." I would say, "Hello, me, this is me." And he would chuckle. I knew that I needed to feed his ego because I felt that would help keep me alive. I didn't want to be an object. I needed to be someone he wanted to keep talking to. I told him that he and I could have a nice relationship if it wasn't for his one bad habit. He liked that because he laughed, but not loudly. Each night around 3 a.m., as I drove the 47 miles home, I would be followed. That helped to save my life because before that I would fall asleep while driving. I drank coffee at work before driving home to try to stay awake, but that didn't work 90% of the time. Once I knew I had a crazy stalker following me each night, that kept me alert. He would try to force me off the road by laying back, then speed up to my bumper. He did this a few times, so one time when he sped up and was close to my bumper, I tapped my brake just enough for him to see the brake lights. He went out of control and ended up sideways on a hill next to the highway. I mean, where are the police reports here? If this guy's running her off the highway daily, I mean, what's going on here? One other time, on a drizzly and foggy night at about 2 a.m. when I was on 880 freeway in Oakland, a car similar to a silver Honda passed me and stopped at the entrance of the exit I had to take to get home. I had to slam on my brakes to keep from hitting him and spun around on the slippery pavement a few times, fortunately escaping injury to myself and others, yet managing to continue. I am sure that made him angry, that his plan fell apart. One of the females that I feel he ran off the road and then stabbed her to death near his car was Teresa Brown, who was also a waitress working in Walnut Creek and who lived in Antioch. She was forced off Highway 4 in Pittsburgh, California on April 22, 1988, where many other women were being murdered by a serial killer that has yet to be caught. One of those females who got away from the killer's long knife lived to tell me that the man I have the picture of was the man who tried to kill her. I mean, how many serial killers is Sandy Betts crossing paths with? Okay, so let's look at the Teresa Brown case. There's not a lot of information here. I did find this write-up on the Highway 4 murders, Wednesday, June 12th, 2013, by Truth and Soul on the ZodiacKillersite.com forum. Post reads, I wanted to add some other victims that were found in the same area prior to and after Ignersall. Andrea Greeley Ignersall was found in a gully off a canal road in West Pittsburgh, found under a blanket in the wooded area. An anonymous caller tipped off authorities. And regarding the Ignersall case, I mean, we're going off of tangents here, but here's an interesting post by Sandy Betts on the ZodiacKillersite.com regarding Ignersall's murder possibly being linked with the Zodiac. What you are missing is a murder done with all of the Zodiac's MO. Do you know that the Zodiac liked killing near water or towns, streets, anything pertaining to water? He made phone calls to let police know where to find the victims. Holidays were important to him. This case has it all. What you don't know is that when I went to find any witness who may have seen the killer, I found one who told me the man was an older man in his 50s. That was in the early 1990s, making him in his 30s in 1969. He pulled a long knife out from under his front seat and tried to stab her. I was told he had curly to wavy hair. Zodiac witnesses said curly, wavy brown hair. He has a full round face. She said he was 5'8 to 5'10, hazel eyes, pot belly, barrel chested. If Zodiac is still alive, then this guy fits the description better than most I have read about. Pittsburgh is not very far from Vallejo. There were a total of 10 unsolved female murders in the 90s timeframe in the Pittsburgh-Antioch area. Don't forget that a card could have been from Zodiac. The Eureka Christmas card was sent December 1990. There were usually murders by Zodiac around the time of his letters and cards. If you are a believer that the Zodiac is dead or stopped killing and changed his ways after Paul Stein, then your mind is made up and you won't see the comparison. I believe that Zodiac is still alive and has not stopped killing, so whenever I see a murder that has all of the Z's MO surrounding it, I take a long look at it. Some follow-up posts here. Andrea, having been found under a blanket, suggests that her killer may have known her. Serial killers do not usually cover their victims, and Zodiac was no exception to that aspect, which is a good point. I mean, that is a good point here. Also, if there were copycats of the Zodiac, that might account for some of these unsolved murders. So that was Ignersall, but here is the write-up on Brown. So, further victims prior to and after Ignersall. I don't necessarily believe that these are all or any of Zodiac victims, as I think most would agree. Also, I'll summarize the other known murderers that were operating in the area around the same time, as I think it is helpful to eliminate possible Z victims as more likely victims of another killer. And that's an excellent point as well, because who's to say the Zodiac had the monopoly on murder? Obviously, the Zodiac killer did not. There were other murderers around. To give a little geographical background, Pittsburgh, Bay Point, and Antioch are just 20 minutes, about 20 miles away from Lake Herman Road in Benicia across a narrow section of the bay. Highway 4 is the major route that connects all three cities. Another 40 miles to the east along Highway 4 is Stockton, which I'll also include some activities as it helps build some POIs. Prior to 1992, Bay Point was called West Pittsburgh if it shows up in any articles. I'll list the events in chronological order and post copies of several articles following this initial post. The first was Teresa Colleen Brown. Investigators believe she was run off the road into a ravine, Highway 4 at Willow Pass Road, and stabbed to death. Found by a CHP officer in the morning, April 22nd, 1988. She was on her way home in Antioch from her job in Walnut Creek, 15 minutes south, late at night. If any, this one sounds like the most Z-like, in my opinion. The next two are Sharon Matos, who was found July 18th, 1992 in Pittsburgh, and Andrea Ignersall, found November 12th, 1992 in West Pittsburgh, now Bay Point. I've found few details on Sharon Matos, and the article in the aforementioned Ignersall post gives her cause of death as traumatic injury. These two were described as prostitutes, which matches a characteristic of most of the later area murders. A big jump to 1998 leads to the most well-documented of the unsolved murders in the area. 15-year-old Lisa Diane Norrell found dead by apparent asphyxia on November 6, 1998. At some point, there were two men in custody, David Michael Henneby Jr. and Gary Lee Walton, based on a lead derived from a deal with accused child molester Dwayne Shoemake. I don't know if that's a typo, if it's supposed to be Shoemaker, who was a local fire chief at the time. Ultimately, the two men were released. I mean, it's weird. Authority-worshipping cultists never want to consider that there are people in positions of authority, whether it be fire department, police department, child protective services, any of these other agencies. I mean, there are humans out there that are criminals. They are in all professions. That's just the way it is. If you weren't born yesterday, you know that. Just following the Norrell murder, the activity picks up. The next is Michael Tan, one of the most obscure of the lot, due to being male, I presume, found bludgeoned and ultimately drowned in Pittsburgh, November 9th, 1998. He sticks out as neither a prostitute, apparently, nor being from the area, from Walnut Creek, 15 minutes due south. Yeah, I mean, does that really fit the MO, drowning? There's a documented attempted kidnapping in Antioch on November 19th, 1998. The next four, along with Lisa Norrell, are the ones presented in the most articles about the string of Highway 4 murders. December 5th, 98, Jessica L. Frederick was found in Pittsburgh, stabbed to death. Her boyfriend, Mohammed Niaz, was a suspect. December 5th. Also, so that was December 5th. The next two are December 15th, 1998. Tammy Davis found in a Bay Point outhouse, severely beaten but alive. She'll never be at full capacity again, was a quote from a detective. Also that day, Rachel Cruz found strangled and smothered in Pittsburgh. Same day. January 8th, 1999, the series apparently ends with Valeria Dawn China Schultz found stabbed and strangled in Bay Point. There are a few names that haunt the area: Joseph Nasso, Roger Kibbe, Darrell Kemp, Charles Jackson, and Philip J. Hughes, but their convictions and or incarcerations, except for the currently on trial Nasso, make them difficult or impossible to connect to the above murders, particularly the later ones. Philip Garrido, who was sentenced in 2011 for kidnapping and sexual assault of J.C. Lee Dugard. He lived in Antioch from 1988 after being paroled for a prior rape. His initial arrest in 2009 prompted a new investigation into the above murders with a focus on the murder of Lisa Norrell. How popular is Antioch? Okay, so apparently Antioch is relatively popular. It's currently the second largest city in Contra Costa County, California. 2020 population was 115,291. By contrast, Pittsburgh 72,437 in 2018. This is California. So yeah, I mean, I was about to say if it was a really low population, that would be even more suspicious, just regarding all these individuals that happen to be in and around Antioch. But continuing on here, in 2008, William Jennings Choice of Stockton was convicted of the murder of LaWanda Back, found July 2nd, 97 in Stockton. Gwendolyn Lee, found August 11th, 97 in Stockton. And Victoria Bell, found April 3rd, 1988 in Oakland. Wow, that's a 9-year difference there. And all three were known prostitutes and had been raped and shot. Choice has been incarcerated since 2002 for 2 rapes, 94 and 2001, prior to the 3 homicide convictions. Yeah, there's a lot of crime going on here. I mean, this is some scary stuff. So here's an article from Contra Costa Times, March 19, 2000, regarding Teresa Brown. This is pretty much most of the information available online. There's not a lot here. Written by Christy Belcamino. In 1988, Darling Girl is stabbed. An investigator is convinced a woman living in Antioch was killed by someone she knew. The sun was just beginning to swell above the hills when the California Highway Patrol officer noticed the black skid marks on eastbound Highway 4 at Willow Pass Road. Peering down into a ravine from the side of the road, he spotted the 2-door brown Mercury Montego. It was upright but facing the wrong direction. When he reached the bottom of the ditch, the officer found the car empty and the passenger side window broken out. He found the bloody body of a 30-year-old woman in a thicket of bamboo about 15 feet away. Teresa Colleen Brown had been stabbed to death. Nearly 12 years later, her slaying remains unsolved. While investigators have not determined a motive, Contra Costa County Sheriff Sergeant Mark Hale said he does not believe it was a random killing. We don't feel this is a stranger who did this, he said. This is not a wandering hobo hitchhiker who jumped off a train. This was someone in the area. Brown's mother, Louise Prolks of Antioch, remains eager to find out who killed her daughter. It would mean everything to me, she said, if I knew who it was and he was executed. I'd be there to watch him. I would want him punished. She even wrote then-Governor Pete Wilson asking him to offer a reward for information about her daughter's death, but to no avail. Prolks described her daughter as a darling girl devoted to her children. Brown liked to go out on Friday nights and loved to laugh. After separating from her husband, Brown left Oregon in January 88 and moved to her mother's house in Antioch with her youngest, a 4-year-old boy, in tow. Her then-husband, who still lives in Oregon and was living there with their 2 older children when she died, is not a suspect, Hale said. Their youngest son lives with his father now. At the time of her death, Brown had worked for about 2 weeks as a cocktail waitress at the Ramada Renaissance Hotel in Walnut Creek. She had a tough facade, but was also described by coworkers as very friendly and outgoing, Hale said. Brown seems to have made most of her acquaintances in bars. And some of these casual friends were biker types, Hale said. Brown's sister, Mary Knibb, said Brown was carefree and innocent, but began hanging out with a tough crowd shortly after moving to Antioch. Still, on most nights, Brown went straight to the babysitter's house to pick up her little boy after her work shift ended, Hale said. On the night of her slaying, Brown did not mention that she had other plans, and the babysitter expected her to pick up her son. She never showed up. Brown was last seen at 2:15 a.m., April 22, 1988, when she left work. Her body was discovered at 6:30 a.m. Other hotel employees told police there had been no problems with customers that night, and several had watched Brown get into her car and leave alone, Hale said. He believes she met her killer somewhere later. There were signs that Brown had sexual contact after leaving work, but Hale doesn't know if it was with the killer or someone else. I wonder if they have DNA. What Hale said he does believe, though, is that before Brown's killer stabbed her, he terrorized the 30-year-old, chasing her down the freeway and running her car off the road. After the crash, the killer hiked down into the ravine after her. Before she was stabbed, Brown had either been dragged out of the car, Hale said, or she was already out of the car and trying to run away. Praux and Nib both said they believe Brown was killed because she knew something the killer didn't want her to know. Hale said this was one of several possible motives detectives have considered. So there's really not a lot of other information here regarding the Teresa Brown case. Sandy also posted on zodiackillermystery.freeforums.net a couple posts here. During the 80s and 90s, the people of Contra Costa County had a serial killer who phoned the Pittsburgh Police Department to tell them where he dumped a body. That body was Andrea Ignersall. She was with my daughter just a few hours before she was killed. So, yeah, Sandy Betts here, between her and her daughter and her husband's, ex-boyfriends, and stalkers, I mean, is she connected to every aspect of the Zodiac killer case? And how much definitive evidence does she have to prove this? Because she has some, but this is almost so mind-shocking that I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. So she said her daughter was with Andrea Ignersall. Even though the killer told them where to find her body, and then told him he was the Zodiac and was responsible for over a dozen females during the time, the call was ignored. And I'm not sure how Sandy found this out. Some believed that Art Allen was the Zodiac and that he had died. Many people in law enforcement believed Zodiac was dead. So the Pittsburgh police felt that the person calling had to be just a hoaxer. After all, no one had heard from the Zodiac in years. Most of the girls murdered were prostitutes, a few were not. During the time, I took particular interest in the murder of a waitress named Teresa Brown who lived within a few blocks of me. She and I, both being waitresses, worked late at night and drove the same highway to get home. In fact, on April 22nd, 88, the night she was killed, I was on that stretch of highway within 15 minutes of her murder. She was forced off the highway and then stabbed to death. Other women in Contra Costa County were reporting a man who followed them late at night in a green car. There were always women who were driving alone on dark country roads. He would flash his lights at them to try to get them to pull over, a lot like what was done in the Kathleen Johns case. They described him as looking Hispanic. Oddly enough, the man who tried many times to force me off that road also looked Hispanic. You know what's weird, though? If Sandy Betts, if her ex or stalker or whoever really is the Zodiac, is she, and if she lives in that area and there's a guy trying to force people off the road, I suppose it's theoretically possible that this guy trying to force people off the road is not the Zodiac, but there's a lot of people, that's a highly populated area. So there could have been people who crossed his path, including people who knew the Zodiac, like Sandy Betts. I mean, theoretically, statistically, it's actually, that's, I don't know what to make of that. Theoretically, it's possible. A thread started a few years ago about Teresa Brown's case. Okay. Sandy Betts also mentions that these Highway 4 deaths, 2 years after Koi Ian Sichow and Choi Fao Se Lee, who were killed by a freeway. Also, Michael Tan in 98 and Sylvia Valdivia in 2007, who was stabbed. Another post by Sandy here. I've been looking over some of my Z collections, found the article about the 3 different women who were followed late at night by a man in a green sedan in Marsh Creek Road, Vasco Road, and J4. The article was in the Contra Costa Times, January 1st, 94. Say what you will about Sandy Betts. If she's making all of this up, I mean, she must have been so well researched in order to make things up that happened to align with all of these articles that matched where she was living and working and all these things. The title of the article, Police Warn of Man Trying to Run Women Off Rural Roadways. An unknown man is apparently trying to run women off rural East County roads, warns the Contra Costa Sheriff's Department. The department is warning women driving in the area to be careful and not to stop for anyone. In 3 separate incidents, women driving alone have been threatened by another driver. We've had about 3 incidents in the past 3 months, said Sheriff Sergeant Ed Johnson. He comes up from behind, flashes his light, and tries to turn them off the road. The most recent incident occurred 7:20 p.m. Wednesday. A Tracy woman was driving on Marsh Creek Road, saw a car come from behind her, blink its lights. When the woman did not stop, the man driving in the car pulled alongside the woman's car and tried to force her off the road. The offending vehicle could be a dark green sedan. However, night vision may have hampered witness descriptions, Johnson said. It's happened to women who have been riding alone at night, he said. Women should try to avoid the area. If they have to go there, they should try to have someone with them. Should they collide with another vehicle, don't stop, Johnson warned. Drive to the nearest public area where there are other people. There's one more article here, mercurynews.com. I'm convinced that you have at least one serial killer. 1998 East Bay killings remain a mystery. Pittsburgh detective hopes to crack 20-year-old cold cases. This was written by Judith Preve. Relatively recent article here, December 28th, 2018. Pittsburgh. Frustrated over trying to learn a difficult dance step, Lisa Diane Norrell left a late-night quinceanera rehearsal at the IDES Hall in Antioch. Black heels and dark blue velvet dress in hand, and walked down a dark stretch of the Pittsburgh-Antioch Highway, presumably to her home 4 miles away. Wow, really? She does 4 miles walks like it's nothing back in 98? Interesting. I mean, how many people today walk 4 miles back and forth to a dance rehearsal? But the 15-year-old Pittsburgh High sophomore never made it. Her asphyxiated body, hands clenched into fists, was found face down 8 days later, November 14th, 1998, near a Pittsburgh landscaping business on the same highway. Lisa was the first of 4 young women killed within 2 months in Pittsburgh in late 98, early 99. The killings not only devastated the small, close-knit community, but also rocked the surrounding cities, setting off fear that a serial killer might be living in their midst. Today, 20 years later, Pittsburgh Police Lieutenant Jacob Stage is trying to reignite interest in the killings, hoping someone will remember something that might help investigators solve these cases, which have never been closed. Stage also has sent back the forensic evidence to the lab, hoping new technology will reveal something that was not evident before. Because we were on the 20-year anniversary of these series of homicides, I really wanted to do a big push to see if we could get more information from the public, said Stage, who has been posting the victims' stories on the police Facebook page. I think somebody knows or can lead us in the right direction just on their hunch. Within 2 months, police found the bodies of Jessica L. Frederick, 24, Rachel Cruz, 32, both in Pittsburgh, and Valerie Dawn China Schultz, 27, nearby in Bay Point. Michael Tan, 29, was also found bludgeoned and drowned in Pittsburgh, November 9, 98. A Concord resident, he was the only man and non-local person in the string of killings. So perhaps not related if he got into a fight with somebody. It was a time that former Contra Costa County DA Inspector Paul Holes remembers well. Famous for his work in catching the suspected Golden State Killer, Holes said that these killings were his highest priority during his career with the DA and sheriff's offices. He remains confident that one person was responsible for at least some of the killings. I'm convinced that you have at least one serial killer who was at work that killed some of these women, but I can't say that one person killed all of them, Holes said. It's sad to think it's the 20th anniversary. I know there has been a lot of effort put in to solve that case, and unfortunately hasn't panned out just yet. Stage, Pittsburgh lead homicide detective, is hoping that this time, with advances in DNA tech, the department will get a hit like Antioch police did last year that helped solve the case of Suzanne Bombardier. A 14-year-old Antioch girl who was kidnapped and murdered 37 years earlier. So that was 1980. And she was found floating in the San Joaquin River east of Antioch. Antioch resident Mitchell Lynn Bacom, first-degree murder, 1980, killing 14-year-old Suzanne Bombardier. So he was convicted. He was 67 years old at the time of his conviction. This is a March 17th, 2022 article. SanFrancisco.cbslocal.com referencing this. So he was on parole at the time of Bombardier's murder in In 1980, Bacom was convicted in a separate sexual assault case with other felonies. So if this guy was mostly in prison, I guess he couldn't have been involved with at least the majority of the other possible suspected Zodiac killings. Continuing on here, maybe that minuscule amount that wasn't detected before is going to be detected this time, Stage said. DNA testing has increased so much over the last 20 years that I'm hoping we find something that was overlooked. Stage was assigned the cold case 6 months ago and has been poring over the files ever since Lisa's is the largest, nearly 10 times the size of a regular homicide file, and Stage has checked back on nearly every lead that came in 20 years ago. Although the Pittsburgh detective said all unsolved cases are important, Lisa's case stands out because of the circumstances and her young age. Any case that I get assigned is important to me, but this one does have special meaning because this poor 15-year-old girl was killed walking home and her mom never got to see her again, Stage said. All those other women had children and they didn't get to see them grow up. They're all horrible. Since Lisa disappeared in Antioch, police there originally handled her case, handing it over to Pittsburgh later when evidence was found there. I tip my hat to the Antioch Police Department. They went all out, Stage said. The day after she was missing, they already had bloodhounds out from Alameda and search and rescue out looking for her. They took this very, very seriously. They went from 0 to 100 miles an hour. Lisa had no history as a runaway and early on was listed as a missing person, he said, noting in an unusual move, the FBI got involved almost immediately. They were contacted right away and it was a huge, huge effort to try to find her, he said. I don't think there were any circumstances at the time that immediately red flags were going off. They took it upon themselves to make the proper calls. Everyone had assumed someone had given Lisa a ride home, so it wasn't until 3 a.m. when her mother, Minnie Norell, awoke to find her missing that a report was filed and the police swung into action, Stage said. Bloodhounds the next day led police along the Pittsburgh-Antioch highway where her garment bag with her quinceanera gown and dress shoes were found. One of the bloodhounds went very close to Navland where her body was later found, but those were dogs barking in the area and the handler thought that maybe he was keying in on those dogs. Stage said, noting that she would be found alongside a back building of the landscaping business during a second search a week later. Police did not say whether she was sexually assaulted, but her death was ruled as asphyxiation. No DNA was initially recovered, Stage said. Most people would have been spooked out by the long walk, but it's very doable for a young person. You are very brave when you are 15, Stage said. You'll take on the world. She, Lisa, was a fighter, a strong-willed young lady. 2 months later, Gary Lee Walton, 39, and David Michael Henneby, 24, both who had extensive criminal records, were arrested on suspicion of killing Lisa, but they were later released. What evidence, if any, was found during search warrants at their homes remains sealed, but Stage said he doesn't believe they are the killers. Why would it be sealed all this time later? I mean, do they want to solve these cases or not? Whoever is responsible, Lisa's aunt, Kathy Russo, is hoping he is caught. Her sister-in-law, Minnie Norell, died 5 years ago and never got any closure on her only child's death. She had adopted Lisa, a native of Guadalajara, Mexico, when she was just a baby. Lisa really deserves some justice, Russo said. Everything was going right for her. She had been babysitting, she had enough money to buy a computer, she was so proud of herself, she was becoming such a lovely young woman. Russo said the quinceanera, a Mexican coming-of-age ceremony, was for one of Lisa's best friends. Her decision to leave was abrupt. Someone was making fun of her dancing, Russo said of that fateful night. It was just a silly, stupid mistake on her part. Minnie dropped her off, and the mother said they would bring her home. Lisa got upset, took her shoes and dress, and walked out the door, and nobody went after her. Wow, this is even more heartbreaking. I mean, this just... Although Russa said her sister-in-law was devastated, she was a kind soul and didn't blame anyone. It was overwhelming, but so many people in Pittsburgh were so kind, Russo said. There was overwhelming support. Minnie talked about her all the time. She missed her daughter every day. It broke her heart. Only 2 days after Lisa's disappearance, the body of Michael Tan was found along North Parkside Drive on November 9th. He was face down in a ditch and had been beaten and drowned. His Concord apartment had been burglarized the day before, and police believe he was killed and later dumped in Pittsburgh. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, that could have been unrelated. I would also like to see the averages of homicides in that area, because if there really weren't a lot, and then there were these two within 2 days of each other, I mean, that would make it a little bit more suspicious. But if there are homicides relatively frequently in the general vicinity, I mean, I don't know. Less than a month later, December 5th, Jessica Frederick, 24, was found dead in an industrial area near an auto wrecking yard on Harbor Street and Industry Road in Pittsburgh. Her body had been dumped alongside a road used mostly by trucks and employees of wrecking yards and salvage businesses. She had been beaten and stabbed to death. Frederick's boyfriend, Mohammed Niaz, was charged with murdering her, but the charges were dismissed in 2001 and he is no longer considered a suspect. 9 days later, Rachel Cruz, a 32-year-old mother of two who battled drug addiction and lived near an area known for prostitution, was found strangled in a ditch off California Avenue near Antioch Building Materials. That same day, a 38-year-old woman with a record of prostitution was found badly beaten in a portable toilet in Bay Point. At the time, she was only able to provide a limited description of her attacker, a Hispanic male driving a dark Monte Carlo. The victim never regained full capacity and has since died, stage said. Here's the thing, though. Isn't the MO to kill? So is this just a disgruntled John who just beat her because he's messed up? I mean, unless she was beaten so severely to the point of unconsciousness, he really thought she was dead, and she wasn't? Other than that, I mean, what, again, do we have a baseline here? How many prostitutes were found beaten that year? If she was the only one, I mean, okay. I mean, I don't know how many police reports there would be of that, depending on the severity, but... On January 8th, 1999, the body of Valerie Dawn China Schultz, 27, who had a history of prostitution, was found in a ditch along a desolate stretch of Willow Pass Road near the Pittsburgh Bay Point border. Hull said some of the killings had similarities that pointed toward a single perpetrator, but refused to get into specifics. I have to remain very vague, Hull said. We're aware that there are some unique aspects in what was done to these women that we don't want released to the public. Here's the thing, though. Like, how many decades need to go by? I mean, does a century need to go by? If they're not solving the case, I mean, the perpetrators will be dead in a century. So what's the point of keeping this so secret if there's no hope for closure? It's really weird. There needs to be some kind of statutes of limitations on withholding information. Because all the relatives of these people are going to be long gone. I mean, what's the point? Peter Vronsky, a historian and author with a focus on serial killings, said killers often change their methods. He said geographical profiling is one of the most reliable ways to pinpoint a killer's residence. Geographic patterns can indicate where the perpetrator feels comfortable operating, Vronsky said. Usually that will be an area he's familiar with. Over the years, police have looked into area parolees and registered sex offenders as well as known criminals such as Philip Garrido, who lived just doors down from a relative of Lisa's, and Mitchell Lynn Baycom, who last year was charged in a 37-year-old Antioch case. No connections were made, however. Stage has gone back and interviewed prostitutes who frequented the areas where most of the bodies were dumped, and even talked with some who knew the victims. I think those women who were killed were so street smart that they weren't going to fall victim to that, a killer, Stage said. It's sad because most were so street smart. Maybe he was a previous customer. In Lisa's case, the killer might have mistaken her age and situation in the dark, but by the time he picked her up, it was too late, Stage said. The area where these women were found were common places where prostitution activities occurred, he said. It could have been someone who used their services at some point and maybe later decided he wanted to go sideways, or it could be 4 individual people. You have to keep your options open. The Pittsburgh detective is hoping that someone who saw something or has a hunch about a person but has never said anything before will step up this time. It's never too late, and no tip is too silly to pass on, he said. People that were traveling down the Antioch-Pittsburgh highway at the time might have seen something. any suspicious vehicles at the time, he said. I do believe there is someone out there who always thought it was a weird coworker or that black sheep of the family, but maybe held back on calling because they didn't want to bother the police department back then. Anyone with information on this cold case homicide is encouraged to contact Detective Stage, 925-252-6972. So, yeah, he sounds like he's keeping options open. Another thing, if there was some kind of occult connection, which we'll be doing a dedicated episode on that as well, is it possible there's more than one individual operating in this occult cult, and they know about each other? Some of them performed certain murders, some of them performed others. And that's why it's so difficult to solve, because it really isn't just one guy. Alright, so let's go all the way back to the Sandy Batts account on ZodiacCiphers.com after our Highway 4 murders aside. Yeah, I mean, this Zodiac case has so many rabbit holes. My youngest son Bobby was dating a girl from Walnut Creek named Trish. She had heard him mention that I was being stalked by a man who could be the Zodiac Killer. She said she had a Zodiac book she had read, and if I wanted it, she would give it to me. Of course I wanted it. We planned to meet up at Lyon's restaurant where she gave me the book. I bought her lunch and drove her back to Walnut Creek. Soon after that meeting, she started to get phone calls from an older-sounding man who told her that if she didn't stop dating my son, he would kill them both. He would watch her because he knew when she was home alone and would call to let her know. He would watch her at her job and call to tell her that he saw her there and describe what she was wearing. Thank goodness she reported all of this. This was before I took his picture, so I couldn't show her what he looked like to forewarn her. There is no doubt in my mind that he was my stalker. It was a good thing she made a police report, as that may have saved both of their lives. You know what's weird here? If this is really one guy, like how much time, like first of all, what is this guy's job? That he has time to stalk two different people almost round the clock, or possibly even more people? Okay, I mean, how many people on average does a stalker stalk? Are there numbers on this? Remember, Walnut Creek was the town where Elaine Davis was kidnapped. On December 1st, Elaine Davis, December 1st, 1969, Elaine Davis, 17 years old, disappeared from her home in Walnut Creek, Contra Costa County, California, abducted in the evening time through a sliding rear window. 2.5 weeks later, on December 19th, 69, her body was discovered floating off Lighthouse Point, Santa Cruz, California. However, due to investigators misinterpreting the age of the victim at the time, her identity was only realized 31 years later, when officials exhumed the body in 2000. Wow, that's really sad. Elaine's father worked at a Volkswagen dealership. Elaine was taken while her mother drove to pick up her father from work. She must have been being watched by her kidnapper for a while for him to know when it would be safe to grab her. The phone calls continued. I suspected someone was on the other end because I could hear him breathing and sometimes play music for me. Two songs I remember were Every Day I Get the Blues and I Got You, Babe by Sonny and Cher. They were recorded on my phone recorder, as were many of my phone calls. Cards would sometimes be put in my mailbox. One was a green card with an Irish leprechaun on it and the name Patrick's or St. Patrick's Flooring. In Robert Graysmith's Zodiac book, there was no mention of Darlene Ferrin's birthday being on St. Patrick's Day. This card reminded me of her birthday. Was my stalker giving me a clue to Darlene? Perhaps he was. I do believe he knew her very well, and she him. He waited until after her death to reveal his name, Zodiac. Did she know that he used that name for himself, so he couldn't use it until after Betty Lou and David? I believe that the stalker believed Darlene and I knew each other. She may have known me because I could have waited on her at the Coronado Inn, but I really don't remember knowing her. Did she know me because I was dating Buzz Gordon and she wanted to date her, and she wanted him to date her more than the one night he told me he dated her? Your guess is as good as mine. The next striking date was January 15th, 1988. It was about 11 p.m. when a group of people came in and put a few of the small cocktail tables together. There were about 8 people in the group. At the head of one of the tables sat an older-looking man with a shaved head, horn-rimmed glasses, thin dark mustache, nicely dressed. Next to him, on his left, was an older-looking woman that could have been Dorothy Puente's twin sister. She was a female serial killer from Sacramento who was caught a few years later. There was one Asian woman who I believe was a waitress at the Box Inn in Oakland's Chinatown on Webster Street. The man she was with asked for vodka on the rocks. I told him he had drunk too much and I could only give him coffee. I took the rest of their drink orders and asked the man at the head of the table for his order, to which he replied, Bailey's, Amaretto, and coffee. I took a few steps and turned around when I felt some tension coming from the man. I then asked him if he wanted his drink made like an Irish coffee or a shot of Bailey's, a shot of Amaretto, and coffee on the side. He said he would like an Irish coffee. At that moment, I thought how odd that this man had asked for a drink like one I had invented up on the Delta years before. I did notice that this man had very shiny shoes and had on dark wool navy-like pants similar to the description offered by Kathleen Johns. His shoes were so shiny that the candles on my tabletops were reflecting off of them. During Kathleen John's ordeal in the car, she recalled his highly polished shoes reflecting the yellow lights from the car interior. I thought that I might be going crazy, thinking that this guy could be Zodiac because he had clothes on and shiny shoes just like I had read about in the Zodiac book. He even had the headband Kathleen mentioned her abductor was wearing. It was also the tension I felt. When I turned to ask him about his drink order, did he think I recognized him as my stalker? I tried to not think he could be Zodiac, but asked an off-duty cop friend of mine to look at him and to remember what he looked like because I did believe he was the man who had been following me. My friend, Ted G., reassured me. I went with my strong gut feeling anyway. The final nail in the coffin was when I went to see if anyone at those tables wanted another drink. He and a few others did. He politely asked the woman to his left if she wanted another plain Coke. She didn't. While I was at my station waiting for the bartender to take my order, the older man came up behind me and touched my shoulder. I let out the loudest scream ever, but he didn't even flinch, seemingly unperturbed by the scream. We were toe-to-toe at that point, and he said to me in a very robotic-sounding voice as if he was reading, similar to what Nancy Slover recalled on July 5th, 1969. I am very sorry if I frightened you. It was the most monotonous-sounding voice I had ever heard. I was so very sure at that point I was standing in front of the Zodiac Killer, and no one could convince me otherwise. He was a short man, approximately 180 pounds, but not fat. His teeth were very stained from chain smoking. I did see a scar, like an L-shaped scratch on his left cheek, and a circular scar on his right cheek. He had light powder all over his head, face, and hands. He didn't look at all like the man I got away from in 1968. So before people just write this off, I mean, isn't the statistic that's floated around that the average person in their lifetime will meet or cross paths with a serial killer at least once? What if you're living in an area where there's one or two serial killers operating? Would your chances go up, especially if it's a place that the serial killer frequents? Meanwhile, Adrian, the cook from across the parking lot at the 400 Club, came in and sat next to my station. I told him that I would like for him to watch me when these people leave because I was going to follow the man with the shaved head outside to get his license plate number. I told him that I was pretty sure this was the man who had been calling and following me. Adrian suggested that he could do it for me, although I had serious reservations about him getting involved. Adrian assured me he could do it without the man knowing, and besides, Adrian was very proficient in memorizing numbers. To this day, I wish I hadn't accepted his assistance of help because 8 months later, on my birthday, in 1988, Adrian was stabbed, disemboweled, and left for dead in Oakland. His friends had told me about it, so I tried to find which hospital he was in, but I couldn't find him, probably because it was an attempted murder. What the heck? It was a year later, in 1989, that Adrian came in to Pier 29. I gave him a hug and asked him if the man who attacked him was the man he followed outside for me. He said he couldn't talk about it. The police officer friend of mine, Ted G., who was at Pier 29 the night I saw my head-shaved stalker, had a boat in Alameda Marina. I would stay on his boat whenever there was too much fog to drive home. He was always a gentleman, but wasn't afraid of anyone. On the night of January 12, 1990, Ted's birthday, he came into Pier 29 with two friends, one male, one female. They left about 2 a.m. closing time. He and his two friends went to his boat, which was kept in a secure locked boat dock. Next to his boat, he saw a man wearing a knit watch cap and a heavy coat wiping down the boat next to his. He was happy to finally meet his neighbor. He introduced himself to the man and invited him to join them for a glass of wine. Whatever that man said to them scared them so much that Ted called my home at 3 a.m. and left a phone message on my recorder and told him that the man who I showed him at Pier 29 in January 1988 was crazy and evil. I got home shortly after that and called Ted back. Ted didn't answer, which worried me immensely, so I kept calling and still no answer. Finally, I called the Alameda Police Department and asked them if they could check on Ted to see if he was okay. They called me back saying he had been asleep but was perfectly fine. When I caught up with Ted, he told me I needed to be very careful of that man, as there was something very scary about him. He warned me to stay away from him, that he is dangerous. He never did say what the conversation was about, only that it was hard to understand the guy and that he sounded real crazy. But for sure, he was the man I pointed out as my stalker. The following year, I sent Ted G a birthday card, inside of which I included a photograph of one of my suspects I had taken in August of 1990. The one with the thick curly hair, not the shaved head one. So she has up to 3 stalkers, I'm assuming here. He said that he didn't receive it. A few months later, on March 17th, Darlene's birthday, I received one of the pictures in an envelope. There was no return address, but it had been mailed in Oakland. The address was printed just like the Zodiac killer. I am not sure if this was the picture I had mailed to Ted or if it was one of the pictures that I handed out to the females who were being murdered in Pittsburgh, California in the late 80s, early 90s. Was it from the killer letting me know that he had killed another one of the girls who I'd given a picture to? I may never know that answer. It was Easter Sunday, April 3rd, 1988, and I was working the day shift. A young woman sat next to my station, and we were talking about our clothes and how closely we were dressed. We both had on black skirts, black high heels, and silk blouses. She had on a pink jacquard material with a shiny pink flower design on it, open at the front. Mine was lavender with a high neck. I had looked for one more like hers but didn't find one, so I asked her where she had bought it. She told me it was a dress shop in Alameda, Foxy Lady or something like that. I don't remember what she was drinking because I didn't serve her. The bartender, Hal, did. I believe the time was about 3:30 or 4 p.m. because it wasn't so busy that I couldn't spend time talking to her. The bartender was concerned about the man sitting at the end of the curved bar from where he could see us talking. I was advised to walk her to a car when she left because Hal didn't like the way the man was glaring at us. I didn't recognize that man, as he didn't look anything like the one with the shaved head. He did look like a very angry man, somewhat familiar, but I didn't make a connection at the time with the man I had seen in Vallejo, Napa in 1968. I don't remember asking the young woman what her name was. I wish I had. When she went to leave, I walked with her, but before she got to the exit, she decided to use the ladies' room next to the exit. I waited a bit for her to come out, but then 2 more customers walked in and I had to take their order. When I was back, she was gone, and so was the angry-looking man. There were 2 homicides that I discovered in Oakland, one being a woman with no identification wearing a black skirt, black high heels, and a pink blouse. The other was up on Skyline Boulevard in Oakland Hills. Within a few days of those murders, someone wanted me to know about them and neatly cut out the articles from a few newspapers for me to see. They were put on my cocktail tray while I was in the kitchen area getting coffee. On top of the neatly folded stapled articles was a quarter with the number 9 on one side of it. And on the other side was a circle on the outer edge of the quarter and a cross that went through to the edge of the circle like the Zodiac's logo. It was crafted using indelible ink. No one saw the person who left that for me. As it turned out, one of the women with the pink blouses was named Victoria Bell. Now, the strange thing about this is that the Oakland Police Department felt it was someone else that killed Victoria Bell. Seems like one heck of a coincidence to me that one possible serial killer follows her outside and some other serial killer murders her. Sorry, but I think there is something very wrong with that picture. I saw Victoria Bell's crime scene. I did not see any blood near her head, and yet the man who was found convicted of killing her shot all of his victims in the head. William Jennings Choice was found guilty of the 1988 murder of Victoria Bell, along with the 1997 rapes and murders of Stockton woman LaWanda Beck and Gwendolyn Lee. You know what's weird, too? If there was a mistake in some of these other cases and they really did belong to Zodiac, but they nailed other guys for them just to try to close cases, I mean, these kinds of errors, if they are errors, I mean, that definitely could have prevented some cases from being solved. And even possibly the Zodiac being found. There had to be good reason for the number 9 to be put on that quarter, so I thought about it and remembered that my stalker connected Darlene to me for whatever reason. Darlene had been shot with a 9mm. Then I realized that the 9th letter of the alphabet was I, inferring it was him, I being Zodiac. He wanted me to believe he was Zodiac and that he killed both of these women. I wasn't showing any fear, whereas he needed me to know that I should be very fearful because he was in fact the Zodiac. Anyway, that is what I perceived it to be. And let me interject here again, because if this is some kind of sicko stalker, possibly a murderer, possibly not, and he wants people to think he's Zodiac even if he's not, does that explain everything? The angry-looking man with the thick curly hair was still coming into my work almost every night, but Ron, the private investigator, could never get there in time to see him. See, you know, that's kind of weird, too, because if he knows he's coming there every night, why would he not just take a cab there, or whatever, get there without using his personal vehicle that would be spotted outside, and just wait? Because if it's almost every night, I mean, and if this is going on over a period of months, I mean, something's weird about this story, but anyway. It was January 1990, and I had 2 tickets to go to a crab feed in Walnut Creek. I wanted to go, but I knew it was too dangerous to go alone, so I asked one of my male customers, Frank, if he would like to join me. He said he would. However, I knew I needed to tell him that whoever the stalker was, he could possibly shoot at us while I was driving, but he wasn't worried about it. I said that he would need to spend the night at my home because I didn't want to drive back to Oakland and then back to my home alone. He was a smoker, so I asked him to please open his bedroom window while he smoked. In the morning, I decided to leave early so that whoever was following me wouldn't see us leave. I also phoned the police to ask if they would drive by in case the man was waiting to act as a deterrent. That took too long, so we left. We were going to have breakfast at Nico's on 29th Avenue across the street from Pier 29. It didn't seem like we were followed, but within 5 or 10 minutes, my secret admirer walked into Nico's. For him to know I was there, he had to have followed me. He had on a rust-colored sweater, the same one he had worn when he came into my work in drag. So this guy's also a drag queen. Interesting. His hair was different. It was combed with a part on the left, and it was flattened down with something that took away the curls. But I knew it was him just the same. I acted as though I didn't recognize him so he wouldn't know. I also didn't mention it to Frank right then because I knew Frank would look over at him and he would know. I waited until the man got up from the counter and walked past me towards the restroom and the public phone area behind me. As I was telling him that, the man must have stopped behind him because Frank's eyes were looking above my head at him. The man then went around the corner. He wasn't gone long enough to use either the restroom or the phone. He just wanted a closer look at Frank, I guess. I did notice that he was pretending to be reading the yellow Zodiac paperback book. I am sure he did this as a taunt. Frank got up to pay the bill and was looking in my purse, thinking about carefully pulling out my gun so he could see it and then putting it in my jacket pocket. But I was worried that if anyone else saw it, like the off-duty cop sitting at the end of the counter, I would be taken away in handcuffs. Besides, I had a small can of mace in my pocket. I could see the man was walking towards me again, knowing that I was leaving. I turned toward the door, so he stood in front of me as if to block my leaving. He had his hand in his right-hand pocket and was holding something. With his left hand, he held the Zodiac book up as to block anyone seeing what was in his other hand. I turned away from him and took another look in my purse, then started to step again toward the door, but he stood in the way. This all took place in a matter of seconds. Then I guess he felt that he was drawing attention to himself and let me walk past him out the door. I told Frank to leave quickly and to lock his door right away. I unlocked my side and got in, and just as I hit my door lock, the man had his hand on my door. I backed out of the parking place with my knees knocking. I was very scared. I drove across the street to let Frank off at his truck and parked my car next to the Park Street Bridge, went into my work, and fell apart inside. I couldn't stop crying, and I knew that this would be my last day of work. The stalker was getting more and more brazen, and he didn't seem to care that all these people saw him. I called the other waitresses who would come in at 6. Why didn't she just mace him, though, when he got in her way? I mean, obviously, killing a guy, especially if you're not 100% sure if he's a killer or what his intentions are, if he's blocking her from moving, she could have just maced him. Then there'd be a police report that'd have his name. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I called the other waitress who would come in at 6 p.m. to replace me, and I asked her if she would come in 2 hours early so I could leave safely. I then phoned my boyfriend and asked him to bring his brother so his brother could drive my car to his house and my boyfriend could drive me to his home in Stockton. I am not sure if we stopped at my home so I could get any of my things to stay in Stockton or not, but these were the lengths I went to in order to be safe from this obsessed man. Now okay, actually, I don't know. How old is her daughter now? So is her daughter no longer living at home, or her sons? Or are they staying with her in Stockton? I'm assuming she wouldn't leave them at home alone. We told his brother to come and pick me up in the morning, but leave my car hidden in his garage. Somehow he didn't know I wasn't going home. I was going to Stockton, so he went to my home looking for me. He said he knocked on the front door, then climbed the fence to knock on my bedroom window, thinking I was still sleeping. He called his brother, telling him he was at my home, but I wasn't answering. That was when he found out I was in Stockton, so he drove there. I have no doubt that he didn't look behind him to make sure he wasn't being followed, because the next morning, my stalker drove by the house I was hiding at. I mean, this stalker really does have a lot of time on his hands, doesn't he? The reason I needed my boyfriend's brother to pick me up, I had an appointment with the San Francisco Police Department with Jim Deasy about my stalker possibly being the Zodiac. I brought with me a tall glass which my stalker drank a Bloody Mary out of. It was before we knew about DNA, but I knew it would have his handprints and fingerprints on it, which could prove either way if he was Zodiac or not. Deasy told me about 2 men who would be coming in to talk about their suspect after I left. I gave him the note with the printing. I was told by an expert that the printing on the note was too much like the Zodiac's printing to be his. What? It was too much to be his? I also gave a tape of his voice saying, quote, "Sorry I missed you. Well, I guess I will say goodbye. Don't worry, we will get together soon," end quote. And Sandy put here, regarding "sorry I missed you," she thinks it's meaning the shot that he fired at her. I also gave him the ruler from Heald College that was left with the Lake Berryessa costume. I thought that everything I gave him was enough, if checked, to prove I was correct in saying that this man was the Zodiac killer. But because they had so many people saying that they knew who Zodiac is, you get tuned out along with all of the kooks. I did not mention the killer's costume in my car because it sounds too good to be true. I thought that by not mentioning it, he would at least listen to the rest of my story. I had no idea at the time of discovery that it was a costume worn by the killer. If I had any idea what it was, I would have taken it to Napa Police Department immediately. It was many years later that I realized what was put in our car in Napa County thanks to the Robert Graysmith's drawing of the Lake Berryessa costume in his first Zodiac book. As soon as I saw that's what I had put away in a box of material, I started to look for it. After searching for it and not finding it, I thought it had been thrown out by my daughter-in-law, who believed she was doing me a favor by cleaning out my garage. Either that or a renter I had in the 80s who sold things at flea markets had taken some of my belongings to sell. Later, I received a call from my ex-husband. He told me he had just moved and found some boxes of mine, and that his mother had been storing for us since 1977 after we moved. He knew they were mine because he knew I saved material for my sewing projects. I still do that to this day. He said that as soon as he goes through all of his boxes, he will let me know. I made the mistake of telling him how important the costume in one of those boxes was to me in the Zodiac case. I have not heard from him since that conversation. Okay. So that's pretty much her account here, summarized on ZodiacCyphers.com, taken from forum posts. She also responded to this post November 27th, 2017. I know that my stalker has a couple of friends and relatives. I have seen them with him. So certainly they could have a part in some of it, but he is the one behind it. I doubt that I have attracted several stalkers who play Z-like games for almost 50 years. My police file gets updated by my reports. The police are not taking this lightly, I can assure you of that. I have a great respect for law enforcement. I have heard recently that my local police believe that Zodiac is or was living in my town. Sandy also made this interesting comment November 27, 2017, also regarding people calling her crazy. If Zodiac would have killed me, he wouldn't have had someone to have so much fun with. He likes taunting. I have other proof that is his handwriting and what I believe is Cecilia's wristwatch. Once I took his picture, he would be stupid to kill me because he knew I gave the picture to the police and they would put his face on TV. But to be smart, he knew that there would be idiots who wouldn't believe that he would allow a victim to live. You can think whatever you want, but you don't know anything about the real Zodiac. I get plenty of attention more than I like. I am not looking for attention. I don't need it. I am trying to get this killer stopped the best way I know how, more than any of what you are doing. Here's an excellent post here, kind of summarizing the issues at play in the Sandy Beth story. I am sure Sandy is aware of all of the pitfalls of presenting her story to people. Sandy may correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe she may have been at the Napa bookstore when Mark Hewitt presented his first book to a gathered audience, and two women presented an account of being stalked by Zodiac. I cannot remember their account, but my guess is it points to a different Zodiac. I have also heard other accounts similar to which each and every individual is thoroughly convinced of their version. But likely, there being one Zodiac, my guess is that Sandy is skeptical to these other accounts, as they are to her account, and unfortunately here lies the problem. If we assume one is the correct version, then the others may be valid experiences, but not experiences of the Zodiac. I am sure Sandy listens to these other versions and believes these people are in all likelihood mistaken, and vice versa. We have a similar problem when it comes to suspects presented on forums. There are now hundreds of suspects, and each and every person is fully convinced they have unearthed the correct one. But clearly, at least all but one are incorrect. I mean, if there's only one Zodiac. The same applies to Cypher Solutions. Sandy is steadfast in her belief, but like Ray pointed out, and Sandy clearly realizes, the only thing that will nail this guy is solid evidence. And until the police get this, the speculation will only continue. As with other topics on this site, I welcome contributions from individuals, and as Sandy has personal experience of the locations of the Zodiac crimes and been integral to the Zodiac Circle for decades, it was important to incorporate her story into the fold. The one thing I take from this is that Sandy is very likely convinced that her stalker is Zodiac, and at the end of the day, that is all that matters. What I say isn't really going to change anything, and making a determination on an account without tangible evidence is impossible. As I have already stated, my guess is Sandy is likely skeptical to others' claims, as they are to her claims. And herein lies the problem. Listening or reading to 100 different versions of Zodiac stories, ciphers, and suspects ultimately leaves you back where you started, searching for that killer piece of evidence, which is still sadly lacking. Some obviously have more weight than others, but it's a case of objectivity and subjectivity. If I was a female of the correct age and lived in Northern California and presented a similar story to Sandy's, but altogether different and incompatible to the times and locations presented by Sandy, my guess is, and I don't want to put words in Sandy's mouth, is that she would believe I was mistaken in my belief that I was being stalked by Zodiac because Zodiac was stalking her. To determine if any are correct and founded in truth is nigh on impossible, and unfortunately will remain just a subjective experience until proved otherwise. Sandy no doubt understands the problems and pitfalls of presenting such a story, and I doubt anything I or anybody else says will sway her belief. If you strongly believe something over decades, that then is what anybody else really thinks of any consequence. follow-up post here. I would be interested to hear Sandy's opinion on the possibility for the bulk of the events obviously was aware of the Zodiac crimes and piggybacked the identity of Zodiac to instill fear into his prey. In the same way that the Zodiac letter hoaxers get a sick pleasure by imitating the killer, this stalker played a similar game to ramp up the terror. Additionally, but not in all cases, the climate of fear created during the Zodiac era creates an enhanced awareness of strange events and circumstances, and we are pattern-seeking humans looking for something to correlate our experiences to. And here's the thing, too. Let's say there was a group of Zodiac hoaxers and imitators. Maybe they never even killed anybody, but they were stalkers and criminal scumbags, and if there was a group of them just for kicks, they did all these things, including to Sandy, as well as others. So multiple people could be telling technically the truth, but that doesn't mean this was the original Zodiac killer. Regarding the note that Sandy has that presented, and it seems like it's in the exact Zodiac's handwriting, Sandy Betts wrote this about the note. My friend saw him write it at Lyon's restaurant in Antioch in 1987 or 1988, where I was living at the time. He did it rather fast, so I doubt that he was a copycat. One expert said it was too much like the Zodiac's writing to be from him. I mean, I don't know what that means. The writing is too identical, so it can't be him? I believe that this person who wrote it was hoping that I would recognize his writing and be scared. But I hadn't studied it yet to know that it looked like the Zodiac's writing. It was a few years later when I needed to use the purse that I left it in when I saw it again, and then I knew that it did look very much like Zodiac's printing. I knew that he gave me clues to check in that letter. One was the TV show People Are Talking. I checked it out. It was when Robert Graysmith was on telling about his Z book. This guy wanted me to get it so he could begin his game with me, but I had it already. I hadn't finished reading at the time. When I did, I was able to know when he would leave me clues to try and figure it out. Here's the thing, though. Zodiac, I mean, again, we really don't know who the Zodiac is, so he may or may not be completely insane, or smart, stupid, versus lucky, or a combination of all of those things at different times. It seems like a Zodiac hoaxer, or one of these Zodiac stalkers, or if it's a Zodiac gang stalking club of some kind, it seems like they wouldn't be worried about attention going their way, right? If they're openly stalking people, they know that the police might show up, or someone might beat them up or whatever. It seems like they're not really concerned about being taken in as the Zodiac, which it seems like they would not be the Zodiac in that case, unless the Zodiac is completely insane and he really doesn't care about the risk factor. Because for someone to be leaving notes like this, or just going to someone's job every night, I mean, again, just based on all this surface level information, someone imitating the Zodiac wouldn't necessarily be concerned for their safety because they know they're not the original Zodiac who killed people. Now, if they also did kill people, that might make it less likely they'd be openly stalking people. I don't know. Okay, so I hope everybody's sitting down for this because this is just stunningly mind-shocking. I mean, if this is true, we might have some smoking gun Zodiac information right here, right now. So all the Mind Shock listeners, listen up. Listen up. So here is the actual photo that Sandy Betts has taken of her stalker. Now, here's a couple things regarding the amount of individuals involved here. So Sandy Betts has said she had shown it. The photograph was shown with pictures of Larry Kane. The drawing shown above is pretty much what he looks like today. The SFPD composite with the age progression. The reason it's with Kane's picture is that was what I was told his name was from VPD and Harvey Hines. I don't know, does that look like Lawrence Kane? So from ZodiacKiller.com, here's a quick write-up on Kane. Lawrence Kane was born April 29, 1924 in Brooklyn, New York. Lawrence Klein was born April 29, 1924, Brooklyn, New York. Klein would go on to use many aliases, including Larry Kane. Kane had a lengthy criminal rap sheet dating back to the 40s. Pam Huckabee, sister of Zodiac victim Darlene Ferrin, claims Kane followed Darlene's in months before her murder. Additionally, possible Zodiac victim Kathleen Johns identified Kane as her abductor. In 1969, during the peak of Zodiac's activity, Kane was 45 years old. He stood 5'9", weighed 160 pounds. His astrological sign is Taurus. As a result of massive brain damage from a 1962 auto accident, Kane was allegedly diagnosed by a psychologist in 1965 as losing the ability to control self-gratification. Kane was arrested in Redwood City, California in August 68. The arrest was just 4 months before Zodiac's first San Fran Bay Area murder, December 20th, 1968. Kane died May 20th, 2010 in Reno, Nevada. So Kane's handwriting is here. Interesting. Here's his voice.
This record is not endorsed by the United States Navy or any of its auxiliary organizations. Any similarity to persons living is almost as bad off as Eileen Barton. I would at this time like to take advantage of the fact that anyone who should be listening to this record cannot talk back to me and cannot interrupt my chain of thought. I would like at this time to make apologies for the record number 1 in this series, entitled Gallitzin Here I Come, or 5 Graves to Altoona. At the time of the making of the record, the young man who made it was under the influence of spirits of 76, but I'm sure it was 176, all straight, blues. When the train ride was over, he had the strangest idea that he had pulled the train all the way from New York by means of a rope tied to his hair. Oh, my head. But to continue, he then went to this fine place and made a record that will set progress back 150 years. He then went to a hotel to sleep it off, all 176 of them. When he awoke, he realized the mistake he had made. He jumped on his pogo stick and rushed over to try to... He left no table unturned. In fact, he even swept the floor to get that, but it was all veil. All was gone. The die was cast. The fates had played their little game. So, as the setting sun sets beyond the isle of Purataki, Saki, Faki, whatever it is, island, and his Sagittarian love, who is by birth under the sign of Zodiac, a hot-tempered and very non-understanding person, figures out ways to torture him for his wrong. Not ordinary tortures, mind you, but fiendish, diabolical things, like waiting for 9 hours online to hear 4 girls in back of them blow their undernourished S. Well, that's all he hopes and prays, is that some night, when she feels very, very lonely and in a very, very understanding mood, she will reason for that record and favor and destroy it, cause here, nobody ever seeing that again. Thank you very much, Anthony. Sign of Zodiac, sign of Zodiac, sign of Zodiac.
So what's weird, I mean, his voice definitely has that monotone quality to it, as was reported. And apparently Kane does show up in one of the ciphers. What's weird, though, why would he reveal his name in the cipher unless he's framing someone else? Or if there is... I mean, actually, I don't know. Does this guy look like Lawrence Kane? I guess I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. Alright, so let's get this clarified. Sandy Betts' words here. So... she has seen the photo alongside with pictures of Larry Kane. So the reason it is with Kane's picture is that was what I was told his name was from VPD and Harvey Hines. In 68, when I first saw the man, his face was more round. It still is on the more round side than oval, but not as much as in 68. His hair was curly brown in 68, now more salt and pepper, but still pretty full for his age. His glasses are not horn-rimmed. he wears wire-rimmed glasses. The man who came to my job in January 88 is the one who wears the horn-rimmed glasses and the rubber band to hold his glasses on. He has an L-shaped scar on his left cheek and the same circle scar on his right cheek as the honcho suspect has. That is why I thought they could be the same man. So she's not definitively stating he's honcho, but she's saying he could be honcho. 3 months later, on Easter Sunday, the honcho man came back in with the thick curly hair that was not a wig. No way hair can grow that fast. This is when I realized there were at least two working in tandem. Some in law enforcement believe that there were two working together. Who knows if one is the letter writer, the other the killer? Or the reason for the very different descriptions between Lake Berryessa and the Stein case. Is it because one did the Lake Berryessa crime and the other Stein? More posts here. The costume has not been destroyed. My ex called me a few nights ago, telling me he is getting closer to finding the boxes that were stored at his mother's home in San Leandro. 2 of the boxes he found of mine were filled with material. I know that I put the material part of the costume in a box with other material that I saved for sewing projects. I do have other blood evidence from the Lake Berryessa crime scene, but the police only want to test the costume as soon as my ex finds it, and I go there to pick it up. Believe me, the day he calls to say he found the boxes, I will drive to his home and take the costume to the detective who is helping me. No other people being stalked by who they believe is Zodiac has ever received letters that can be proven to be written by Zodiac. I would also like to state that in spite of Final Fury, who said that I was a very mean person and that I have had people banned from sites, I have never done that ever. I did, however, write to his administrator and say that what he was saying about me was slanderous and defamation of character. That sound nasty to him? I guess that letter was told to this low-life shell of a man, as his ex-wife said to me about him. So now he finds anything that I post in comments under names other than his own, the coward that he is. I actually investigate suspects for other people who have their own suspects. Opposite of what Final Fury has made up, I can say that I have no doubt that the DNA is still on the costume, and that the case is about to be solved as soon as it is tested. Darlene's sister phoned me 2 days ago saying that our stalker tried to get into her home and she had to call the police. She got a good look at his face and said he is for sure the man I showed her the picture of. The picture was taken August 10th, 1990, 6:30 p.m. He is the man that Vallejo PD said looked like Larry Kane. That was back in 1990. He hasn't changed much at all. There is so much more I could share, but it probably is better that I don't. That is because the more I share, the less I am believed. It shouldn't be too much longer before I have that costume and it gets tested. So just hang on to your hats until that is done. All I can say, I wish I could speed up the process, but it's out of my hands for now. Why can't they speed up the process? There's no volunteers that can help him search a garage. I mean, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I mean, Lawrence Kane doesn't really look Hispanic. Does he really look Hispanic, though? People were asking more about DNA. Sandy Betts said this: the police do have Zodiac's prints and his DNA. The glass that I gave to SFPD had his right handprint and his DNA. As far as I know, they never tested it, because that was before they knew about DNA. The blood spots on the costume would have had to belong to both victims. Brian is AB positive, Cecilia is O negative. So let's try to find some more clarification here on Tapatalk. There's a post here. I don't know if this was posted October 16th, 2021, or just copied from an older post by Sandy Betts. All I know for sure is the one I have a picture of uses the name Anthony, aka Tony, but so far I don't have his last name for sure. I have a lot of information on RH, who I have seen with Anthony, and thinking they may be related. I assume the last name could be Hernandez. The 3 8s in my name cipher, I believe, is for the 8th letter in the alphabet H, as a clue to 3 Hernandez involved, or Hernandez the 3rd. The number 3 is very important to Zodiac. R. Hernandez is still alive and has a large family. I used to wait tables and served them often. Anthony is also connected to the Gentry family who lived near me. I saw Anthony driving their car many times and traced it to them. That same car, a white Jeep, followed my son and his wife all the way to North Lake Tahoe. They waited for my son to go into a casino, then rammed his newly painted car. The two men in the white Jeep left laughing, according to witnesses who gave the plate number to my son to report. It matched the plate I had for Gentry. They are related to Norman Walter Gentry in Vallejo. Norman lived in Napa in 68, was divorced in October 68. He owned a barber shop in Vallejo. I have not seen a picture of him. I looked up Gentry's wife's maiden name, thinking perhaps Anthony was related to her. Duarte was her maiden name. The letter D was used for Zodiac's logo as well as the letter Z, so I feel because of his huge ego, it could be a clue to his last name being Duarte. I have to look at everything. And Anthony was the man that she got away from in the winter of 68. Okay, so basically this is pointing to some kind of ring of individuals. Now, they might have nothing to do with Zodiac. This could just be a twisted ring of individuals, because this is what's kind of sad, too. The people just writing off Sandy Betts' story. If she really was stalked by sick people, I mean, you know, that doesn't mean she's lying about things. It's just these people might have just been screwing around trying to make it look like there was a Zodiac. So Sandy stated here, I have seen 3 suspicious men. 2 RHs and Honcho. If those were last name initials, my guess would be Rodriguez, Phillips, or Poto Hernandez. First name initials, Robert, Paul, or Peter Honcho. Again, that equals 4. I know it sounds highly unlikely because others can't keep something like that to themselves. If true, that would explain the different descriptions of the Zodiac. Someone asked if Honcho noticed when she was taking the photos of him, and what was his reaction. Also, when was the last time you think you saw him? Sandy responded here, heck yes, he knew I took his picture, and walked up close to my back as I was seated at the bar with my back up for protection. I could feel the heat of his body, that is how close he was to me. I thought he was going to try and take the camera. He didn't. He then went to the high top table and my backup took the second picture. By then he removed his glasses. I thought he would kill me that night. I went immediately to Wentling's 1-hour photo to get them developed in case I was murdered that night. When I got home about an hour and a half later, he had left a message for me on my recorder. He spoke in a robotic voice. Ha ha ha. Meaning he was going to get rid of both myself and my bodyguard. I made copies of the pictures, mailed them to Vallejo, Napa, and SFPD. It has been about 2 years since I last saw him for sure. I still get odd calls that just say goodbye. So if this was posted in 2021, the last time she saw him would have been 2019-ish, unless this is, again, reposted from an older forum. So a poster here known as Book Collector made some CGI images here to try to get the exact look of Honcho, or this guy in the photographs. I have been working with Sandy to create images which will be more accurate than the photos she has posted. The headshot she posted is oversaturated and gives the impression that Honcho had dark reddish skin. These new images are not perfect, but they should be helpful. Notes. Honcho's left side has varied pockmarks. I did not try to capture the exact details. There are 2 connected scars on the chin. There is a thin scar along the jaw. Smoking. Probably because Honcho's face is partially paralyzed, he holds a cigarette close to his palm. In discussing Honcho's pockmarks, the possibility came up that Honcho could have survived a severe case of smallpox or something similar. This could account for his right lazy eye, his partially paralyzed face, and his slightly impaired walking. The trauma from such an illness, especially if family members died, could have been extreme. Response from Sandy, thank you, Book Collector. This is what he looked like in the late summer. He worked construction outdoors all summer, so he did have a reddish tan when I took his picture. He had a medium complexion in the fall and winter. Notice the way he held his cigarette. It is the very same way the suspect, Sandy, held his cigarette in June 1963 in Santa Barbara County. And we went over that in episode 1, and coincidentally, this is also Sandy. This female Sandy is making these claims here. I don't know. Coincidence stack is high. The scars match Kathleen John's description. The larger round one on his right cheek ironically has a cross in it. The scar on his right chin has a thin line that joins the top and bottom scars that Kathleen noticed as 2. It looks like a Z. I couldn't help but notice all of the scars when I blew the picture up that I took of him. In the high Pookie letter he left for me, you can see he drew himself standing next to 2 victims. He drew himself with his lazy eye. He gave a clue to the girl on the right with her name on a sign, misspelled on purpose, Lynn, instead of Lin. Jenny Lynn, aged 14, was murdered in her home in Castro Valley, California, 1994. Her father, John Lynn, was given a warning by the killer just days before John found his daughter's nude body in the upstairs bathroom, not raped. The window next to the downstairs front door was broken from the inside out, I believe to allow her spirit to leave the house and go to paradise. All of Zodiac's victims in cars had a window or door open. The other girl in the drawing was also Asian. I believe was Deanna Hooper, who was last seen at Mare Island in July 1974. Her body was found many months later on St. John's Mine Road, Vallejo. That is 1.7 miles to Blue Rock Springs. My suspect drew himself holding a newspaper, letting me know that both victims had had their stories in the paper. Deanna on the left is holding a heart-shaped kite. Her bones were found by a father and son who were flying kites. One of the kites crashed next to the body. Again, hearts meant something to this killer I believe is Zodiac. The heart stamp inside of the Halloween card was the first hint to hearts. Morph's suspect and one of mine were born on Valentine's Day. Notice which letters are underlined on the misspelled name Paul Avery on the envelope. Backward is Val. My husband's name was Val Betts. That could be a clue to Val for Valentine's Day or the name Val. I recently found the name of one possible suspect named Robert Hernandez, born February 14, 1943, in Riverside, California. I will be checking more into that one. The pictures above are of the man I call Honcho, aka Anthony, who is larger and heavier than his buddy R.H. 1943 is about 5 years off of Honcho, who looked to be about 30 years old in 1968 and 50 years old in the 1990 photograph. How many smoking guns are there if that's all legitimate? Now, I'm not saying any of this is legitimate, but it's kind of curious. Like, the coincidence stack is so high, you would think someone would at least investigate. A few more posts here by Sandy. I do know that before Honcho moved to where I was living in the 1980s, he had lived and worked in Benicia. Everything about Honcho matches what we know about Zodiac. I measured his footprints in the mud in my backyard. The footprints measured 13 inches long by 4 or 5 inches wide. His buddy, RH, has a size that looked to me to be a 9 in a wingtip dress shoe. I raised 5 children, so I'm pretty good at guessing shoe sizes. Honcho is barrel-chested, talks with a drawl, but not a southern drawl, has a lazy eye, which DOJ said Zodiac had. Paralyzed on one side of his face. The same description Darlene's sister Linda said the man D was so afraid of. Here's another post. So someone asked him if the photo, so supposedly Honcho / Anthony here, if he was the one who put the costume in the car or if it was someone else. She responded, "This is who I was told was Kane. I now call him Honcho. He was using the name Anthony, aka Tony. I don't know his full name. He is the one I got away from in Vallejo and followed by the winter of 1968. I didn't see who put the costume and other things in my car. I am assuming it was him. This picture was taken in Lyons Restaurant, 6:30 p.m., August 10th, 1990. He had a reddish tan because he was working outside all summer building the new Antioch police station. The company he worked for was Lathrop Construction in Benicia. about 2 miles from the Lake Herman crime scene. What's weird, though, is how did they not figure out who this guy was? I mean, he was building the Antioch police station and he worked for Lathrop Construction. How do they not know this guy's name? Some more information here. So this is, again, Sandy Betts. My top 2 suspects. I know it's confusing to keep track, but my suspect told me there were 4 people involved as Zodiac. To recap, I believe I have seen at least 2. 1, RH, the one with the shaved head. 2, Honcho, the angry guy at the bar, whom I believe killed Victoria Bell and was the man I saw in 1968. 3, Possible, the well-respected community member whose car RH was driving. If nothing else, he knows the identities of RH and possibly Honcho. It's occurred to me that a reason I haven't been killed is the man knows I gave his plate number to the police, so it's a sort of insurance on my end. Unfortunately, I didn't see who put the newspaper articles on my cocktail tray with the quarter on top of it. Likely Honcho. I believe he was telling me he killed the 2 women in the news article. Zodiac victim Darlene Ferrin's sister. Darlene Ferrin's sister also plays a huge part in my story because the same man I call Honcho was bothering her even before I met her. It was March 1990 when I met her, and that was because an Antioch cop told me that I should get in touch with her. A bit later, doing research, I discovered she lived in Antioch. My eldest daughter, who was scared to death of my stalker and who was also followed by him, went with me to locate her. We knocked on doors, and that is how we found her. We talked for a few hours, sharing information. I had a few license plates memorized, and she said she had some written down in a notebook she kept. That was when we both knew the same man was bothering us. My plate was VLT 885, and hers was VLT 855. Both cars were green. I thought it was a Lincoln or a Cadillac. I forget what she thought it was, but it was clearly the same car. He had to have seen my car at her house because he called when I got home and screamed at me, telling me to stay away from Darlene's sister. She also got a call about the same time telling her to stay away from me. From then on, we had to sneak off to see each other. The police didn't believe her, and she told me that she and her husband both flunked lie detector tests. They asked me if I would take one. I said absolutely, but they never gave me the test. While I agree that the sister has made up some questionable claims, I do believe her when she says she's been tormented and followed by this man. The similarities are too strong. She said he told her he was the Zodiac. He's never directly told me that, only sent clues. A few more points here from Sandy. A few cold cases. There have been many unsolved murders of young women in the same areas where Zodiac hunted. Often nurses, waitresses, and prostitutes. A few examples. August 7th, 1969, nurse Helen M. Farazi, who lived in Martinez, was found in the river between Benicia and Martinez. She was listed as a suicide, but something makes me think she could have been murdered. A nurse had access to many drugs that can kill without having to jump off a bridge at night. March 7th, 1970, Judith Hikari's body was found in Placer County in a shallow grave. She was beaten to death. March 22nd, 1970, Kathleen Johns, who is also a nurse, was taken for a ride near the Modesto area by who she believed was the Zodiac. He later contacted her to let her know he had been watching her and knew that she had another baby girl. He sent her a Halloween card about the same time he sent one to Paul Avery. September 6, 1970, Donna Lass, the third nurse, except her body has never been found. Communications signed by the Zodiac have given clues to her murder and where she is buried. November 11th, 1970, Carol Beth Hilburn's body was found face up in the weeds next to a fence. Her throat was cut and she was beaten so badly she was unrecognizable. Dental charts had to be used to ID her. She was from Santa Rosa but worked at Sacramento General Hospital. In the Antioch-Pittsburgh area, April 22nd, 88, Teresa Colleen Brown, a waitress, drove the same Highway 4 that I did late at night, early mornings. She had gotten off work 2 a.m. Walnut Creek. Later was forced off the road off the highway with her car ending up in a ditch down an embankment. She was either pulled from her car or was out of it already when the perpetrator beat and stabbed her to death. She was found the next morning by the CHP. July 18th, 1992. Sharon Matos. Nothing was written about how she was killed. Hard to find information about that case as well. November 12th, 1992, Andrea Ingersoll, who was last seen by my daughter, who dropped Andrea off at a Quick Stop store. Andrea's murder was listed as traumatic injury. The killer phoned the police to tell them where to find the body and then told the police he was the Zodiac. Of course, the police thought it had to be a hoax and left it at that. My stalker also followed my daughter often, and she was terrified of him. November 6, 1998, 15-year-old Lisa Norell kept by her abductor for several days before being killed and dumped at a landscape company yard. She died of asphyxiation. I'm not sure about those exact details on whether she was kept alive or not. December 5th, 1998, Jessica Frederick stabbed to death. December 15th, 1998, Tammy Davis, beaten, tortured, and dumped in a porta potty at a construction site in Pittsburgh. She survived but later died. She was beaten so badly she couldn't talk. The same day, Rachel Cruz was strangled and smothered. January 8th, 1999, Valeria Dawn China Schultz stabbed and strangled. According to a retired Pittsburgh police detective who is now a PI and still very interested in these unsolved murders, he said there were many more victims in the Contra Costa County. He was the one who told me that a man claiming to be the Zodiac confessed to all of the murders. I conducted my own stakeout to see if my suspect was the one killing these girls. I saw him trolling the area where most were picked up. I had been told by my daughter that many of the girls were prostitutes and I could talk to them at 6:30 a.m. on any Saturday morning. So I made several copies of my honcho picture and handed them to the girls standing in line to get their methadone for the weekend. That was when I heard a scream coming from a girl named Louisa who recognized my photo. She ID'd Honcho as the man who tried to kill her with a long knife. A few months later, March 30th, 1991, presumably my suspect mails back to me the photo I handed out, which I received on April 1st, 1991, on April Fool's Day. April 25th, 2010, Phuong Lei, a 25-year-old nursing school graduate, was found severely decomposed in a remote area of Napa near Lake Berryessa. Authorities announced they have DNA evidence. Cause of death never specified. So, if this guy was about 30 to 40, or even 50 in 1990, how old would he be in 2010? I mean, I don't know if that case is related. DNA and items. I know my story sounds far-fetched, but trust me, everything I have said happened exactly as described. I believe Zodiac has continued his killing spree and still alive. I have the following items that can be tested for DNA. 2 envelopes, both sent to me before anyone knew about DNA. 1 letter that had a newspaper clipping taped to it about a woman being stalked. At the top, he typed, "Thinking of you." I used tweezers to open that letter, so none of my prints or DNA are on it. I believe there is a print on the scotch tape. Wristwatch that I believe could have been Cecilia's, left in the car with costume. The tiny Catholic Bible that I believe was Sherry Jo Bates, left in a car with the costume. And I believe Sandy Betts contacted Sherry Jo Bates' brother and to ask him if this particular Bible was hers. And I don't believe he responded. A surgical rubber glove on which he drew the faces of my 5 children on each fingertip and wrote Destiny with 2 E's on the palm in blue felt-tipped pen. There should be DNA on the part he used to blow up the glove and perhaps the inside of the glove, left in my mailbox. The dictionary that was left with the costume had drops of blood on it. A clothesline which was left for me on my doorstep, which I believe is meant as a message regarding the one that disappeared from my Napa home summer of '69. Not sure how good the DNA will be because I touched it many times without gloves. Interesting that on the packaging it shows a picture of a woman hanging diapers. Diapers were the only thing on my clothesline when it disappeared. The costume is in my ex-husband's garage. The hood I threw out. When people question why I have not claimed it, it is among 100 boxes in his possession, and I don't want to agitate him and have him toss it. He will let me search when he's good and ready. Better to bide my time and secure its well-being than risk its loss. The Bloody Mary glass. I mean, I wonder, in this particular case, can a search warrant be procured through the testimony of this woman? The Bloody Mary glass, audio recording, and ruler given to the police were never returned. The glass, I believe, had his handprint on it. I also gave a PI from San Francisco a red heart necklace with the name Cecilia on it. I don't recall where it came from. It was never returned, and all I have is a photocopy. One side shows what appears to be the name Cecilia, and the back has a love poem in Spanish. Antioch police also have a stuffed Christmas bear that I believe has my suspect's DNA on the tape that wrapped 5 M80s inside the chest of the bear. There was a visible print on the bear. The bear was placed in my yard on July 4th, I can't recall which year. Luckily, only one M80 exploded as dampness prevented the others from blowing, and the bear was still intact. I would like to see some police reports on this, because these are some really big claims, to say the least. So here's another picture here. This is a picture of a man Sandy spotted in the San Francisco Chronicle in either October 12th or 13th in 1969 when he was arrested for kidnapping a woman down south. Instead of using a sketch, she used this picture as a lifelike model of what RH looks like, since she claims both of them look very similar to one another. Note, this is not an actual picture of her second suspect. The wristwatch here was left supposedly September 28th or 29th, 1969 in Napa. Sandy believes it's possible this belonged to Cecilia Shepard. The small Catholic Bible was found September 28th or 29th, 1969, inside of the ammo can, filled with felt-tipped pens, 3 earrings, a wristwatch that Sandy believes was Cecilia's. Beside it are items to use for scale. The Bible is missing 1 page, the owner's name. Sandy believed it belonged to Sherry Jo Bates because she was Catholic. Picture of the dictionary that Sandy found in her car 1 or 2 days after the LB killing on September 27th, 1969. It was found alongside the costume and ammo. There were drops of blood on the cover and inside. Golden letter D earring left for Sandy at her workplace in Oakland, 1988. The suspect told the bartender to give it to Sandy. Red heart necklace left for Sandy with the misspelled name of Cecilia. It had a love poem on the back of it. She is unsure when she got it, but suspects it's possible it was left with the costume and ammo can where she received other items from her suspect. So she's not even claiming to have a perfect memory. This was a card left for Sandy, Napa, 1969. Inside of the card contained the More Than Just Friends correspondence. So regarding this note here, sexual sadist letter was written by Sandy's suspect that she calls Honcho around 1987. He wrote it, gave it to her friend who was a bartender at Lyons Restaurant where Sandy hung out at. He lied and told her that he and Sandy were talking about the Zodiac at the bar a few days before and he wanted to help me catch the Zodiac. Sandy claims she never spoke to any old man about the Zodiac. She thinks one of the purposes of the letter was to get her to buy Graysmith's Zodiac book so she would realize that Zodiac wrote the letters she received. The secretive, mysterious letter was written on a small piece of paper around 1987 by a man who came into Sandy's work at Pier 29 in Oakland. He asked if he could do her horoscope, and she agreed. She remembers where he was sitting at the bar and what he was wearing, however she cannot recall what he looked like. He was dressed well with a nice tan-colored sports jacket. This message was received by Sandy in either 87 or 88 at the Lyons Restaurant. She says she was talking with a friend at the bar. She had her back turned, and someone who was behind her must have slipped it in front of her. She says she didn't get a good look at him as he was walking out of the restaurant. The message was written in blue ink on a napkin folded in half. And so, yeah, there's a lot of corroboration here for her stories in terms of there seems to have been some kind of stalker, unless she made all this up and did it herself. There was somebody who was stalking her. And again, doesn't mean it was the Zodiac, but someone obsessed with the Zodiac or pretending to be the Zodiac. I mean, there's a lot of crazy people out there. I mean, there's people who think they're Napoleon in a lot of mental hospitals. I mean, is it really that outlandish to believe that there's a bunch of criminal-minded psychopaths pretending to be the Zodiac? Maybe they even believe they are the Zodiac, even if they're not. They have all these mental conditions, and they stalk people. I mean, I don't find that difficult to believe. There was also a St. Patrick's Day card representing Darlene Ferrin's birthday, March 17th, which is also St. Patrick's Day. This was a card she received in the late 80s. This picture was taken in 1990, not long after Sandy met Darlene's sister, Pam Huckabee. The words, "Psycho is back," are written behind a Safeway store that Sandy believes was closed at the time. The message RPH plus ME was written on Darlene's sister's, Pam Huckabee's P.O. box in Pittsburgh, California, roughly around June 1990. Sandy believes it's possible her suspect is saying that he either had 3 others involved in his killings, or perhaps RPH was one person's name, like Robert P. Hernandez, for example. Note that the name mentioned is just a default name and is not the actual name of any suspect, dead or alive. And the Zodiac symbols are here on the P.O. box. Of course, that could just be, again, another random psycho. Hoaxer, whatever. The message, "Confusion Prevails," was found by Sandy Betts near the crime scene of a slain jogger. The message was written in a very large green felt-tip pen on a metal guardrail next to the road. The jogger, Maria Whitehofer, age 32, was found strangled to death November 15, 1990, in Oakland. The body was found exactly 1 year after Sandy was shot at in a tunnel that was close to where the body was found. Sandy also found evidence such as rope and cigarette butts that law enforcement may have missed. This is a drawing of a kill map in California featuring over 70 murders made by her suspect before the 12 murdered girls in Pittsburgh, California. She has no idea when or how she got it. She says she found it when going through some of her Zodiac evidence she collected over the years. She believes it's likely she may have gotten it in the early 90s. Okay, weird map here. Envelope that contained the profile picture of Honcho sent to Sandy March 30th, 1991. She gave out the profile picture of her suspect to several hookers with warnings to not get in a vehicle with him. One of the unfortunate young ladies would be murdered where her suspect intercepted the picture and sent it to Sandy, where she received it on April Fool's Day as a taunt. So one of them was murdered who she had shown the picture to. That's disturbing. Envelope containing "Thinking of You" letter and stalker message received March 17th, 1994 on Darlene's birthday. Sandy contacted the person in the article, and she was told it was from 3 months before in the San Francisco Examiner. Received on Darlene's birthday, March 17th, 1994, the note simply says, "Thinking of You." Below it is a cutout from the San Francisco Examiner with 2 pieces of clear tape holding it to the letter that reads, "Are you a victim of a stalker? If so, you are not alone. If you are interested in our support group, please write Box 134, 3984 Washington Boulevard, Fremont, California, 94538. Confidential. We need each other. Don't suffer alone." The Vallejo Topics is a place Sandy thought she should check out, knowing that if Zodiac was still living there, his ego would cause him to talk about himself without saying he was the Zodiac. Her instincts served her correct when she found a post from December 15, 2006 that sounded like Zodiac. Sandy made one comment and he never said another word again. Sandy believes he has posted here as 12th house and only wanted to communicate with her. Some users felt he was the Zodiac and told her to be careful. She thought he wanted to help her and didn't pay attention to the warnings. As soon as she gave him the information he wanted, he was gone. So the post here on December 15, 2006, now that Vallejo is back on the map as the quintessential shoot-'em-up Western town, better, I think, than its earlier notoriety as the locus for the Zodiac crime spree, an above-the-law elite college rite of passage that got out of hand because it was so treated by those who should have solved the case by now and were not allowed to do so. Shall we invite some fearless reporter to examine why this is so? Perhaps the drugs. Perhaps, as we all speculate, the closeness of Kaiser and prescription drugs getting out of hand. I mean out of the hands of those who have access to the pill tills. Perhaps the fight between medical marijuana and the mobs has picked Vallejo as its Waterloo. If so, please note that's what Marin is for. Move along now. Perhaps after the bravery of Gary Webb was rewarded by a complacent populace, we shan't get so lucky after all. I shall sell tickets to my bedroom window. I shall be posting the pop, 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 pop Friday night sounds on a blog for all to hear and wonder the same. What? That's weird. What a bizarre message. So, Sandy created this handwriting sample sheet in 1998. She included the Ramsey note because she saw that the handwriting was very close to the Zodiac's. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is there a connection between the JonBenet Ramsey case and the Zodiac killer? This is all quite mind-shocking. There were also references to the Dirty Harry movie, which was based off of Zodiac. Also, Zodiac apparently mentioned Colorado at Lake Berryessa. John Ramsey had a graphics business office near San Francisco. She believes the killer knew John Ramsey well and punished him by killing his daughter. Furthermore, she states that the white bear that was left by the killer was very much like one that was left for her, except hers was golden brown, but it was a Christmas bear with a hat and a scarf like hers. Remember the 3 hearts going off in the distance on the Pookie letter? A red heart was drawn on JonBenet's hand. Coincidence, perhaps, and then maybe not. If there's an occult connection, though, and they have all these symbols for the occult connections, is it possible that this cult includes Zodiac and the killer of JonBenet Ramsey, and they are not one and the same? The E-Passion kite letter was left on Sandy's walkway about 10 years ago, March or April in 2008. It shows him standing between 2 victims. One was holding a kite, the other with a sign behind her. Sandy found out that an E-Passion kite was an Asian or Chinese kite. Both of these girls were Asian. One was Deanna Hooper, killed in Vallejo 1974. She was found by a man and his son who were flying kites on Columbus Parkway and St. John's Road. One of the kites crashed on top of her bones. The other victim was Jenny Lynn, 1994, in Castro Valley. He misspelled her name using Lynn instead of Lin on the sign. He drew himself with a crew cut and shows his lazy eye that DOJ says Zodiac has. He is pointing at what Sandy believes is a newspaper with both hands. Sandy believes he was saying both of these victims were in the newspaper. They were. A user here noted that one of the lines in the Pookie letter was a line that the Zodiac has used before. I just want you to know. When Sandy found the letter, she thought it looked like a young person wrote it, but kept it just in case it was from her stalker. Also bizarre. Hi, Pookie, I bet you think I'm drawing you a picture, but I'm not. I just wanted you to know that, never mind, we're about to fly this E-Passion kite. P.S. You're a liar. Wow, how many stalkers did this woman have? Okay, so here's another post by Sandy Betts. I mean, we're just keep going down farther and farther into MINDSHOCK territory here. It's hard to tell such a long story. I still have another 28 years that hasn't been told. I'm so happy to have it on the site so everyone can see what I've been talking about all these years. Perhaps someone will know Honcho's real name. I have been told by more than a few people that his first name is Tony. I am pretty sure the local police know what his name is. I was told by a woman from Napa that her father worked with an ex-Antioch cop. He said that APD believed Zodiac was living in Antioch. One of Honcho's friends said he has moved to Los Angeles a few months ago. That happened about the time when the GSK was caught. I have seen Hancho with RH, so I know they are connected. Hancho is the one I have seen more often. He is the one who followed me in Vallejo in 1968. I am pretty sure he was Don Porter's roommate in Vallejo. He was working construction in the 90s when I took his picture. I can't help but think about the construction going on at the college when Sherry Joe was killed, and at Lompoc High when Domingos and Edwards were killed at the beach. Lots of construction at Lake Tahoe when Donna last disappeared. The postcard that Zodiac sent showed construction workers. Could that be the real clue he was sending? Wow. Okay, and just to reiterate, Don Porter is the counterfeiter guy that she mentioned earlier. So a few more posts here. I received letters with upside-down stamps from Don Porter after he was arrested for being in the Vallejo counterfeit ring. The same ring that Darlene's family believed she was in and the reason she was murdered because she wanted out. It was Don Porter who told me that what upside-down stamps meant. Another post about Don Porter by Sandy Betts on the Zodiac Killer Forummotion.com. The one guy who could have told me was Don Porter, who has passed away. And she's regarding the theory that Darlene was involved in some kind of counterfeit ring, but she was also dating cops and she wanted out of the ring. Mike said that the car looked like her ex's car. So Sandy Betts followed this up with, the one guy who would have told me was Don Porter, who has passed away. I truly believe that his roommate was Zodiac. That was the guy who I heard flip out when Don said the name D in front of me. That guy was about 30 years old in 1968 to 1969, about 5'9", stocky, brown curly hair, liked to play the piano. His voice was odd as I recall. He didn't yell in a normal voice. It was scratchy and strained sounding as if his vocal cord was damaged. I found some address for Don Porter in Vallejo. One was Evans Street. I need to check the other addresses to see if they will show anyone else living there with him. The true name of the Zodiac could be at one of those addresses. Also, people here are discussing that the sketch of the D.B. Cooper composite looks like the Zodiac. Wow, what a case. What a case. Here's an audio recording, one of Sandy Betts' recordings from her, I guess, her answering machine. This is creepy stuff here. This is creepy stuff. Listeners, be warned.
Is the voice of the man who calls himself my secret admirer, whom Jim Deasy has the voice tape at San Francisco Police Department. I sent it to him a couple of years ago. The voice on this tape that you'll be hearing is the man who claims to be my secret admirer, who is also the man whose voice I just played for you. This time he's whispering, so there is some difference. If you can leave your name, number, and the time that you called, I'll be happy to get back with you as soon as I can. Thank you. Please wait for the beep. Bye-bye. That's my phone recorder.
I like your voice.
So what do we make of that? I mean, that is definitely creepy stuff. Let's listen to the alleged Zodiac caller on the Jim Dunbar show.
Zodiac, a symbol that now stands for terror in San Francisco. Today there was a possibly significant development in the terrifying case of the man who calls himself Zodiac and has boasted that he is responsible for 5 murders in the last 9 months. In Zodiac's latest letter last week, he threatened to make a busload of school children his next victims. Since then, school buses have been discreetly guarded, and parents' fears have openly risen. This morning, the people of San Francisco heard a man who claimed to be Zodiac talking on the air during a television conversation program with attorney Melvin Belli and the program's host, Jim Dunbar.
That was the voice of a man who called himself the Zodiac Killer. He's talking to attorney Melvin Belli by phone on a television conversation show. This bizarre situation began at 2 o'clock this morning when the so-called Zodiac telephoned police headquarters. He said he was sick, he needed help, and he wanted to talk to Belli on television. All the scheduled guests were canceled from the show on the ABC station KGO. Belli waited for Zodiac to call on the private line. The phone was not tapped. The killer telephoned 12 times. He spoke very little, with attorney Belli trying to draw him out.
Jim said, well, maybe he's afraid of being beaten up or something like that. Now, what can I say?
Well, why don't we just ask Sam to tell us a little bit more about what he's feeling right now. Tell us about your feelings, Sam. You know, just tell us anything you want to.
And then we'll come back and I'll give you a specific answer to this question when you're going to the gas chamber. Stay with us so I can answer that for you. But will you attend on Jim just a minute and tell him what you're feeling or talk to us?
Just tell us what's going on inside you right now, Sam, please.
I have headache.
All right.
How long have you had those headaches, Sam? In a long time?
Since I killed a kid.
If it all boils down to the question of you're giving yourself up, if you could be assured that you wouldn't get capital punishment for myself.
I don't want to give myself up.
Huh?
I want to kill those kids.
Belli finally arranged to meet Zodiac in Daly City, a suburb south of San Francisco, to talk in person. The attorney waited in an office building, but Zodiac never showed. I asked Belli if he thought the man who called really was the Zodiac Killer.
I can't. Negative. I can't say. All I can say is this man needed help. This man seemed like a man who was coming up to a storm or to a climax, and this very blood-curdling thing. Children kill, and then there's sort of an agonized cutoff, and enough to turn your hair whiter than mine.
So inside the thrift shop, St. Vincent de Paul, attorney Melvin Belli and the San Francisco police waited for the Zodiac Killer. The man did not show, so now all we can do is wait perhaps for that next phone call from the man who calls himself Zodiac, who has killed 5 and says he's going to kill again. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, San Francisco.
We'll be back with more news in a moment.
Now, some believe that this was Eric Weil, and some don't. I mean, there's a lot of speculation about all of this. So, Eric Weil was a mental patient, and allegedly he might have been the one who made the call to the Jim Dunbar show, October 1969. Others believe that that was a cover story of some kind. So, supposedly there's an unidentified guy in some of these Darlene Ferrin photographs. I mean, I would think that he's been identified since, but I don't know. Sandy wrote this about the photograph. That picture was taken at her Uncle Frank's house in San Francisco. Darlene looks very unhappy in that picture or stoned. So my guess is she was already married to Jim, who is wearing what looks like a wedding ring. She has on winter clothes and was married to Jim January 1st, 1966. She divorced him a little more than a year later, April 1967, I believe. So that picture could have been taken as late as winter of 67. She went to Reno for what was called back then a quickie divorce. You had to establish residence there in order to get one of those. That was when she went to work at the Huddle and one other place in Reno. And back then, Reno was known more for crime than it is now, or no? Or counterfeiting connections, all these things. I don't know. Her roommate is someone I have traced to Oregon. She changed her name a few times, so not easy to locate her. She knew about a man who was harassing Darlene in Reno. That is why I want to talk to her. She was from Santa Rosa. Oh, wow, and I forgot on the items. Here's the photo of is this the actual glove? The surgical glove left for Sandy in the spring of '94. It was filled with a liquid of some sort. Sandy believes it's possible it could contain DNA by the responsible. It was tied in a knot at the bottom of the glove. There were 5 faces drawn in the blue felt tip pen on each finger representing Sandy's 5 children. The face with the mustache goatee represents Sandy's son, who actually had the same exact facial hair. On the palm of the hand, you see some Z-like printing that says Destiny. Sandy believes that it was a message from her stalker warning her that if she continues investigating him, killing her children would be their destiny. So let's recap here from Sandy Betts. The reason I call my suspect Honcho is because I believe he is the man Darlene knew who went by that name. He went with Darlene and Jim to the Virgin Islands. I believe he is the person Darlene saw kill someone there. I have shown his picture to almost everyone I meet to try to get Honcho's real name. More than 1 or 2 have said his first name is Tony. The picture I have of Honcho, I gave a copy to a friend who said he knew someone who has lived in my area for many years and would probably know this suspect. As it turns out, he was right. His cousin did know Tony and told me he was in construction but had moved a few months ago to Los Angeles. I was very sure that Tony did work construction, so I knew he was telling me the truth about knowing him. That was when the GSK was in the news and the announcement that the police were going to try the same thing to catch Zodiac. I thought, well, now he is close to Mexico where he could hide if he has to. News break. Last Friday, so this was posted August 20th, 2018, unless it was copied from earlier. Last Friday, I am told that Tony was arrested for killing Maria Ramirez in Fresno, California, but was extradited to Mexico for killing a woman there. He is in jail right now in Mexico. Can someone explain to me why Fresno couldn't keep him there? Was it because he killed the woman in Mexico before killing Maria? When he is released from Mexico, then he goes to trial in Fresno? I don't have all the information that I need to investigate this new information. I need to know when Maria was murdered and how do the people who told me this know for sure it was Tony? My informant said Maria was his aunt. That's how he knows. This next Friday, I should have the answers to my question that the informant didn't have. He is a much older man, has bad memory. His cousin asked that I make several copies of Tony's picture that I took so he can hand them out to his friends who may have more information on Tony. This will prove that the man I got away from in Vallejo in 1968 is Tony, and he is a serial killer. I don't know of anyone else that has the kind of proof about their suspect being a serial killer. If I am right, VPD has the DNA of the suspect, and they can't arrest him because he is in jail in Mexico. That could be why we have not heard anything more about the DNA. So I couldn't actually find any information on this. I couldn't find any more mentions of this murder, but actually, here's another post. I was excited when I heard that, spent days looking into Maria's murder. The 2 who told me about Maria's murder didn't give me much to go on, so I called both the police and the sheriff's department to see if they could find when Maria was murdered. They went back as far as 13 years and didn't find anything. Then I spoke to another informant, and he said, oh no, it was not Tony who killed his aunt. No one ever found who killed her, and it was more like 20 years ago. Now I am told that Tony has passed away. Tony's girlfriend told my informant he died of alcohol disease. This informant has spent time in federal prison. How much can I count on as being the truth? For all I know, the informant told Tony that someone named Sandy was asking questions about him. Tony could have told him to say that he died. I am pretty sure I saw Tony about 3 months ago. So I went to the library, looked as far back as 2 years for a Tony or Anthony who died in CC County. I found 2, but they were either too old or too young. On December 12th, 2018, I received some calls in the afternoon like I used to get from my suspect, so as far as I'm concerned, he is still alive. I am not letting my guard down just yet. I forgot to mention the informant told me Tony had lived in Benicia before moving to my town, that he had worked out of Benicia and was a plasterer. The girlfriend told him he beat her all the time. If he is Zodiac, it wouldn't surprise me that he likes to beat up women. This is common of cowardly men. And if that's true, if maybe he's responsible for some of those prostitutes that were beaten. Sandy apparently here has provided photographs of her stalker in some various vehicles. Late 80s, early 90s. In front of a donut shop here. Sandy said about these photos, he followed me to the donut shop that morning, parked almost behind me. My car is the silver RX-7 shown in front. I went into the donut shop, took this picture as I saw him adjusting his rear view mirror to see what I was doing. He sat there for about 45 minutes. Huh. Wow, so, I mean, on these forums, apparently she did take photos. It looks like she documented a lot of this stalking. Although, again, some could say she's just taking random photos, but... I mean, at least she's got something. These aren't just words on a forum. These are photographs that she took. And for those that are saying that Sandy never lived in Napa, she provided a photo of one of her old driver's licenses. Wow, from, what is this, 1973? Whoa. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Regarding the photos of the truck here, this was someone who was parked on the corner where I lived. He would sit there for a few hours each day for many days. It got the attention of my neighbors who knew I was being stalked. One male neighbor went up to the man in the truck and asked what he was doing there. There is a lady who was being stalked by someone around the corner, so he was curious why he was there for so long. The man said he was new to the area and just checking it out. And that he, too, was being stalked by some woman. Okay, wait a second. This is kind of weird. So a guy's hanging out on a corner for hours at a time, days on end, and somebody goes up to question him and say, you know, there's a lady being stalked around the corner. The guy says, oh, I'm new in the area. By the way, I'm also being stalked by a woman. I also have a stalker who's a woman, as if to say that this woman was stalked. I mean, what does everybody make of this? I mean, this is also mind-shocking. And then here's another photo of what looks to be the same exact corner here. The white car was very much like the car the Zodiac had in '69. It would also park there on the same corner. I never saw who drove it. I took the picture just in case it was another car that the stalker had access to. And that's another thing, too. Apparently, if she's being stalked by 1, 2, or 3 people, they seemingly have way more vehicles than 2 or 3 to be stalking her with. The plot thickens even further because of the Santa Rosa murders and the missing single earrings. These murders were between 72 and 73 Santa Rosa hitchhiker murders. A series of at least 7 unsolved homicides involving female hitchhikers in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa of the North Bay area of California. Sandy wrote this. I felt the same way about the single earrings, even though law enforcement and my good investigative buddy Siegel, who knows those cases very well, disagree that Zodiac did some of those murders. I can connect my RH suspect to victim Eva Blau. She was taken from Oakland and her father owned the company where RH worked. That to me is compelling. Also, that clothesline, what was used at Lake Berryessa, was used on one victim from what I have read. Law enforcement can't see past the MO for these crimes, even though Zodiac said he would change his way of collecting slaves for his afterlife. The timing fits for Zodiac to continue on after Paul Stine. Here's yet another mind-shocking post from Sandy. I mean, Sandy really needs to have her own documentary where, like, a full team of investigators tries to corroborate all of this information. So his buddy who looked like Kane uses the first name of Tony, aka Anthony. Being Anthony was with R. Hernandez following me, I felt that he might also be a relative with the last name of Hernandez. There was an Anthony Hernandez who lived with his in-laws in Napa in the late 60s. They lived across the street from the phone booth where Zodiac placed his call, not even 50 yards from their home. I mean, what does everybody make of that if that's true? Here's some more crazy posts. And by crazy, I'm not saying they're not true, but it's just mind-shocking. I think by Sandy Betts, I think Zodiac liked all kinds of music, jazz, rock and roll, etc. I have no doubt he saw Dirty Harry and could have been watching it being filmed in San Francisco. I was there watching the filming, partly because I was dating the lighting director and, of course, a fan of Clint Eastwood. I am sure Zodiac saw most of Hitchcock's movies. My suspect was seen by one of my female friends during the 90s. He was dressed in a nice powder blue suit and told her he was going to Oakland to see the Rolling Stones concert. He looked to be in his early 50s at the time. The Rolling Stones were in Oakland on January 25th, 1999. Hancho would have been closer to 60 by then. Huh. So, apparently, Jim Crabtree, Darlene's ex-husband, possibly knew this Hancho guy. Possibly some criminal rings involved. One more thing regarding Mike McGow from Sandy Betts here. I found Mike in LA just in time for the Now It Can Be Told TV show. He went by his middle name at that time. He was listed in the phone book. I was in LA and on a gut feeling I decided to look and see if he was listed, and he was. I gave that information to Darlene's sister Pam and she gave it to Geraldo Rivera. I will never forget what he said when she told him that she knew he knows who killed her sister. He did not know at the time he was being filmed. He told her there were too many names for him to remember. This goes along with my theory that Darlene got into a group of bad people that were making counterfeit money in Vallejo during the 60s. I did not know at the time that I was dating one of those people. It was his roommate that I believe is the Zodiac. Okay, so back to our original timeline here. I mean, that was probably the longest aside ever regarding Darlene. So, back to the timeline here. Police dispatcher Nancy Slover received a phone call from Jerry's house at 938 Cattlewood Drive, Vallejo from Debbie at 12:10 a.m. The drive to 938 Castlewood Drive from Blue Rock Springs is approximately 6 minutes, indicating they would have had to leave the parking lot by about 12:04 a.m. to make this phone call in time. Yet, this isn't the time they arrived at the parking lot, which must have been around a minute earlier at 12:03 a.m., just after the attack at 12:02 a.m. The Zodiac killer may have been leaving the Blue Rock Springs parking lot as they were approaching it. This may have influenced the direction Zodiac exited from the crime scene. Debbie, Jerry, and Roger stated in the police report that they had been downtown to see the festivities for the 4th of July. After this was over at about 11 p.m., they decided to look for this girl that Roger knows. They drove around town and did not see her and decided to go to Blue Rock Springs Park to look for her. They went out the freeway to Columbus Parkway and came into the park the back way. While they were driving in toward the park, neither boy recalls seeing any vehicle coming out. None parked along the road, nor did they pass any vehicle. They must have been almost on top of Zodiac as they approached from the north side of Columbus Parkway. Had Zodiac intended to travel home before making the phone call, his obvious route north and then west along Columbus Parkway was now not so obvious if he didn't want himself or his vehicle spotted by the three kids. They obviously didn't see him, but he may have spotted their vehicle approaching in the distance. This may have forced a change of plan and coerced Zodiac south towards Springs Road. The Zodiac killer's journey time heading in this direction to somewhere close to the green circle at the top of Tulum Street would take approximately 11 to 12 minutes. The Zodiac killer would arrive home at about 12:14 a.m., leaving him approximately 20 minutes at his residence before driving back to the Springs and Tulum payphone to make the call. Once doing so, his escape home is a mere 4 minutes. California State Route 37 and Highway 101 may have played a decisive factor when selecting a quick and easy separation from San Francisco after the murder of taxicab driver Paul Stein on October 11, 1969. Whether or not the murderer had entered the Presidio Park is a moot point today, but in 1969, the Zodiac killer would certainly have wanted to escape from the area in as little time as possible. A vehicle parked somewhere along West Pacific Avenue or to the east of the park in Cow Hollow would provide immediate access to Highway 101 from the Golden Gate Bridge and in a handful of minutes out of San Francisco. The killer can then head north and eventually east just before Novato, taking California State Route 37 right onto his doorstep. The selection of a taxicab driver to take him to a predetermined destination so close to an exit route from San Francisco, one could argue was the perfect choice for a resident of Vallejo. The killer has a nearby park in case things don't go to plan, along with an immediate escape and separation from the crime scene via Highway 101 and the Golden Gate Bridge. Even Inspector Dave Toshi thought that this is a viable position. The detectives heard from neighbors that a stocky figure was seen dashing across Julius Kahn Playground and into the dense undergrowth of the Presidio. The dog patrol units, 7 of the best search dogs in the country, gathered at the front entrance of the Presidio and were deployed one at a time in various directions. Armstrong and Toshi considered the possibilities. Had the killer gone quickly through the dark woods and emerged from the Presidio at Richardson Avenue and taken Highway 101 past Fort Point onto the Golden Gate Bridge and vanished into Marin County? Kim Rosmo made an extremely salient point regarding the murder of Paul Stein. He stated, quote, "The San Francisco murder differs significantly from the Zodiac's other crimes. Up to this point, he was hunting in locations that had good probability of containing his desired victims. Target selection was a function of area, not of an individual. However, it is unlikely the Zodiac was successful in all his searches. Serial killers typically engage in extensive hunting activities, and for every attack there are many unsuccessful search attempts. In San Francisco, however, the Zodiac controlled the situation through his selection of victim type. The need for such control would be indicative of the distance the Zodiac had to travel to the crime site. Criminals who travel longer distances to offend are less likely to use uncertain target selection techniques," end quote. Control your location, and you control your escape route. The Lake Berryessa attack on September 27, 1969, speaks for itself. The killer headed to downtown Napa and the payphone at 1231 Main Street. He may have been only 12 miles from California State Route 37 and home. Had he continued the trajectory he had set for himself, was the Zodiac killer's apparent knowledge of a road on the fringes of Vallejo more indicative of his recreational habits, or a route he traveled daily, particularly when the sun went down? So there we have it on the geographic profiling. Various different timelines, and of course, various different stalking accounts. So quite a compendium of information on the Zodiac killer case, and believe it or not, we are just scratching the surface. We're just on episode 2. I mean, we have so many more suspects to go over. So much more mind-shocking information and possible smoking guns that are just hidden in these forum archives, some seemingly with corroborating evidence. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime in the Zodiac Killer Case series. If you enjoy the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.